I'll connect with it. Good morning. This is finals day for the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And we have some amazing conditions on hand for these competitors. Yesterday we had a lay day due to some gnarly rain and wind, and that wind has brought in a whole new swell and all new size. We just had that wind turned offshore, and as you can see on your screen, we're butted up into the corner of the pass, the iconic top of the point here in Byron Bay. I'm Ben Way, joined in the booth by Charles Chucka Webb, and he's had his eyes on the surf all morning long because he's going to go get out and get amongst it in a bit here.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Stoked to be here. The pass is definitely delivering some good surf. We had some decent surf, contestable surf on day 2. Day 1 was wanting a little bit. Day 3 brought us down here with some early kind of high tide, low, not very good conditions, and it kind of developed into a better day as the tide dropped down. And then we have the lay day for the crazy weather that, Byron brings. And then this morning we woke up to just big, bombing, gnarly surf, offshore winds. And you can see that the conditions are going to clean up as it goes down. And it looks like Heat 1 is already underway with yellow. Michael Foti dropping in on this one. So as it goes, Ben, red, Mark Mono Stewart, the local. White, you got Masafumi Kobayashi. And in yellow, you just saw there Michael Foti. And in blue, you got John McLean.
All right, so we're going to have our production team pull off our little window from in front of the writers panel, and we will start to see some scores come through. It looks like we have a 2.0 on the board at the moment.
I would expect to see Mono just dominate this, division right now, if this is what finals day is going to look like. We do have some other really great surfers in this division, but local knowledge goes a long way, and I expect Mono to just wait for the gems. And, the next heat, though, has some rock stars in it, too, and don't expect anybody to try to let this run away. I'm looking forward to seeing Sponge right now, too.
So white was Massa.
White was Massa.
So
okay, so that looked like yellow.
It's always hard with these this morning light to distinguish between the white and yellow jerseys. Also, when we have blue and green jerseys in the water, I can't tell the difference usually.
Yeah. I thought that was yellow. Excuse me, guys.
Yeah, so we have, looks like we got a couple free surfers out in the mix. We have that buoy right there next to our stand-up paddle. I believe that's a buoy. Nope, that's a person right there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you can just see the pass is providing amazing conditions. You can see white Massa power down against that offshore, fades it back, sticks with that one, kind of hits a deep spot. We still have those morning high tides as we did previously, and we'll have those tides creeping out, and we'll have that water getting more and more shallow, defining that sandbar even more as these waves will be forced to just stretch across there.
Yeah, I think that the tide gets high at 9:30 today, 9:38 if I remember correctly. So after that, tide will start slowly going out. The weather is supposed to hold today. We're supposed to have pretty much southeast winds, east-southeast, which is, you want the southeast wind here to make it offshore. So that's going to be developing. But hopefully the conditions hold up.
Yeah, you can see finally the sun is out today. We've had some kind of cloudy conditions and sporadic rains throughout the competition, and now it looks like it's lifting just on time for finals day. And also out in the water, the Godfather, Mark Mono Stewart, knows this place better than anyone. He's sitting tight. He knows how to pick them. And here we have yellow, Michael Foti, opening ride. Puts it on rail, draws it back, staying with the power there. So, yeah, if the tide is still on its way in, that would explain that crazy flurry of sets as we're coming. It's kind of that last surge and that last push of the tide.
Right.
So we should start to kind of see things a little bit more under control as that tidal movement moves out, puts a little more space between those sets, and as well as losing water off of the sandbar, which always makes it better.
Michael Foti coming in with a 3.50, so that will put him in the lead for this semifinal.
Yeah, we can hear those scores through the beach cam being delivered from our beach commentary. There's the other angle of that one, just one big rail car right there.
And you can see different views kind of make the surf look a little bit different. Looks like Massa taking off on this one.
Yeah, much more of a steep wall to deal with there. Gets around that first section and bangs it off the end section and makes it. And he's still got more to go. So first wave being a 2.0, I figure his score will get bumped up quite a bit there.
Massa with a statement right there. He wants to come out of this taking off, kind of behind it, but the pass will give you an opportunity to get that good section. Here he comes, does a nice top turn, spins it back, right into the power, bam, challenging that closeout right there at the top third of the wave, really making a statement. You should see a nice score on that one.
There we go, Mono looking lively, picked himself off a good one there. Gets a couple of nice direction changes, couple of turns on the way down, reads that one well. And he's going to save himself getting stuck in that current and taken down. He opted out for a last maneuver. That section was sort of running there. He'd already gotten some damage done, but he's also, he knows that he wants a better one, so he's going to zoom on out.
So here we go. Mono just dropping top turn. Beautiful, drops his hand in there, another top turn. Racing the section a little bit right here, cutting back into the power, getting that stand-up section. He says, you know what, I'm not going to challenge that right there. I'm going to just get out the back, make the paddle easy. He got 3 turns in there. There's Josh Bogle and the crew right there, getting Joshy down the rocks. That's actually... So Massa's second wave comes in at a 6.67, giving him a little distance from the field, but expect to see Mono to drop a real nice score right there after those 3 turns. It was a really nice wave.
Seeing how the live the live shot of Mono's wave was from the drone, we couldn't really appreciate how high on the wave, up in that critical section, up on that lip line, those turns were. So
there you go, 7.17, close to excellent score.
Yep, two top turns and a cutback. So he's got a nice combination score. There you go, thwapping, throwing a lot of spray up at that lip line, keeping a nice rhythm, making sure he goes right into another one. No dead space in the maneuvers. And wrap around, cut back, rebounding off the wash. And
so imagine if he does smack that right there. He's going into an excellent score, and he knows that. So he's saving it. He's saving it for a little bit later in the heat. He knows he's got 16, 17 minutes, just under 17 minutes here.
Yeah, I think the other thing is Mono more than anyone, knowing that once you get out of that little nook right there, that current speeds up.
Yep.
And will take you way out of the zone. So probably don't want to really stamp out those finishing maneuvers until you're late in the heat and not worried about getting a last wave, because that may turn into your last wave if you get stuck in that current.
I can attest to that. I have been stuck in that current before. I got stuck on the inside at Main Beach earlier in the contest. When I went back and watched my heat, I got stuck on that sandbar for 9 minutes. So that's a good chunk of the heat just leaked by, and I was watching that. Here's Mono again.
Mono, live action, hooks it in the pocket there. You can see that offshore kind of got the best of his board, kind of pushed him up and out. The offshores are getting stiffer at the moment. There we have Gallo, Aitor Francisena from the Spanish Basque Country. He'll be out in the blind no vision heat in just a moment, and he is stoked. So definitely he can hear the sound of the ocean and hear how much more it's pumping. And of course, when you get up into the north of Spain, they have some pumping surf. And
sure.
Gallo's a former big waver and coach to the top big wave riders in Spain. So definitely used to wave energy, and he'll know how to deal with it out there. So Mono getting another one, just a small backup score for that one. It was kind of just a quick take a look on his way back out.
Yeah, but that will get him, in the lead. He already knows he's got that 7.17, so he's going to be picky for this last 15 minutes. Expect to see, you can see these little right-handers coming in the deeper spot of this little bay. And when it starts to drop out like it did yesterday, expect those to be longer and with more scoring sections, steeper sections.
Also starting quite a bit way over to the top right of our screen. That's where the main part of the pass is. And it looks like the riders at the high tide are sort of starting between our previous competition day, Tomo's Rock, and the pass, as we have Mono motoring, trying to find some open space around this section, holding onto that rail, gets up on the high line. That was a very tricky section to make around. Now he's got some room to move. Gets a quick top turn there, eyeing up the section.
He will challenge that one.
So yeah, he'd waited for some scoring opportunity on that wave for quite a while. He wasn't going to waste it, and took advantage of that end section.
But you can see how far down he is now, and look at that current. And he challenged that inside section. Now he's on the inside, and that current's just grabbed him. But his local knowledge, he knows where to paddle out. He knows where he needs to be to get back out there. There's a few deep spots where you can sit and get a change of direction, wait for a little shot, and then get right back out there.
Also, this year, the sand has changed. Swell direction's a little bit different. And for what we're seeing right now, I'm still calling that half the sweep of what we saw on finals day last year.
Yep, and that second wave of monos comes in at a 5.33. It's actually his third wave, but it comes in at a 5.33, and that'll get a little bit of distance between him and the field. Massa started out real quick, and he's looking to replace that 2.0. Mono's already replaced that low score, the 1.90, real quick.
There we got Bradley from the First Nations lifeguards. We have, they've come down and they've donated one of their rescue skis, probably the hottest looking piece of equipment that we have down here, that has rescue board racks on top of it, and also big pontoons that keeps the thing upright in this gnarly surf.
You can see everybody got kind of caught on the inside right there by this set that came through. Nobody could kind of get on it. Everybody, I can't tell, maybe that's the heat, the next heat it looks like might be paddling out. And here comes Mono. Down the line, gets caught behind the white water, really wants that section out in front of there. He sees all that scoring opportunity, finally catches up to it, still has some good speed, sets up for this nice little smack right here at the end. So he knows, took him all the way inside the bay, says, hey man, if I'm coming all the way in here, I got to challenge this. So that comes in at 5.33.
Yeah, that section was really tough to get around. You saw him bringing his head up to the front of the nose of his kneeboard, really getting that push down on the nose, flatten out, driving across, and keeping that rail all the way across a really tough section. Most surfers would have just dipped out and given up.
That's where the local knowledge kicks in. He knows if I can get one good stamp, he's got a decent score. So it was worth it, I guess, for him. He's right back out there, out in the lineup right now, waiting for another set to come through. It looks like a little push is coming through right now. Awesome drone shots right now. Got the jet ski out there. Got jet ski support. You can really see the back shot of how it comes in off of this little corner, and how that right-hander just reels down into the bay. Yeah. These are some really beautiful drone shots we're getting here.
We can see the positioning also with Michael Foti and Massa. Massa was the last one to get a wave, so I believe Michael Foti would have the higher priority at the moment. John McLean would have had first priority, but it looks like he's already gone. So I'm guessing at the moment yellow's got first priority, second priority be white. So Massa has to sit out there and basically wait for Michael Foti to take off on something before he can choose the wave he wants.
All right. And there we got Red Dog Wheatley.
Yep, Red Dog.
Expect to see an exciting heat right here. When this one finishes, there's another semifinal of the Neal division, and it's going to be good.
Red Dog's been riding two different boards throughout this competition, and it's looking like he's on Old Faithful from last year. Two different boards. One was in epoxy construction, and sometimes you get that ultra light board, you got that offshore wind, and it takes your board out the back. And so using a little heavier equipment, possibly to deal with these wind conditions. But beautiful condition. It's really polishing out with this offshore. And I guess we have a little more shove of tide to come in, but it probably won't move too much more from where we're at right now.
As we see the day go on, there's Sponge Williams for the next heat. You know, he's frothing right now to get out there. And kind of in the beginning of this heat, I was saying I can't wait to see what Sponge does. Here comes Yellow.
Yeah, Michael Foti. Nice. Puts the hand out, starts that axis of the turn, engages the reel for a nice carve. Gets a quick snap, staying close to that energy there. And we're seeing just in that deep section right there, we saw that with Massa as well. Deep water, flatter section, the wind energy coming off, pushing in the opposite direction. It's just going to beat the energy of the wave pushing you forward. So.
Yeah, and you got to be real selective there, and you got to make sure that you have the power, you know, the speed. Michael with a nice turn right here, though. Nice drop arm turn. Gets back into the speed of it. Gets back up into that top third of the wave. Does another little turn. Tries to challenge that, but just doesn't have enough. You can see how on the left-hand side of that wave going left, it just got fat right there on the inside.
Yeah, also when they're dealing with that section, having to stay on the lower half of the wave to make sure you don't get blown over the back is also navigating your line and predicting that it's going to go a little bit flatter in that deep section is going to be important.
You can also see that there's a lot of water moving on the inside. You can look at the water and see that's drifting into the bay. It's streaming into the bay. So when you get caught on that inside section, it really is just going to sweep you down.
Yeah, also when you got waves coming off of a shallow bank, often in the deep section, you get rip currents that get kind of created. And so you'll have that energy draining off and then starting to suck back out into sea. So you could have that energy also working against you, trying to go the other direction while you're trying to keep on the wave.
Yep. But as the tide drops down, we're going to see the waves that are fat on the inside really start to deliver as it gets more shallow. And those sections are going to start standing up and screaming across those little banks. And you're going to see more scoring opportunities, and you're going to see longer rides.
Yeah, the other thing is you get shallow water with this offshore direction, and all that can happen is the wave will come barreling through. That's going to open it up. And as that wave's trying to break in the shallow water, the wind's going to be holding that lip up and create some nice tube rides. And we look forward to seeing some of our riders getting some barrels as well. Mono calling out for situation. Definitely a little bit harder to hear the beach announcement with these windy conditions, also with this increased swell. So as far as the beach commentary, it's going to be tricky to keep them in the know with priority, with their time remaining, and also who's been moving up and who's moving down in a third and fourth.
Yeah, Michael Foti's second wave comes in at a 3.67, so that holds him in third place. But top two are going to advance out of here into a final, so you don't want to be that guy that's at the bottom, half of this heat. You want to have one of those mid to high scores like that 6.67 Moss is holding on to. He's got 6 minutes left to kind of make a move and get a better second score on the board and replace that 2.10. Moss has caught in 3 waves. Everybody's caught in at least 1 wave. Mono's got 3, Moss's got 3, Michael Foti's got 2. So everybody's kind of catching, kind of feeling their way around this heat. There's not a lot of waves being caught, even though there's a lot of waves coming through the bay. Everybody's kind of trying to get their footing right now on this tide and what this little new swell, this new push, this big push that we got overnight is going to be doing.
Yeah, plus just having to be selective and making sure that you don't take something without scoring potential that just drags you down the beach. And so time is of the essence at the moment as we're down to our last 5 minutes. I think that was Massa. Is that white?
Looks like Massa, and then longboarder in the area. Yeah, that was Massa in the foreground. There he is, trying to make the most of this one. Redirects. That looked like a completed maneuver. Kind of hard to see on the cam, the where we're seeing it. So hopefully we'll get a good replay of that one. Maybe it replaces the 2.10. I'm not sure.
Not the most stoked-looking body language at the end of that ride. You can see kind of threw his head up, kind of, oh, man, I wanted that last one possibly. We'll see what happens with that score. As Chuck was saying, we hadn't seen a good majority of that wave as he was kind of stuck between waves from our beach angle.
No problem.
Here we go. So, yeah, that's him not only taking a wave, but also trying to kind of migrate back. He may be planning to kind of move up the beach.
Yeah, I think this is more of a strategic move just to kind of not get sucked down the bay. Kind of, you don't really go left right here. So it looks like he's just trying to get into a better position as far as paddling back out. And here's the beginning of that wave. He takes off in the white water. He's kind of caught behind the section. He fights through it. You can see it starts to rebuild. It almost gives him some open face. Finally, he catches up to it, and he gets up into that top third of the wave, makes a direction change. So I think that they're going to count that as a completed maneuver, even though we're kind of it's kind of skipping right there. But
yeah, that was a similar section that similar whitewash section that Mono had fought on his wave, although Mono's gave him a little more juice. As we speak of the man, nice big roundhouse cutback off the bottom, keeping really tight with the section there, keeping in the pocket, making sure he doesn't get too far out in front of it with this offshore. And beautiful rhythm, just rail to rail to rail all the way through that inside section. Really liking this one. And roundhouse back in, and he is in a good position to try and get that inside reform. And that will be the end of the line. But that was definitely more maneuvers on that wave than we've seen in his previous wave. So
that's the one he's waiting for the backup. He's like, you know what, there's 2.5 minutes left. Look for him to probably just call it. I don't think he's going to come back out there. He's looking at it and saying, you know what, let me just wait for this score and see if I want to call it a day.
Exactly. So we saw him go for it.
Out the back, nice cut back into the power. So rail to rail, another nice cut back, rail to rail. Mono staying in the power, draws that one out even a little bit farther, gets that one back. So he's got 4 cutbacks right there. Then he just hits this, boom, nice little float. Comes back again with another cutback. Just staying in the juice of the wave. Redirects, goes left, tries to get the milk as much as he can out of that. And that one is going to come in at an excellent 8.33, Ben.
There you go. Yeah, and we had seen him outside having some struggles with hearing the situation. So at the end of that wave, he kind of sat in there, let the judges do their thing. And just as you were saying, you want to hear what the scores are while he's inside and get that audio signal from the beach commentator. And also hear how much time's remaining to see if he even has time to make it back to the top
right.
point.
So, yeah, going excellent. Mono, the local knowledge towards the end of the heat. Kind of just cruised through that heat. There was really no pressure. Kind of just sat and waited for what he knew was going to come, made the most of it. And as we see the tide dropping, we're going to see those conditions clean up. We're going to see these conditions get a little bit better as far as those waves on the inside and those connectors and the length of ride and kind of the stand-up instead of the mush, instead of the slow fat part. It's going to start standing up and reeling across that next little spot.
One thing I was going to point out that I think you'd like after what we saw in the morning is now that we're about probably 40 minutes from the max high tide, I think the tide's kind of settled in now. We're not seeing that surge with 10 wave sets back to back as much. They're actually able to get some breathing room. We have a little bit of room between the sets now. So I think just that back to back to back surf this morning that we had a lot to do with that last surge of the tide.
Right. So, well, there you go. Mono with his daughter Takara talking strategy, saying, you should have paddled there, Dad.
Yeah, I think he should be pretty happy with those scores at the moment as we hear the buzzer for the end of that heat. Got another one of these Neil heats coming up to see who is going to be in the final with what looks pretty pretty confidently to say Massa and Mono
Moving forward.
and we will see who will join them, determine on how they surf in the next heat. We're going to take a quick break. A lot more action to come up here on finals day, so stick with us. Welcome back, friends. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. We have a live action ride by Red Dog Wheatley. That will be the first wave of this second heat. And we've just moved into our Neil heat number 2 on finals day. This is Ben Way, joined in the booth by Charles Chucka Webb. And we've seen some nice action showing what's to come.
Yeah, beautiful wave right here. Red Dog with a nice cutback upon taking off, staying kind of in the section, having to bounce around, but another nice tail turn right there. Just throwing out some spray on that first one. Second one was kind of just to check to get back in the power section. Now, he didn't really get a great opportunity on open face. That will come in at a 6.83, a really nice score nonetheless. Sponge apparently had already thrown up a 3.50. So those first 2 waves ridden, Red Dog kind of saying, hey, I'm here too. And it looks like this might be Sponge.
Yeah, Sponge looking for some speed here. Whips it back, stays close to the pocket. You can see that one wasn't providing as much energy as he wanted. Looked like he was kind of saving up, looking to see if that thing would have any scoring potential, and it didn't work out as well as Red Dog. So, yeah, we're starting to see things settle down a little bit. We had pumping storm surf this morning. This offshore's come through, smoothed some things out. We also had the surging incoming tide, which was bringing that swell in that much stronger. And now it looks like things are starting to settle into position. But that's also going to mean that these guys need to be a little more selective in getting those high-scoring waves.
Looks like somebody down the beach. Can't quite tell what color that is right yet.
That looks like Joshy.
Joshy Bogle.
Josh Bogle on his opening wave, starting in a different zone there. And this is really locking it to a steep section in the shore break. And he has a ton of speed flying through this inside section. Very well read. One of the longer rides we've seen of the whole morning. And he's still getting fed some transition on the bottom of that one. And he's not done yet. Joshy locked into a beautiful screamer across the sandbar on that one.
Very long ride for Joshy. A lot of rail work there, coming back and forth, up and down on the wave. Looking forward to the replay on that one. Joshy's going to be real happy. And you can see once you get on the inside, you can see how quickly he's getting swept down the beach.
Yeah, Joshy coming from Hawaii is used to currents, he's used to pumping swell.
So he gets this little reform. You can see it stands up right there. Nice little check turn right there. Another nice little check turn right there. Joshy with another one. Good rail work by Josh Bogle right there. Just coming down the line, trying to wait for that reform. Just getting a little bit more for length of ride right there. That is part of the scoring criteria. So he's saying, look, as long as I'm going, I'm still accumulating fractions of scores.
Yeah, another thing I noticed with Joshy is he's brought his equipment from home. He rides the Kazuma surfboards from Matt Kinoshita, and he's got this kind of longer round pintail, quite different than the boards that you see Red Dog and Thuelen on. And so able to really take advantage of that long rail line and just drive across that whole all of those steep sections to link up all the power spots on that wave, where Sponge and Red Dog would have to work a little bit harder. They wouldn't have that glide and that long line that his board will give.
Yeah, the pintail is a lost art. Here we go. White dropping in.
Yeah, White. So he looked like he got a good smack off of that takeoff. So that was already a turn coming down the face in the pocket. Stomping across this one, he can tell that he can hit that little bogle section right there we just had where it starts to stand up again. And there we go, steepening up, giving a nice little critical section to hook it under the pocket. So definitely two critical turns on that wave.
Red Dog said, I'm going to go back inside. That comes in at a 5.03. Sponge, in the meantime, put up a 4.50. So frantic work going on the inside here. You can see how quickly the tide's dropping out. Or actually, it's still filling in. Sorry about that. I think it drops out at 9:30.
Someone who else has a nice round pin is Terry. Terry on his way up there. That board's been working great in the small conditions. Today it looks even better for that board.
You know who else has a rounded pin?
You do.
That's right, baby. Got a rounded, really nice pintail on my wave ski. It's pivotal. A lot of skis have just a big rounded end. For me, my ski's a little bit different than a your standard wave ski with a bigger, more volume at the back end. Dave Dahm has designed me more of just like a sit-on-top surfboard with a lot of V, and that pintail really enables you to get rail to rail a lot easier in this kind of down the line surf as well.
Yeah, there's such a variety of different craft that these guys can get their hands on, and everyone, well, the shapers for everyone can really get in there and tune in the equipment for the way they ride, the way they put pressure on the board.
Wow.
And also, here we go, Red. Zooming across, you can see it's a foamy one, but it does have a big steep section on it. That was a nice hook there, and just closing out on the end section. So already we're losing that kind of fat water that we saw during Mono's heat.
Right, and that beautiful ride from Josh Bogle all the way into the bay gets him a 7.17, close to an excellent score. He'll be really happy with that. Joshy's got another, 18 minutes, 16 minutes to get another one. Here comes Sponge screaming down the line, just getting up into the pocket, doing a nice top turn right there. Kind of almost a little cutback down carve. Not sure what he's getting for that. Looks like that score will come in.
That's Naomichi Katsukura. He'll be out in the above knee stand division in just a moment.
So it looks like Sponge's score comes in at a 3.80. So he's going to want to better that. Here's Joshy on the inside.
Yep, navigating his way over this deep spot. You can see just keeping calm and cool, letting that board glide through. And now he's going to get a little more aggressive as this wave stands up through the inside. Watching that section there.
Joshy giving us a hands up, saying, hey, baby, Stoked on this little ride.
I think that's Toby Begg.
That looked like blue.
And zapping out the back. Spongy hooks it, goes right into a float. Definitely one of the better combinations we've seen Sponge do in this heat. Just a much faster rhythm, higher pace between those maneuvers.
So the thing about Sponge's wave selection right now is he's picking on those shorter rides where you're going to get one or two banks in. Hopefully he's hoping that those big impactful maneuvers right here, nice cutback, a lot of spray right there. This one, another nice cutback. Sponge going to be happy with this ride. A third big smashing cutback right there. Gets up into the foamy part of it for a fourth one, and then gets up there for that floater. So we didn't see that first part of the wave. So that is going to come in at an excellent 9.83, Ben. Sponge is going to be super stoked on that. That was as close to a 10 as you're going to get.
Yeah, we'd missed those first couple on the live feed. First turn, he actually drifted the fins out, and then we had this go on.
Joshy on the inside, just doing a couple little direction changes. He wants to get a second score on the board, so he cuts back into the power right there. Another little bottom turn up onto the face of the wave. Doesn't challenge that little spot. He thinks, look, I don't got enough speed to really get up on that. That comes in at a 4.33. As it sits right now, though, Sponge with a 9.83 throws up a 14.33 two-wave score. Red Dog right behind him with a 6.83 and a 5.03 for an 11.86. Joshy just needs a really good second wave. He's got that 4.33 and a 7.17. He's in third place with an 11.50. And Toby Begg has a single wave score of a 2.67. So he's going to want to start getting a little bit busier as he's seeing these guys put up these bigger scores. We've got a 9 on the board, we've got a 7 on the board, and we've got a high 6.83 on the board. So Joshy's getting run down the beach by the all-star heroes of High Fives and the crew here. That's Jeff Robertson, and that's Iggy from High Fives, just throwing it down the beach with the boys. Joshy is a High Five athlete, so he is here representing the High Fives Foundation and his own foundation as well. So,
yeah, one thing to point out is as we saw Josh on his first wave, a lot bigger, a lot longer wave, much more of a steep section. That seemed to be really catering to that long round pin. Last one was a little bit more open face, a little slower, and you could see the stability of the board was kind of inhibiting too much direction change.
Right.
We had Llewellyn's on like a wing squash tail, Red Dog's on like a wing swallowtail. But Llewellyn and Red Dog are able to really hook in those little slow spots where a round pin wouldn't fit.
Right.
And then they wouldn't be able to get that drive across those long sections that Josh is from the pintail. So it's amazing how wave to wave, the choice of equipment is becoming really important as far as the maneuvers go.
Right. Sponge just throwing 4 big ripping cutbacks on that one, throwing a lot of water, and then getting that nice little float at the end. So the judges giving a big reward for length of ride on that. We only saw on the first go of it, we only saw the last part of it, so it looked like it was just kind of a foamy short wave, but on the replay it was a really nice one. There's the first cutback right there, a lot of spray. Second cutback, lot of spray. Open face on here. Third cutback, lot of spray, and then he just throws the tail right there, and another little foamy float right there. Really nice change of direction, rail work, spray, getting the fins sliding. A lot of nice work there from Sponge.
Plus, from to the untrained eye, you could see 3 similar turns, but each one he had a little different variety in his approach. First one, the fins actually broke out, making it a little more radical, a little more risky, and to be able to drift your fins and re-engage them and keep a flow and connect the maneuvers that closely is also part of the judging criteria. They judge them on the speed, power, and flow, and that fits into the flow criteria of not having any dead space between those maneuvers. As we watch Toby Begg getting some speed across here. Of course, Toby's, I think this is his first competition. He was here just as a spectator last year, and here he is amongst some of the world's best in the field.
And that was White, Red Dog Wheatley, giving a nice turn right there, and then just deciding to just cut out and get out the back so he can get right back into the lineup. Try to get something with a little bit more length. We didn't really get to see the top of that wave, so we'll see if there was anything more to that on the replay.
Yeah, so you can see rolling in there, long section, hooks it, banks it off the whitewash, and yeah, just that one single turn, saving himself the paddle. It looks like we have a little bit of mix of swell direction as well. We have those ones that are sort of bending at them. That was one of those ones, and then we have the other ones that are really starting at the top of the point and stretching. So,
right.
So those ones that are coming at you, it's just going to be a lot more energy coming into that end section. If you don't have the speed to deal with it, the wave's going to get the better half of you.
There you have contest director Lou. You got on the right-hand side, and then you got Adam Land, head of water support, and then you got Russell Kim coming out from Access Surf Hawaii. He will be a key part of the second stage of the AASP World Championship Tour, brought to you by Visit Oceanside. So everybody making their way to here. And it looks like a little push coming through. Ginger Deb coming in and supplying us with some great food. She's working hard here, and we will have her daughter Stevie in the booth very soon as well. But these guys got just under 9 minutes left. We've got some good scores. I think everybody's looking for just a better second, supporting score. Sponge with a high score of a 9.83, but his second score is kind of a mid-range 4.50. Red Dog's got that 6.83, and then he's got kind of a mid-range 5.03. And Joshy's got that 7.17, and then he's got kind of a mid-range 4.33. So everybody's just kind of got that mid-second score, You
can see Michael Foti kind of reviewing the live and trying to check out his scores there.
Looks like we're getting a little push with some bumps coming in. Looks like Sponge is trying to get up the point. Yeah. See from behind, there's just some nice little wrappers coming in. Oh, everybody getting caught on the inside of this big one.
Does look a lot more under control than what we saw when we first came down here.
Yeah. When I first came this morning, I was like, uh-oh, this is going to get messy real quick. But it looks like it's cleaned up real nice. The offshore winds are helping it. This tide dropping is going to be, I think these guys didn't expect the tide to be dropping out as quick. Or is this still filling in? I keep saying it's dropping, but I think it's still filling in until 9:30.
Yeah, we've only got about 20 to 30 minutes more of the tide coming in, but it's up at that top of the curve, so it's not really going to move much until it starts going out just around 10 o'clock hour. But 7 o'clock, and this is the most space that we've seen between sets, so you can see that ocean energy starting to kill. So yeah, we're right up there at the top. It's not really coming up any more than this. It just kind of stays high and then drops down.
About 9:20 it'll start dropping out, 9:25.
That's the reason that these guys are able to take a breath between waves, which we didn't see at all during Mono's heat, and even less when we first got down here in the morning. So 8:30, this is as we start to have our competitors kind of line up all in the top of the point. This is where priority is going to come into play a little bit more, and the priority at these moments when you're needing a score, you'd always love to have that higher priority. We just zoomed past the priority panel, which it showed Llewellyn Sponge is at the top of the pick. There we have Nick Pearson, Zippy, and his panel of judges. And the head judge will have communication with the jet skis out there. Sometimes if the riders are too far out to really visually see who had gotten into the primary takeoff zone first, they'll use the jet skis vision for determining the priority situation.
So it looked like Sponge and Red Dog kind of paddling out towards some of these nicer lines coming on the outside. No takers right now. You can see some of those are cresting right now. No takers. Sponge kind of looking at this one. I think everybody's kind of on the wrong side of the peak right here.
Red Dog also has to wait for Sponge to go, as Sponge has the higher priority. So
correct.
White might see a couple that he's frothing on, but
Llewellyn's going to have first pick of the crop there.
Yeah, if he's within reach of Sponge, you want to avoid any kind of priority interference. As we have Toby on a good one. Like this compared to his earlier one, he's getting a lot more speed, getting his head up over the nose there and really accelerating through that midsection. So 5 minutes remaining, and there you can kind of see the stretch of the point there. So red and white, Sponge and Red Dog are just in between Tomo's Rock and the Pass. We'll see it move out even more. And there we have Annie Goldsmith. She is charged up for the Pron assist. Slap in the water. She is a little bundle of energy, and looking forward to seeing them out getting some action. Beautiful conditions from what we're seeing. And red and white really kind of staying glued together. It looks like they've kind of locked on that is the spot on the bar that gives you the highest scoring potential. And Sponge basically making Red Dog wait. So as soon as Sponge takes a wave, I figure we'll be seeing Red Dog right behind.
Yep. And they're just waiting for that good one to come through that's going to go bend all the way into the bay, give them both opportunities to make good scoring maneuvers on the wave. It looks like everybody's kind of waiting for those ones that they know that can give them some rail work and go from the top to the bottom, you know.
The other thing is the time remaining. If they do latch onto a long one, it's probably going to be one of the last waves of the heat, unless they just spin around and take something in the middle on the way back out. As we see, Red Dog under priority. You saw Sponge just sitting there, so Sponge didn't give a paddle. That means Red Dog has can take a wave under priority, the lower priority position, just to kind of take a chance there. Definitely not one of the better waves, but you could see Sponge had no interest in that wave. Just let Red Dog go ahead. Got one quick one there, but there's some of those ones that start too deep in the peak and don't meet that stretch.
Right, or
that was one of them.
Or they run into the next section, which is already chandeliering down. So as the tide goes down, you're going to see some of the conditions change, and then we have this guy, local paddleboarder coming through the contest area.
The cruel.
And then you got Sarah Gibson freaking out a little bit, going, dude, what are you doing in there?
The cruel Oceanside locals used to call them the janitors of the sea.
Right, the sweepers.
Just sweeping it away. And
Yep.
Here we go, White, Red Dog, Wheatley. Nice bang off that top section. This one's definitely working out a lot better than that previous wave. This is getting that stretch.
Sponge out the back, it looks like, too.
Yeah, if that was Sponge out the back, looks like he got stuck behind the section. However, short ride, he'll be able to zip back out there and gain his first priority before Red Dog gets out there.
It's not a paddle priority, though. It's first to take off, goes last in line.
But the person who gets back to the primary takeoff position first is going to get it, aren't they?
No, this isn't a paddle priority. It's a first to take off goes to fourth priority.
All right.
So that, and the reason that is because in different divisions, you have, obviously you have a water team in the assist division.
Yeah.
So you have and in the wave ski division, we have different levels of ability of paddling. So in different divisions, you're going to have guys that have the ability to get out there faster. Their team might have a better swimmer to get out there faster, so it creates more of a competitive advantage. Here you have Red Dog Wheatley just making rail-to-rail work. You can kind of see Sponge out the back, getting caught behind that one. Both of them kind of faded out, but we'll see what that one for Red Dog does not replace his 5.03. It's a 4.67, and for Sponge out the back, it was a 2.33. So right now, priority is going to lie with the person that's not taken off on the wave the longest, which I think is going to be with Joshy. So Joshy should be in priority right now. Since red has taken one, white has taken one, and blue had taken one. So now I'm not sure what that's going to look like. 44 seconds left. Sponge is just saying, you know what, it is what it is. I got what I got. I got a 9, and I got a 4.50. So as it looks right now, your final is going to be Mark Mono Stewart, Masafumi Kobayashi, and it's going to be Sponge Llewellyn Williams and Red Dog Wheatley, unless somebody can pull something out, unless Joshy can get a better second wave and bump himself up there. But Sponge is going to be happy with that excellent 9-point score.
I like what Sponge did, though, with the, well, there we go. Joshy, this is going to be the last chance, buzzer beater.
We didn't see the first part of the wave, so this could be a factor. Joshy, if he can get something in, if he can get that connection, and he does to the inside. So let's see what this is. He thinks he might have the score. I'm not sure exactly what he needs. He needs a 4.69 to advance. That's not very much.
So he'd come off the bottom here.
Nice.
Hooked it in the pocket, staying nice with the energy there. Gets a little top turn there. Driving across. And there's where we caught up, where
Joshy could change the situation here. Joshy could change the situation. He needs a 4.69. We want to see what this score comes through at and see if Joshy advances to the final.
So, Toby, great first event for him. He's got a bright future in this community.
Joshy's going to be stoked on this heat. Can he squeak through? Let's see. He needs a 4.69. And he's stoked. I don't know what it is yet. It hasn't dropped, but it sounds like yes, he sounds like he heard it on the beach. So let's see what it drops as. We haven't seen it yet.
I was going to say, Josh is always a bright and spunky character either way. Part of that could have been him just being Joshy.
Oh, well, it looks like they say that's a 3.80. So I'm not sure if we missed a wave.
I think that's just him reacting to cheers on the beach.
Okay, okay.
So that wraps up our second heat of finals day. We have a Red Dog working his way in, discussing some things. So we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back in just a moment with more action. Stick with us.
UDC started over 25 years ago, and it was always the purpose that people with a disability live a life that they truly love, and it's about making choices in their own life and having independence. UDC do things a bit differently. We believe in person-led approach. We don't believe that the person should be in the middle, surrounded and smothered by support. We believe that they should stand at the front of their support and lead their lives in their way. And I think that's what makes us a little bit different.
Back to the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships. There you got Sponge Llewellyn Williams, who just scored a 9.83. So he will be advancing to the finals of the Neil division. And he is super stoked. The boys on the beach giving him congratulations. He can't believe that he scored that. So the next heat that you have is the second of a round robin of the above knee stand. You've got Colin Cook, you've got Naomichi Katsukura, you've got Chris Blows, and you've got Terry McGrath. Looks like some action's already happened. I'm joined in the box here with Stevie Ginger. How you doing, Stevie?
I'm doing so good, Chaka. Absolutely pumped for a sick day of waves for the finals. How about you?
It looks super fun. I can't lie. I was a little concerned earlier coming down to the beach, seeing Maine Beach at about 6 to 8 foot, just bombing. But right here in the corner, we're pretty protected. Here we got White, Colin Cook on his backhand. Colin from Hawaii, dropping down, racing that section, giving it a good go.
So that was his 3.17, right? His first wave. Just opening up his account for the day.
So they surfed the first round on Thursday, and it looked like Colin Cook had an 8.33 and a 6.0. So you're going to take your top two scores from both of these rounds. You can have a top score from, like Colin's got an 8.33 from Thursday and a 6.0. Those are going to be hard to beat. So if he doesn't replace those with the scores today, those will be the scores that he rides on right now. It looks like Naomichi Katsukura is trying to replace a 4.53 and a 3.67. Everybody else has a few low scores, 2.50 for Chris and a 2.53. And Terry's trying to replace a pair of 7s. It looks like Terry had an interference, so that will come into play.
And we are coming up to top of the tide soon. In about an hour, 9:53, we've got a 1.7 metre high tide. So we can see that starting to play out in the waves there, just filling it out a little bit. You can see our man Planko on the jet ski just behind the athletes there. A little bit of a lull.
The conditions really cleaned up, though, overnight. Yesterday was was basically unsurfable. Super gnarly onshore, what they call the devil winds here.
Yes, exactly. We ever see a wind from the north is a bad time in Byron Bay.
Yeah, so we want those southerly winds or the easterly southerlies. Is that correct?
Anything. That's Terry McGrath's family there cheering him on. Vibes are high down on the beach there, just tucked in behind Tomo's rock. Loving it. Yeah, back to the winds. We want anything with south in it is going to be a little bit offshore here. It was meant to be a west-northwest, but the winds have turned. And here we go, Colin Cook on one. It's a beautiful wave. Look at the beautiful face there. Pulls it back into the wash. Just staying nice and tight in that pocket, staying close because it does fatten out there as you get into that little bit of a gutter. Holds onto it. But sees there's nothing left on that wave to make potential, as we see surfer in red, Naomichi, just pulls off at the back there.
So again, they're trying to replace some scores from Thursday. Colin's trying to replace a 6.0 on the low end. So this might help him right here on the call right here. Nice cut back into the power, challenging the top third of the wave. Another change of direction right there, staying in the pocket. Colin giving this one a go with a third cut back. He realizes it's starting to die out a little bit, so he says, you know what, let me cut out the back and get out the back. Here goes Naomichi getting up, doing a nice bottom turn, nice change of direction back into the power and falling. So this is the above knee stand. So if you have a single above knee amputation, In Naomichi's case, both of his legs are affected. And there you have Barbie Garcia from Mexico. She's in the women's kneel division. That's Iggy carrying her board, and that's Jeff Robertson just hooking her out the back.
She looks focused. She looks ready.
She had a really good heat earlier in the week, so this will be her second of a round robin. And this looks like Terry McGrath getting almost up on that one. Had a lot of speed going into that. Couldn't quite get up there, so this will probably not even factor in. Colin Cook does replace his 6.0 from Thursday with a 6.17. Slight increase, but any increase is good.
Yeah, absolutely, Chaka. And we can see Nothing Gully out the back there. The Japanese crew. Always a good time with these guys. So stoked, so happy to be here. Such nice people.
So as the tide drops out, we're going to see more conditions increase, but we're still on the high side of this tide, so it's going to be pushing for another 45 minutes or something like that, but still getting some good surf coming in, getting some opportunities, and every once in a while one connects on the inside for one of those better scores.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely going to be coming down to wave selection today. Whether the athletes can get on the absolute maximizing potential. Here we go, Naomichi replay. Oh, just comes unstuck there.
Quick up and down for Naomichi. He's trying to replace a mid-4 and a 5. Here's Terry trying to get up on that one. Doesn't get any real open face opportunity. Sees the open face here, tries to get to his feet, gets up, but just kind of cuts out the back. So that's not really going to be a factor right there for Terry in blue. Got 15 minutes left. Barbie on the jet ski out the back, taking the escalator ride.
How good. That's what we want to see. Do you think you'll try and jump on the back of the ski?
I have taken some ski rides. We were in Costa Rica at Boca Barranca for 2 years.
Nice.
So those long lefts take you all the way around. You need a ski ride back. So Chuck Patterson and the boys, Kyle Marty out there, came out to Costa Rica for a couple years, helped us out with the jet skis, courtesy of High Fives Foundation. So we just want to throw a huge shout out to Roy and High Fives. We love you, buddy. We miss you. Hopefully you're shredding it up on the slopes right now. So Roy unfortunately couldn't make it here. He's got a lot of awesome things happening with High Fives, and they're in the mountains right now skiing. So you'll see some social media about that. But here we go with blue, Terry McGrath up and riding. Terry getting a nice little groove on this one, cutting back into the power of the wave, kind of dies down on that inside section.
Yeah, it just hits that little bit deep channel of water there and dies out, unfortunately.
Looks a little messy on the inside there.
And who is that?
That is Emma Dieters.
Emma Dieters. And is that Sam Bloom? No.
That Emma Dieters is in white, in yellow. Yeah. So that is Victoria Pendergrass in yellow, and Emma Dieters in white. Excuse me, I had a little mixed up there. Looks like the girls have already been out in the water.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on here?
They're so pumped. They're getting ready to go out, I believe, in the next heat.
Colin Cook in white. Colin cutting back right there. Riding this one on the inside, looking for that connector, trying to get it to stand up. If he can get past that, he gets a nice little bonus section on the inside here and length of ride. He got it to connect. Doesn't challenge it. He is still looking to replace an 8.83 and that 6.0. Colin had, an 8.33 on Thursday. So he did increase his score line, dropping that 6.0 with the 6.17, but he sure would like to top that 8.33.
As we go into the replay of Colin's last wave there, nice little roundhouse back into the wash. Staying in full control of the board Little bit bumpy on the inside there, as we can see. Yeah, just trying to stay with the wave.
So he drops his 6.17 for a 6.23. So he's inching away at it. He's gained a 0.23 from that 6.0 that he had on Thursday, so a quarter of a point almost. Anything helps when you are trying to win a championship here.
Absolutely. As we did see in the Aussie titles, we saw, we saw Kai Collis just pip by 0.03. It all comes down to those few points.
Every little chip counts.
Yep.
Here comes Terry getting to his feet on a nice little shoulder right here. Nice bottom turn, staying up in the section. He's got that kind of classic old longboard style. He says, you know what, I'm just going to dip out here. He could see it was getting kind of fat on the inside and just kind of saved himself a little bit of work.
Yeah, you could see it kind of doubling up on the inside. Sometimes when the tide is coming in, you do get a bit of bounce and a bit of cross waves from bouncing off the rocks. So, nice turn though. Really nice bottom turn. Really in the pocket. But yeah, just sees the end of that wave and pulls out. Shows the judges that he knew what he was doing and he chose to finish the wave there.
Yep. So that looks like it comes in at a 2.73 for Terry.
And
see the jet skis screaming across. Ready to give assistance.
yeah, it will be really interesting with our Pron Assist heats today. We will have plenty of people in the water, keeping our athletes safe.
And there's Victoria Pendergast in yellow, getting ready with the water crew. We got Liam there from Surf Gimp. Got high fives there. Got everybody pitching in.
Hearing the laughs, loving it, loving the happiness down there with everybody as well. It's always such a good time with this crew.
Making sure that Victoria gets in the water safely, can get past the impact zone and out into the lineup, kind of waiting for this heat to end. It's got just under 10 minutes left in this heat. Colin Cook with a 6.17 on the board and a 6.23. Now this is the second round of a round robin. They are trying to replace scores from Thursday. So Colin had an 8.33 on Thursday and a 6.0. He did replace that 6.0. Naomichi Katsukura getting to his feet on this nice little screamer. Nice rail turn right there. He's going to get up and, oh, man, if he makes that, we're talking a nice score. He's going to like that. Nonetheless, he's got a 2.60 and a 3.23, so he's going to hope to better that. But that was a nice little corner there, Stevie, with a lot of speed on it.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a beautiful wave. Gets to his feet. Lots of face in front of him there. Nice turnaround. He sees it. He comes up. And the judges are going to love that for the commitment at least. You know?
Yeah, I think that if he makes that, though, that's going to be a monster number for him. It comes in at a 4.07, so that increases his score line a little bit. And Naomichi is your current AASP world champion in this division, so he's trying to defend a title. And here comes Terry McGrath. Gets up to his feet. Nice little fade cut back to the section, to the power. Sees it standing up. Kind of closes out on him, and he just dives into it and says, let's go.
Hits the eject button on that one. I wonder what that is going to come in. Surely it would be better than his 2.23. What do you think, Chucka?
I mean, it was a little bit of a bigger wave, and it gave him a little bit of scoring opportunity right here on the corner. A little fade cutback. I think that's going to be even more than just that score that was on the board right there. And he gets up into this section right here and just says, let me call it a day. But he did have a nice little fader cutback, so
absolutely,
hopefully that might replace that 2.33.
Absolutely.
Or 2.23.
And it looks like there was a little score change just then with Colin Cook.
Well, he's got that 6.17 and that 6.323 still riding.
Still riding.
I think he's only got 2 scores on the board, 2 waves ridden here.
Okay.
So here he goes on his third. He's just kind of staying in the pocket right there.
Sees that it's not going to do too much for him, so he just pulls off, heading back out the back for another one. There is just over 7 minutes remaining, so he's got plenty of time.
You can see all this power coming in, all these little lines coming in, pushing in. We didn't have a great day on day one, filled in a little bit on day two. Here is Red, Naomichi going up and down. Day three came down here to Tomos, kind of got nice surf on the drop of the tide, and then we had a massive weather front move in yesterday, so we took the day off. And today we've got a little bit of swell, nice increase in the swell size, and great conditions. It looks like it's slightly offshore.
Yep, absolutely. It was meant to be a straight west wind was the forecast, but it's gone southwest, which is the absolute perfect wind for this location. It's just down off Tomos there in the middle of the bay. We love a southwesterly.
So it looks like that ride for Terry comes in at a 2.30. It slightly increases the score line from that 2.23. So it did drop that 2.23 slightly by about 0.7 of a point.
But as we said, it all makes a difference.
Yep, every little bit counts.
Every little thing she does is magic.
Adding some lyrics in on our call here.
Why not?
So conditions cleaned up today. Beautiful day. I think this has been the first day we've had this kind of sun during the contest, which is really nice. I got here really early before the contest, and we had a bunch of sun. And then we had some kind of unpredictable weather kind of rolled in, kind of messed around with our forecast. Our forecast was really beautiful, and then we had this little front kind of come in and kind of give us good and bad, and then good, and then now we got really good. So we can't be more stoked.
No, for sure. I also got here really early and nipped out there for a quick wave before the contest started myself. And yeah, I am frothing for the athletes today because it is so much fun out there.
There we had a shot of Parker Olenek. Parker on the beach as a spectator. Unfortunately did not make it through, but always has a smile on his face, always hard charging, and always traveling with the tour. He's been traveling with the tour for all these pro events, the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championship when he was on the Stoke for Life Junior Surf team. He was a great member of that team for a few years, and now he's in SDSU. He's an Aztec. He's the first adaptive surfer on their surf team there, so congrats for that.
And you can't meet a nicer family. His dad, Kevin, and his mum, Sam, that always got the biggest smile, and Parker as well.
Yeah.
Just always stoked to see you. It's always so nice to run into them, and such a pleasure to have them here every year.
I'm sure you'll see Kevin in the water helping out. We've got just over 4 minutes left in this heat. Everybody's trying to replace some scores from Thursday. Colin has replaced his 6.0 from Thursday. He's got a 6.23 today. He also had an 8.83 or 8.33 on Thursday, so that's going to hold as of right now. I know he would love to replace that with something a little bit higher, but that's a great score to take into the round. And it looks like Terry's going to give this one a go. A lot of speed, gets to his feet, right into a cutback. Got that kind of classic old longboarder style. Trying to get that reform on the inside. He will get that connector on the inside. Some open face. Nice little section here for Terry. Down the line. Gets up into the top third of the pocket right there. Nice wave for Terry McGrath. He's going to be stoked on this. In the waning minutes of the heat. Catches a screamer all the way across. Now, once he goes to his knees and gets back up, no scoring will happen after he gets back up. So he went to his knees, kind of conceded. Here comes Colin on this one. Backside, staying up in the pocket. Colin kind of giving that one a little turn. Fading, knowing that this one's ticking down. He's probably just going to take this in. He knows he's got an 8.33 on the board. He knows he's got that 6.23. He sees the scores right now. He says, you know what? I think I'm just going to come in. I've got 2 minutes left, 2.5 minutes left. Don't know if I'm going to be able to make it out for another score. Here's the replay, Stevie.
Yeah, we've got Terry on that absolute screamer earlier. Gets to his feet and Oh, okay, we're just switching straight out to some live action. Chris blows. Oh, just comes unstuck there. It is a little tricky out there. There is a few bumps and lumps, which make it a little bit tricky to stay with some of the waves there, especially if you are an adaptive surfer.
Yeah, it gets a little tricky in the bumps with the current as well. So once you get on that inside, there's a lot of water movement, especially when it's foamy. Then you get those extra little foam bumps too. But you can see the wind is offshore. You can see there's a lot of water movement on the inside. So not easy conditions, even though when some of those drone shots come through and some of these shots come through, it looks really nice. It is very tricky. There's a lot of water moving on the inside. Those conditions, those offshore conditions, kind of pushing at you, giving you resistance as you're trying to get into the bay. But you can see from behind that right hand point break by all that white water just fading in. Here's Terry, says, you know what, I'm going to call it a day. There's only a minute left on the clock. But man, that last wave of Terry's was great little ride for him.
Absolutely. It was a beautiful wave. You just saw him hit that pocket and just zoom, just hit that speed. And just
so I don't know if that's the 4.03 up on the board. I'm not sure when that came in.
calling
But
it
that
a day.
will, yep. So that was his fourth ride. It comes in at a 4.03. That will replace one of his scores from Thursday. So as it looks right now, Colin Cook is going to take this down with an 8.33 and a 6.23 combined, and he's going to get the win here in Australia at the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships. Colin Cook is your first winner here. You got Naomichi out there still trying to dig for one with 10 seconds left. You never know what he can do right here.
Is he going to go for this one?
I don't think there's anything that he can do to unseat Colin right now, but he's onto his feet before the...
Oh.
Nope, he's on his knees, so that's not going to count. So right now, it looks like Colin Cook is your first finalist to claim a title here at the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships. We'd like to congratulate Colin Cook. You are the champion, brother. Congrats. And you are going to score some points for the first stop. And that's Nachman Balulu, the current ASP champ in the lower below knee stand division. And we will be right back. Please stay with us here at the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships. You're looking at your above knee champion, Colin Cook. We'll be right back.
Every journey is shaped by people, and your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
Welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australia, Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. We've seen some amazing action, and as you can see, it is a picture-perfect finals day here in beautiful Byron Bay. This is Ben Way, joined in the booth by Charles Webb Chaka, and we've seen some of the highest scoring potential as far as the waves, and it just keeps getting better as that tide's just about to start drifting out.
Yep, and the conditions are cleaning up, and we're super stoked to have this opportunity here in Byron with these nice conditions. It looks like we've already got a score on the board from White. That looks like Emma Dieters trying to get up to her knees, not quite able to get up there. Trying to see.
Yeah, so out in the water, Barbara Garcia from Mexico, Emma Dieters just up and riding, and then we have Tori Pendergast in yellow. And things have calmed down a lot. We had the kind of tide surge in our early heats where we had non-stop surf back-to-back, pushing our riders back towards the beach and also bringing them back towards us here at the main infrastructure, the headquarters of this competition. And now things are getting a lot more buttered out, smoothed out by those offshore winds. And we have our riders at the moment up between Tomos Rock and the pass.
So this looks like Barbie Garcia trying to paddle into this one. She's going to get into it. Nice turn right there. Not quite able to stay with it. Barbie is trying to replace a 7.17 and a 4.17 from Thursday. So these girls are going to be trying to replace some scores, or excuse me, from Friday. Sorry, Thursday. They were on Main Beach. So, yeah, Victoria's trying to replace a 4.50 and a 3.67, and Emma Dieters is trying to replace a 2.83 and a 2.50. So these scores will definitely count if they can change the score line right now. And you can see there are some surfers that are kind of drifting into the area. So that's going to be kind of an issue all day, as some of those people that aren't going to be paying attention are going to kind of drift into the area. But these surfers are going to take off regardless. Barbie Garcia on the right. Barbie trying to stay in the pocket on that one, not quite able to do it. She's got a two-wave score of a 3.83. That's not going to factor into her overall. She's trying to replace a 4.67 on the low end that she picked up on Friday, excuse me.
Yeah, we can see on both of her waves that offshore has gotten even more stiff, and you could see really having to work to try and get over that bump and into the face. Looks even stronger than some of our earlier heats, so that's going to become a factor to where we're going to need to try and get those bigger, more powerful waves and stay in the steeper part of the wave to not get blown out the back. And looking at those flags, it looks like it's going the other direction, but as it gets around that hook, it redirects and blows offshore. Nice redirect there. Unfortunately, comes unglued at the end of that maneuver, but she is keeping busy. She's testing out whatever's out there.
That could replace that 4.67. We'll see what happens with that. That was a nice little open face right there that she had. So she did get one nice little turn on it. So let's see what the judges call that. Dropping in, open face. She gets up on the top third, cuts back into the section. I don't know if that's going to be considered complete as far as that rail turn.
So when Chukka says a 4.67, that's from the previous heat that she's bringing
Correct.
over, not the one, nothing on the screen here.
Nope. There was heats Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We skipped Saturday, and we're on here to Sunday. She was on, their first round was Thursday on Main Beach. She has a 7.17 and a 4.67 from that session. Here is Emma Dieters. She's trying to replace a mid-3 and a 3.83 from Thursday.
Reading that one really well, staying with the energy. And anyone who joined us last year remembers that she had switched over from a different classification and reclassified into this Neal division just before the contest. So she was having to test out learning how to get up to her knee and ride in a completely different position, and she's doing really well.
So this is a nice little ride by Emma. Changing direction, catching a little bit of face. Getting a nice little redirect right there. So this will most likely factor in. She's trying to replace that 3.83 from Thursday. And there's the blind division. Aitor Gallo. And you got Kirk Watson. So right there you have the past two-time world champ right there in Aitor and the current AASP world champ in Kirk Watson. And they will be battling for supremacy right here as the first stop of the Visit Oceanside Association of Adaptive Surfing Professional World Championship Tour. These two guys have went back and forth the last 3 years, and let's see what's going to happen. Who's going to strike first blood?
Yeah, and you can see Aitor coming from the Basque Country in Spain, riding the Pucas board shaped by Axel Lorenz, which is a top shaper in all of Europe. And so he's got prime equipment, and Aitor, I believe, has been riding Pucas since before his visual impairment. So he's a long-time rider, long-time well-known pro up in the Basque Country north of Spain since early in his career, where he used to be a coach. But we are seeing at the moment, we'll stick with this heat, we have Barbara Garcia. She comes out of Ensenada, northern Baja, Mexico, just about a couple hours south of where Charles is from.
She is a Stoke for Life ambassador. She is our international female ambassador for Stoke for Life. We have 3 ambassadors right now. 2 of them are international. 1 is from the States. That would be my guy, Shawnee Whitaker. Unfortunately, Shawnee did not make it into the finals here on finals day, but had a talk with him, and he says, man, I'm going to prime up for Hawaii, and he's getting ready. So, and then we also have Nicolas Gallegos from Argentina. Nico unable to make the contest, but he will be in Hawaii. So you will see all 3 Stoke for Life ambassadors in Hawaii.
Yeah, so Emma Dieters, as we did mention, she had switched over from Pron to the Neil division, and in 2022 she was the ISA champ in Pron. So seasoned competitor in a different classification, and she's come a long way since switching divisions. As we watch Tori Pendergast on the inside, nice weight over that nose, keeping that speed through the inside. That will be her first wave.
So through classification, that's where she reclassified. It wasn't a choice. She got a lot of return in her disability, and that gave her a competitive advantage over the people in the prone division. So she moved up, and she's doing great here, man. She's really learning how to surf on her knees, learning how to develop the surfboard and the technique. And she's just saying, you know what, even though, and that's what the classification does, is it makes sure that the playing field stays fair. Just because you want to free surf prone and that's how your predicted style, you know, your preferred style is that you surf, it doesn't mean that you're going to fit into the minimum requirement of these divisions. So we had quite a few guys, and here is White up and riding again. And it almost looks like she's riding prone right there. She needs to be up on her knees, and I'm not sure what's going on there.
She does ride in a really low stance on one knee, so we'll take a better look at that. But it did look as though she was up on that knee. It's just pressed up against her chest.
So she ties her 4.50 from Thursday right there. Yeah, it's hard to see if she's on her knees.
She's on her
once
knee
she goes prone, though, looks like she's...
That's where she ended up prone in the end. But she was definitely up on her knee on that one. So in the kneel division, of course, as Chuck was mentioning, if you aren't up on a kneeling stance, then the scoring doesn't begin on your wave. So
need to have your knee on the board.
Until they have their knee on the board, knee or knees. In M's case, she has one knee on there. And once they get up into that stance, the scoring begins. So no matter how far they take that wave, unless they are up in that position, the scoring doesn't start on the wave.
And there's Barbie going up the point. She's obviously seeing some stuff, and she's comfortable in bigger surf. So as this kind of push is coming up, she's a little bit more comfortable than she was in the smaller surf. And actually they had a pretty good heat on Main Beach on Thursday. That was a day where the surf kind of came up for us. And there was some contestable surf on Main Beach. I surfed at Main Beach. It was pretty fun. Some good little peaks coming in. A lot different than up here, that's for sure. This is a longer ride. You kind of know where you need to be sitting. Main Beach was kind of tide dropping out real low. Kind of had to be all over the place, kind of chasing waves down. So much different here. It looks like we have a rider up and riding, and that's Barbie Garcia screaming down the beach. Wow, what a nice ride for her.
Yeah, nice sweeping turn there. Comes out of it in time for this inside connection. And as you're saying, she's very capable in stronger surf. There we have our competition area.
She's looking to replace a 4.67 and a 7.17. I think that might get rid of that 4.67. That was a really nice ride. A lot of open face, a lot of speed. She did a nice little change of direction. Here's the replay, Ben.
Yep, so you can see she's screaming across that steep section, redirects it, down carves it, and still keeps that energy, keeps that inertia going down the line to make it around that next section.
And that is going to replace her 4.67 from Thursday. That comes in at a 5.43. So she has increased her score line from Thursday. So she's going to have that 7.17 and a 5.43 in the pocket right now.
Which would put her in the lead.
She is in the lead. She was in the lead. And it looks like Emma Dieter's kind of riding that on her belly on the inside. That's not going to do much for the score line. You can see how busy the inside is right here. A lot of water moving on the inside. And here is Victoria Pendergast.
Yeah, like this. Keeping her head up towards the nose to make it over that deep section. Now this thing's really standing up. Keeping her line, keeping both hands on her rails, keep nice and stable and control over the board and the fins. And
she's claiming that one. She loves it. Super stoked for her. She's having a great time at the contest.
So Barbie comes from Northern Baja. That has a lot of, we'll get back to the live action here. Replay of Tori's wave. You can see her hanging up top.
And yeah, she's getting into the section. She kind of straightens out right there. Kind of misses that opportunity as the wave opens up right there. But she's super stoked right here as you see the inside claim coming up right here. She's going to be like, yeah, super stoked on that one. And Victoria Pendergast is going to get a 3.67 for that. So increases the change in situation. She jumps up into second place in this heat. Now for the overall, she is trying to replace scores from Thursday. Both of these girls are. Emma Dieter's high score from Thursday was a 4.50, so she ties that. She's not going to replace one, but she will have a set of 4.50s. And Barbie was trying to replace a 7.17 and a 4.67. So she replaces the 4.67 with that high score from today of a 5.43. So she's pretty comfortably sitting in the lead right now with that 7.17 and that 5.43 combined from Thursday and today. She's got just under 8 minutes left. And this would be a huge victory for Barbie Garcia. This would be her first international championship, and this would be a big thing for her. So it looks like Emma Dieters is choosing to go down the beach, back to the channel, up by the rocks. And there you have the boys running her up the beach to get her out as quick as possible. Once you get pulled down, you can see how far she got sucked down. There's the priority. There's the judging tower. So she had gotten sucked way down the beach. So now she's going back up towards the pass. They're going to take her to the rock, and then they're like, hey, let's switch off your legs, my fresh legs. We'll get her up there. And yeah, you can see the dedication of these volunteers to get these athletes in the water. Don't waste any time trying to get them as quickly as possible taking care of business.
Yeah, and within the next couple hours, the red and white have also drifted way off of the starting point, and so they are probably out in the lineup where Emma had left the water. So Emma heading back up to the top of the peak while red and white are trying to fight their way back into the zone. But Barbara, as you were saying, 2 strong scores, taking a commanding leading position at the moment. We can see that we still got some water on the beaches, but that was about knee deep earlier, so we're going to have that start and kind of drift out and make a little bit more room for those beach chairs to get back up to the top of the point should they need to migrate. And Barbie taking a look here. One thing I was going to mention is Barbie comes from northern Baja, where they've got a spot where she practices San Miguel, which is the premier right point break of all of northern Baja, Mexico. So she's no stranger to stretching rights with some punch, although she would normally be out in a 3 or 4 mil full suit. So be having the freedom of no wetsuit, but also going her preferred direction is a great advantage.
You also got K38s down there as well, which is a nice break too. So Baja does have some great surf, bunch of good little beach breaks, but that also has some point breaks. I think she's just trying to get in. I don't think she's really trying to surf this wave. I think she's trying to do what Emma Dieters did, but we'll see if she comes in. It looks like she's trying to make her way in so she can get back up the beach, because she is pretty much out of the contest area, got swept way down. You can see she's got some fatigue there. It's hard work, man, fighting this current and paddling against it. It's a lot of work. So
she's smiling, but you can also see the urgency, knowing that there's only 5 minutes to redirect, get that trip up the beach, and get out into the lineup in time to get another scoring ride.
She is sitting on top in this heat. They gave her a 1.90 for that little ride on the inside. So, but she is sitting on top of this heat. She is actually sitting on top. And there you see Liam says, jump on my back, girl, let's go. From Surf Gimp, Liam doing the U.S. Open as well. So we appreciate him and Adam Land coming out here from the U.S. Open. Adam Land is the head water guy for us, the director of water support safety for the U.S. Open. And he will be in Hawaii as well. He's traveling with the tour. So, but Barbie's sitting on top. She's got the top scores from Thursday, 7.17, and she's replaced her 4.67 from Thursday with a 5.43 today. So she's feeling pretty good, but she wants to get back out there and make sure she doesn't leave anything on the table. And Emma's just, Victoria trying to make her way in. She needs to try to get back to the beach, to get carried up the beach. And hopefully the water safety is shadowing her as she's down the beach. She will need some help in when she gets back into the beach. And there you see our setup down on the beach, down at Tomo's Rock. We're pretty protected on the inside here. There's Barbie going up the beach, trying to make it out. She's not happy with just 3 minutes left. She says, you know what? I'm going for it. She's throwing big shakas. She said, let's go. Viva la Mexico. Yeehaw.
Yeah, another good thing about the trip down the beach is you will have a chance, because the sound isn't that good as you get out and farther out on the point like this. So you can get a nice clear call from the beach commentator. You can hear exactly how much time there is. You know what your score situation is, and then you can also hear the situation from the other riders in the water. So as she's getting up there, I'm sure she's getting the information delivered that she's in that leading spot. She's going to be able to take a deep breath and know that there's not as much pressure on her.
Well, this will also shoot her into the lead for, a world championship. So there's 3 events this year. Last year we had 4 events. The three-time world champ is Victoria Feige. She is not here. She's not signed up for, she's not a member of the ASP as of yet. She can always sign up before the next event, but this will give Barbie the leg up on any kind of point structure and a championship race. So technically, if Victoria came back to do the last two events and she won them, and Barbie technically got second place in those events, Barbie would win. So she would have to have a faltering couple of contests if Victoria comes back. And Victoria Pendergast, excuse me, is still down the beach, not to be mistaken with the Victoria Feige I was just speaking of. It looks like she's just fighting to try to get back to the beach. So
one thing I was going to mention is, as you have the competitor sitting out there with their eyes fixed on what's coming, if you don't check and use markers on the beach or kind of check where your location is, you will not notice that you're already 3 city blocks down the beach.
Yep.
And as soon as you take off on a wave, you'll see that you've been taken way out of the zone. And so I think that that both M and Victoria were kind of just waiting and kept their eyes on good scoring waves coming through, but had lost visual reference of the beach of how far they drifted down. So at this moment, if Tori gets to the beach, she won't have enough time to relocate. So she's basically going to have to get a wave where she's at to add to her scores.
And as of right now, with 30 seconds left, there is nothing anybody can do to stop Barbie Garcia from her first title as the Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Champion in the women's kneel division. As this counts down, Barbie's got to be stoked right now, and I'm really happy for her. She's put in a lot of work. She's been following this tour around for 3 years. She's been doing the U.S. Open, the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championship. She's went to Costa Rica. She's been just doing it, and here it pays off for her. We'd love to congratulate Barbie Garcia, your BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Champion in the women's kneel division. Congratulations, Barbie.
Well, insane competition, insane conditions. We've got a lot more to come. And with the tide going out, it's just going to keep getting better. So don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back.
That was a wives game. definitely still competitive. I see a couple of other surfers, I always still like to just show off a little bit. Yeah, I've been using no prong for about 6 years now, and I wouldn't change a thing. It just works amazing. You just put it on in the morning once and you're good for the whole day.
It's like the perfect wave. You couldn't ask for anything better. Left, right, tube, doing airs, like you can do it all.
All right, welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And there we have our women's Neil champion, Barbie Garcia, out of Northern Baja, Mexico. She is your AASP leader at the moment for this first stop of their tour. And she was able to grab some great rides. We are in beautiful Byron Bay, and we're up in the prime zone, up between Tomo's Rock and the Pass. This is Ben Way, joined in the booth now by Britt Nichols. You've been down there. You've got to see it up close and personal, doing some of the beach commentary as well, I hear. How's it looking down on the zone?
It actually looks really fun. It's improved throughout the morning. I feel like with that incoming tide, it started to fill in the sections a little bit, but they're kind of hitting the bank a little bit better. This morning, when I first turned up down the beach in front of where we're set up, it looked really straight and really quick. But with that incoming tide, it's just added that little bit more water to the bank and, allowed these competitors to get those linkages through. Yeah, and
we've seen the flags kind of bending out of the north down the beach, but when you get down there in the corner, does that kind of redirect out the point and turn more offshore, or is it kind of blowing into the face of the rights?
To be honest, when I was down there, I didn't really notice too much wind. It was pretty still. The interesting thing with the tide was that where Tomo's corner is, the tide had come that far in that you can't walk around the rock or anything. You can't get around. So the athletes are actually getting to that corner, and then they've been able to get ski assist before their heat to help them into the lineup. As we watch on screen there, just look at the emotions going through the competitor.
Yeah, Barbie Garcia and M. Dieters giving her big congratulations. We have a beautiful community. Everyone is friends here, and everyone supports each other, even if they're in the same heat. And so at the moment, out in the water, we have our blind no vision classification. We have 3 surfers that are completely blind, out using their spotter or their guide to help be the eyes of the competitor, moving them into position, also choosing their waves, and also verbally explaining, trying to paint the picture of what the wave might do. So the rider's going into the wave with a little bit of knowledge of what it's going to feel like.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like there's such a big trust factor on who you've got with you in the water when you're really relying on someone to kind of be your eyes for you. That's a big thing, and obviously those feelings and being in touch with the ocean and just knowing that you're kind of tapping into those other senses.
Yeah, when you're out in kind of like a subpar day, there's always one person that's getting a ton of waves where no one can find them. That's the kind of person that you want calling your waves. And it's just that difference of your sense of the ocean, knowing what the bottom does, knowing what the changes in tide do, knowing what shifts in swell direction are going to do. And it also helps to know the beach as well.
It certainly does. You were mentioning on Friday when I was in here with you that you've been a bit of a spotter before.
Once.
Been alongside once before. Can you talk us through that experience and what's that? What kind of pressure is involved with that?
I'm not calling it my first and last time being a spotter, but that was definitely very, very challenging. As we see some live action here, I think that's Gallo looking from the style. That is Aitor from northern Spain, Basque Country. Finally has a lot of face to feel. And you can just see him drawing lines that someone who has zero visual impairment wouldn't even find on the wave, just showing his experience as a high-level surfer. And of course, Aitor was a top pro coach to Spain's top big wavers, Aritz Aramburu, Goni Zubizarreta, as well as a field of other top pros up in the north of Spain that have been well known representing their country in both QSs and ISA competitions. And so he started as a pro surfer himself, gradually lost vision in one eye, started learning to surf with less vision when he lost complete vision in the other eye. So he didn't start surfing as a blind surfer. He just learned to adapt and adjust, and such a high-level surfer, which you could see by the lines that he was drawing there. It's just amazing, the feeling that he can feel the wave through his feet through the board.
Yeah, you can see the transition there as he links this one. He carves into the pocket, but he's just constantly keeping that board moving as he works this one through the inside section. Kind of starts to fade out, but he had that steeper section to start with. Carves into the pocket and looking for the next one there, but just kind of I feel like he got hung up in between the pocket and that kind of down the line. There was that little section that was a bit fat and flat, but he made the most of it. 5.33 looks like it's been locked in for that surfer in white.
Yeah, so as Chucka was mentioning, with a few of our divisions, the final is determined by a round robin. So they're taking scores from their previous heat and trying to add upon them. And here we have a wave by Red working his way through the inside. And you can see his spotter kind of chasing him down. That was Kirk Watson, 2.0 for his. So in this, your spotter has the same color jersey as you do. It looks like live action. He's calling him into another one. Can he get into it? And it looks like he is. Yeah, it looked like Kirk had got his feet on a better wave. And still tricky conditions, and for these surfers having to basically only go on their senses of feeling. And you can hear the wave breaking. You can feel the wind blowing against you, and you can also feel the pressure of the water up against your feet. That's all you basically have to deal with, and it's just amazing to, if you've ever surfed at night, you know how difficult it is. I've surfed with, before it was even dark, and you just lose your sense of the transition of the wave, and without being able to see where the steep and flat parts of the wave are, it's really, really hard to surf. And so what they're doing is completely amazing. There we have Gavin Bellis. He'll be coming up in the Pron division. There's Stephen, his pusher, which is not his son. Just clearing things up. I've been calling him his son since last event. He has 2 daughters. That's not his son, but that is his pusher, and he has been doing really well this competition. We've had him out in some really small surf in his previous heats, and I've seen great improvements in his riding this year.
What an absolutely spectacular day we have down here at Byron. It's nice to see the sun shining, the wind's backed off, the waves are pumping, and it's finals day.
So yep, I don't have my schedule open, so I'm trying to figure out who we've got going out here. We also will have a veterans. That's our Wounded Warrior. So that is our military veterans round coming up. So they're going to go out there and get amongst it, which is always very, very cool. And we're going to see we're going to pull out of that group to start creating some new competitors in this community.
It's always a bit of a talent hunt. Looking in all the little nooks and crannies to find new competitors.
Also to see
new avenue.
Yeah, to see for them to kind of see what they're up against as far as seeing the top people in the whole world here. We have a few competitors that weren't able to make it this time, but we have a very, very large amount of the top field of the community, of the adaptive surfing community. We see Aitor with a 5.33, and as we mentioned before, he's needing to improve on his scores from before, or he's after improving. At the moment, he's still sitting with a couple of mid to high 6s, and so Kirk is definitely going to need to bump up his score line. We're going to see what his previous scores were and see what he's working up. But determined on the top 2 scores, that will determine our champion of this division.
Yeah, still plenty of time on the clock, just over 13 minutes. So these competitors, I feel like, there's been a couple of longer lulls, I feel, with these. I don't know what's been coming through on the vision here, but when I was down on the beach earlier, it seemed like it was a little more consistent this morning. And then as the incoming tide has occurred, I feel like there's a bit longer lulls. So it'll be interesting to see once the tide turns again. I really want to see what this bank does on the mid-tide, because I feel like it's going to start to really fire through that bank.
Yeah, and from the mid-tide, as we'd seen in our previous competition day on Friday, as the tide shifted and got closer over to the pass, all of the wave energy was forced against that really defined sandbar and really started zipping. And at times with lacking swell, you see the receding tide take the swell energy out to sea and soften things up. The bank was so defined that it couldn't help with the shallow water but just stand up. So today with better waves, I think it's going to be really good.
It's going to be absolutely pumping. We've got more swell. We've got less wind. Yeah, the tides are in our favour right now.
Yeah, I've been completely frothing all morning, seeing it just shape up, and even, which was kind of not the best choice along this beach right out in front of Main Beach, where it's normally just a big closeout. We're seeing beautiful surf down here as well. These competitors don't want to make it all the way down here because that means they're out of the contest area. But there we have people talking it over. We have Gavin Bellis and Steven just kind of discussing what might happen out there, where they're going to line up, find out just make a plan for the heat. But at the moment, it looks as though no one has really improved on their scores from the previous round. Kirk Watson had a 4.50 is his high score. His backup was a 2. His high score at the moment is also a 2, so that won't replace that. But Aitor looking to get rid of a 6.17 and a 6.67. Not to get rid of, but to possibly improve. But right now, from that last wave, I mean, it just looked like that's probably one of the better waves that he's gotten in a while. Just able to get all over it, and always a very stoked individual as we have our wounded warriors getting all lined up. So I'm guessing that we're going to get them out before the Pron. I'm not sure what the schedule is. We'll find out just after a bit. But right now, just as you were saying, after that initial tide, the end of the tide surge of the morning, where we saw 10 wave sets at times, we're starting to see these little breather moments in between, with little lulls in between the sets, which will give these guys a chance to get back out easier, get back out into position. And just as you were saying, as it gets shallower, it really starts reeling across that sandbar.
I feel like a few of these competitors would be quite thankful that there's been a few lulls in between the sets, because this morning when I was down there and the competitors in the first couple of heats, it looked like such hard work. Josh in particular, he caught one all the way through and then had to make his way in and then paddle all the way back out. It's hard work. They had the option to use the jet ski assist in the corner before the start of the heat, so if they wanted to get on the ski to get out into the lineup, they could. But once their heat started, they didn't have ski access then. So when they're opting to come in and make their way back out, then it's an actual paddle. They're not allowed to get the ski assist again once their heat started.
So up front, we got Foxy, Steve Fox, getting a beautiful ride. And that longboard is just keeping that glide across that section. Some beautiful direction changes, and you can see very nicely balanced on his feet, as we had just outside of him. I believe Kirk had gotten a wave as well. One thing I was going to mention, as you can see Red now, that is Red's spotter. The spotter is not able to stand up on the board, just to avoid any confusion with the judges. So when the spotter needs to chase down their rider and get in connection with them, they have to ride in the prone position. But look at this one by Steven.
Absolute bomb, this one. Good wave selection here from Steven in the yellow. Carving in the pocket, really keeping that board moving. We had Red out the back as well. But yeah, sticking with this one. I feel like it was a smart board choice to take something as well. It's got a bit more length, a bit more volume, particularly as they've been on the high tide. Really want to make the most of being able to get that through that middle section.
Yeah, and the only disadvantage of that equipment to people who aren't familiar with surfboards is getting out through those bigger waves. The bigger board can be quite a handful, trying to punch over or get under waves, where the guys on the shorter equipment can duck dive, where they pierce, get under the surface, and let the wave energy pass over them and keep their position. But at the moment, as we were saying, we have that space to get those paddles back out. And it looks like Steven's going to move over a bit. I'm not sure where his spotter is at the moment. He's going to go and find him. But in the morning, if we did have those morning conditions where it's non-stop duck dives on the way out, where these teams are really dependent on verbal communication, it's really easy to lose your rider. And as you're trying to breathe and duck dive yourself and communicate to your team rider on how to get out and how to reposition, or let them know that there's 10 more coming on your head, I think this has been a great time as far as the draw goes.
I think it's definitely a smart move with how this has played out.
I like that lawn. That's a Bill Stewart. That's from California, classic longboard shaper. And those were really big in the late 90s under some of the top performance longboarders' feet.
Speaking earlier of the spotter, obviously we can see on screen there, they're working together. They're I feel like they're probably coming up with a game plan too. But the mention of not being able to stand up when you're kind of catching a wave to get to your competitor, I feel like sometimes like thinking about that and just forgetting, oh, where am I? What am I doing? It was a bit of an accident to not get up.
So it's cool. We have the audio on the beach cam, so we are able to pick up any kind of conversation. And looks like they're having a little chat.
It's coming.
Okay. So not sure, as you had mentioned, that they were able to use the jet ski on the way out, but I don't think they're able to use it once the heat starts, just as you were saying. So it's going to take them huffing it and getting out there themselves. 6 minutes remaining. That should give them enough time to kind of get to the top and get right out in position. But they're going to have to get in action early, as we see Aitor getting on a short wave there. Didn't have the stretch that one earlier did. And then when you have these kind of chunkier conditions, kind of bumpier part off of the main zone, I can imagine that just trying to feel where the energy is coming from, it gets that much more difficult. Even a surfer without a visual impairment has a hard time when the wave's not spelled out to you of which direction to go and where to get power and where to keep your speed. Not to mention just try to keep afloat onto the board, keep it moving enough to float.
Yeah, and there's been so much water moving out there this morning. I feel like in close, as we have a little bird joining us on the webcast this morning. As you make your way out, there's been a lot of water moving in close, so the current is quite strong before they're getting out the back. So I feel like it's been like a common situation where they've really got to try and punch through. And then once they're out the back, the sweep doesn't seem as bad. They're able, as you can see on screen there, they're able to sit up on their boards. They're not drifting too far.
Yeah, and that's going to be a good thing as far as keeping the spotter and the rider within verbal communication without having to chase them way down the beach. A couple of those waves earlier, like we saw in the kneeling heat, where M. Dieters and Tori Pendergast got dragged about 2 city blocks away. Should your rider get that far away, you've lost complete communication. And if you're on a shortboard as a spotter, you're having to huff it and paddle all the way over there, or try and get a wave and ride that far prone, which most of these people aren't used to riding lying down.
For me to be a constant voice in my head, don't stand up, don't stand up, don't stand up.
It's just like at the end of a heat. So when a heat ends, if you're still out in the lineup, you're technically not supposed to stand up on the wave on your way in. But sometimes it's 6-foot dumping closeouts, and going down without getting to your feet is so scary. And especially if you pearl the nose down and just swallow half the ocean on the way down. That's one thing that the judges and the priority judges get real grumpy about when someone stands up on the ride in after the heat. But we're having a little bit too much fun. We're getting off the point here. We need someone to give us something to talk about out there as we're watching what I think is a free surfer. This could be a competitor out front. Those are all free surfers at the moment. Of course, we do have at least one of our competitors relocating. But as we watch our free surfers at the top of the pass, you are saying how beautiful the conditions are, and this offshore just blowing that mist off the lips of the wave. As we get it a little more shallow out there, that can actually create a little barrel. And so it'd be cool to see some tube rides in the later on as we move through our finals.
We can only hope. My eyes lit up this morning when I saw the swell. My first thought, though, when I saw the waves out the front, it was pretty solid and straight. And my first thought went back to our conversation the other day, how you were talking about the wave ski. And I was like, oh, Ben should get out on one of those today.
Oh, yeah, that would be the great, my Virgin wave ski adventure would not be, this would not be the morning.
Entertaining, at least.
So that is the Basque flag. That is the nook up between northern Spain, actually part of northern Spain, between France and Spain. And Spain has its Basque country divided by a river, and then you have the French's Basque country. But I've spent a lot of time up there. Beautiful, beautiful place, and it's famous for some of the best food in the whole entire world. There's a place called San Sebastian. I don't know if you've heard of that spot. Have you been up there?
I have been there, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Been visiting.
Cool. So
Yep.
you know the little pinchos where they got all this dazzly food on a piece of bread. Basque Country has more Michelin star restaurants within a city block than anywhere in the whole world, and they are so proud of their cuisine. And I can go on and on about that. And I'm sure Gallo has a lot of friends up in Spain that are super stoked hearing us talk about it. One of my favorite places in the world.
It is. It's beautiful too.
Have you been able to surf Mundaka?
No, I had a look, but it wasn't really breaking when I was there. I just thought I'd suss
Talk
it.
about a place you got to paddle back from your waves.
Yeah.
So Mundaka is one of the most famous left-handers in the world. It breaks inside a river, and after you get one of the longest lefts of your life, you have to paddle back across the river and back up to the zone. As we see Steve Foxy getting a quick one right there. So it looks like maybe a slight change in wind direction. Little more of a bump on it. I don't know if that's just the tide receding and wobbling some things out. But so far, it looks like we have a 5.17 for Foxy. And I'm going to pull up what his top score was from the previous heat, 1.20, 2.83. So he's putting some pressure on right now as he has improved his top score. So he's now sitting on 5.17 and 2.83, whereas Kirk Watson is sitting on a 4.50 and a 2.0, which he had in his previous heat. So he hasn't improved on his scores yet. 25 seconds. We'll do the math on that. But as far as the score line at the moment, as the scores go at the moment, Gallo is definitely in the lead. He was holding his top scores in the previous round, and so he wasn't able to replace his scores, but he did do a great job with that 5.33 of opening up this heat strong and securing that position. As we hear the horn, and that's going to be all she wrote, as Gallo right up on the horn, or possibly, had that been before the horn, this would be a scoring ride, but I'm pretty sure that's just a victory ride in. And so, felicidades a Gallo. Congratulations to Gallo. He is your champion of this event. And we are going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll get back to celebrate. We'll see you guys in just a moment.
This 30-second holiday for your mind comes to you from Tiny Home 56 at Reflections Byron Bay. If you want a little more, you know where to find us.
Looking good, eh?
Hello.
What do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Cannot sorted it. All good?
Cannot. From big jobs to even bigger jobs,
Yep.
get the Kenoth feeling. Kenoth.
Kenoth's make your job easy.
Welcome back to the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships. I am Chaka Charles Webb, joined by Britt here in the booth, and there is Aitor Gallo from Spain, your current leader and your Australian Pro World Champion right here, or excuse me, Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Champion. He takes down the first leg of the Visit Oceanside Adaptive Surfing Professional World Championship Tour event. And here he is getting carried off the beach. What'd you think of that heat, Britt?
Oh, that was such a good heat to watch. It was a little bit slow. It was unfortunate all competitors couldn't get a decent amount of waves each for a final as well, where they're putting those scores together, but still a great performance from those three competitors that were in the water.
And here we are looking at our Wounded Warriors Veterans Heat. We've got Luke Healy, Gavin Bellis, Gordon Mitchell, Andrew Smith, and Adam Cross. This is basically an exhibition heat for the Wounded Warriors to be able to just get out at the pass to honor our veterans and the veterans here from Australia. Let them get out and get some good surf just to have a good time.
It's not often that you get to surf this area of Byron with not many people out in the lineup.
Yeah, it's for me as a competitor, it's been a joy to just get out here, because even when you have small surf, it's super fun. Here's a replay of White cutting out, Red dropping in, doing a little cutback right here. Another White jersey dropping in, super party wave session. Everybody getting a little piece of that one. And everybody just coming out here having fun. Even when it's small here, it comes around the bend. When you're up at Tomo's, not kind of down on Main Beach, even though there's some fun peaks at Main Beach, right around the corner here, it really holds up even if it's small. So just even if it's not super big and open face, it's small, fun, has a good push.
Yeah, and we saw that earlier in the week when the conditions were a bit smaller. We've definitely got the sand in that sandbank there as you watch on screen. That's Gordon Mitchell in the yellow. Working his way up the board there, a little bit of a foot shuffle.
He's going to be having some fun out here, riding these waves with just some of the other veterans here. And just having four people, surfing the pass, just fun surfing, just free surfing. It's a challenge, to even catch a wave by yourself, because even when you catch one, you got a bunch of people that are going to try to jump the shoulder. Kind of like Waikiki, you're kind of going through a parking lot and, slaloming through everybody just to kind of get some open face and get some fun. But just being able to sit here with a couple of guys out here and have your pick of what comes through, it's a super blessing. We want to thank everybody that makes this event happen and giving these guys an opportunity just to come out and experience what it would like to be, surfing competitively, and what it's like to be at a break like this and not have any interference.
It is a good opportunity, and such a special experience having a heat like this as well. All in the lineup together. Hopefully they're having a bit of a laugh as well. We saw that bit of a party wave at the start.
Right. Everybody got a piece of that one jumping on. And I don't think the judges are going to be throwing scores up here. I think this is just an exhibition heat, kind of showing what these guys can do. You might see a free surfer surf through here.
Oh,
that looks like green Adam Cross just snapping in the top of that one.
That wave looked like it had a bit of a steeper section to it as well.
And it was coming in pretty quick. And there's a good look at kind of where the public is kind of guiding into giving us some room to operate. Every once in a while, you have to compete with a zealous longboarder that wants to surf through the zone. We got some good footage, some good drone footage yesterday of my heat, and on one of the waves, somebody was crossing in, and here's Green getting around the section right there, kind of giving a little check turn, biding his time, and just cracking it right here, setting up, bam. Nice work by Adam Cross, and they are throwing down some scores apparently, and they give him a 3.17 for the nice maneuver. And there is Matt Forstrom, author, movie maker, world champ, all around rock star, great representative for the community coming out here. He will be performing in the next heat. He's giving some fast shakas.
Surely Matt would be excited about these conditions.
Yeah, you have to be as a competitor. I mean, when I came down here this morning, I was like, uh-oh. Because Main Beach was about 8 foot and just rolling.
It was straight too because of the low tide.
It was looking pretty gnarly. But up here at the pass, it was a little jumbly earlier, but man, it's cleaned up so nice right now. The tide is going to be, it's just on the drop right now. It's been about an hour into the drop. So it's going to start really shaping up. And here, can't tell if that's white or yellow. It looks like white.
Or blue.
Oh, it's not Gavin Bellis. That is blue. Blue, sorry about that. I knew that wasn't Gavin Bellis because he surfs in a different position. Definitely can't stand up.
That was Andrew Smith in the blue. Just a quick one there. 5-person heat.
Yeah, and just whatever's rolling in is rolling in.
It's interesting now. I feel like the tide has really started to shift because a lot of these competitors are getting caught maybe a little bit too deep, taking off behind the section and not able to race around and get in front of it.
Here's a nice one right here, but he cuts out. Yeah, didn't really want to stay with it. And that wave didn't even break. It just kind of held back, hit that deep spot. Here comes another opportunity right here on the inside. Adam Cross giving that one another little tap to the top. Can't ride out of it. So we've had some crazy weather during the week. It's been not very sunny. The surf has just been good enough to just be contestable on days. Second day was pretty good on Main Beach. We got a good little push right there and a bump in the swell. And then Friday we came up to Tomo's Rock. Was kind of filled in, high tide in the morning, not so great, but then it drained out the tide and got some contestable surf and had some good scores.
Yeah, there's been some really high scores throughout this event. I know that Jocelyn had locked in a 10 earlier in the week, and this morning I saw a 9.83 from a competitor.
Yep, Sponge threw up a 9.83 on a really great wave with like 4 ripping cutbacks with just throwing the tail, breaking the fins free, throwing buckets of water. So Sponge letting old Mono know, hey man, I know it's your backyard, brother, but I want a bite of the bone too. So got to watch out for those guys have been competing tooth and nail for 5-6 years. It's been really fun to watch the growth of the sport, but the division. And Sponge as an athlete has grown tremendously as far as what he's doing in the division. And we're going to show this 9 that he got this morning. One ripping turn. Nice. Breaks the fins free right there. Another one just comboing. And we're going to get one more really nice one right there. And then he's going to go up and just give that floater tap and then another change of direction right there. So that ends up being a 9.43. A beautiful wave for Sponge. One of the better high scores of the day, probably the high score of the day today.
So we have live action in the water. That looks like it could be surfer in yellow, Gordon Mitchell.
Giving that one a go. But the Neil division is going to be really fun to watch. I'm pretty sure it's Mono, Sponge, Massa, and I'm not sure of the 4th competitor, but that is a really competitive division right there. And it might be Michael Fody. I'm not exactly sure who squeaked in there.
Red Dog Wheatley, I think.
Red Dog, that is the one right there. So that's going to be a really big heat to watch. Red Dog gets in there with Massa, Sponge, and Mono. And here we got Adam Cross just ripping that one up.
Good wave selection, kept his momentum.
Looks like he's just having a good time out there. He's got 13 minutes left. Just catching a few waves without anybody jumping on it. Nice turn right there. And it just kind of staying in the pocket right there. Getting a little section right here and then giving that one the business. And then it kind of fades out on him.
He got that little bonus section at the end there. Midway through, it almost looked like the wave had just fizzled to nothing, and he managed to continue. So we also have the replay here for the surfer in yellow. Moving forward on the board, trying to stay in the power source of the wave, but just getting a little hung up on top.
Gave it a little shuffle.
He did.
Not so much a crossover, but just kind of a little shuffle to the front. Anytime on a longboard, the judging, if you got any kind of foot movement, it always helps.
What a spectacular view. So we see the drone footage there. Clear water, sunny skies, good waves, final stay. What more could we want?
Right. A little bit of swell, so we're super blessed to have the opportunity to come out here on these days without the public in the water, giving us the opportunity to show what these adaptive surfers can do. And that's what the tour is about. It's kind of going to these great destinations with these good waves and giving these athletes the opportunity to just surf, compete. It's been small contests around the world. There's been a few bigger ones, the ISA, the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championship, the US Open. Those events kind of being the barometer of what the sport was doing for a long time. But now this is our second year in Byron. We went to Costa Rica for 2 years. We are in negotiations with somewhere in Europe. So we're trying to get over to Europe and bring the tour in 2026 to a European wave pool. So that's something that we're in the works on right now, and we're really trying hard to close it out so that we can include that European contingency. As a lot of the Europeans travel with the tour, but there's some of them that have to pick and choose. Do I want to do the ISA and represent my country on my federation team, or do I want to travel with the tour and kind of go win a world championship? So it's kind of a toss-up.
Yeah, it can be a hard juggle too. There's so many logistics and processes behind the scenes that kind of have to come together to be able to try and juggle the both. Particularly in somewhere like Europe, it's we're in Australia. It's a fair way to travel.
Sure.
And that'd be amazing if they could get that wave pool locked in, even playing field too.
Yeah, that's more so the argument pretty much in surfing in general versus wave pool versus natural, because water knowledge. And here goes yellow up and riding.
Red, maybe Luke
Red?
Healy.
Man, my eyes. The glare. I'm like, wait a minute. It looked like yellow to me.
That's yellow.
There's yellow. Okay, I get it now. But that's more so. The argument is, is it a surf contest? And Adam Cross just taking advantage.
Oh.
What a big sweeping turn right there.
I love how he really rotates and opens up his shoulders through his body. But here we go. Look at yellow. Backwards.
Giving us the backwards business.
Switch
Getting
foot.
a little shuffle. Nice. Going switch stance.
Gordon Mitchell showing us all the tricks.
He's got the footwork. He's got the shuffle. He says, look, I'm going to do this again. Getting a big round of applause on the beach. But again, that's kind of been the argument of wave pool versus nature. Some people are the purists and say it's about surfing. Some of the other people are, want the knowledge of where to be, where not to be, the luck of the draw. Priority comes into play at that point. It's a game. It's kind of more like a chess game than a checkers game, so some of those people that just want to surf and talk about the surf. And here is, I hate to say it, yellow.
Yes, it sure is.
And then there's green behind it, just with that big sweeping turn right there. I think he gets another one in here, Britt. Right there, he gets another one. And that's when yellow decides, I'm going to show off, man. Green's over here smashing this wave. I'm going to do some footwork. I'm going to shuffle. I'm going to switch stance. And I'm going to ride this all the way to the inside. I think I'm going to do another little shuffle right here at the end and claim it.
He made switch foot look really easy.
He had the dismount. He had the dismount as well. So these guys are just catching tons of waves.
This is red. Luke Healy just staying nice and compressed through the body. trying to get around this section. Really driving. You can see kind of that compression. But yeah, unfortunately not able to get that next connection.
And that's where you're hoping those insiders connect, and they're still kind of a little bit fat right now because the tide just turned around about an hour ago. Red backside dropping in. Fading left, going right, trying to catch back up to it. Hoping to get that little reform on the inside. He can see the open face, but another section starting to chandelier. Can he get the rebuild, and then it hits that fat spot again?
I feel like he did all the hard work and then the wave just kind of fizzled on him.
Well, Adam Cross has thrown up a couple fat scores. Excellent 8.50 with that previous wave, and then the one we saw him behind yellow, he throws up a 9.0, so he's going excellent. Just having a great time out here ripping it up. And again, this is just an exhibition heat for the Wounded Warriors, for the veterans. Whether you're a veteran from any country or a veteran from here in Australia, you have the opportunity to surf this heat. It is a 5-man heat. Normally it would only be a 4-man heat. And it looks like this might be someone riding prone.
Looked like one of the darker colors, unless it was a free surfer.
Yeah, it might be a free surfer just kind of surfing in the zone. But you can see how nice it's laying down out there right now, Britt. It's just from the conditions that we've been seeing this morning, you know, from uh-oh to oh yeah, you know.
Yeah, it makes me want to get in the water.
Next break, grabbing a board, 25 minutes out there. Woohoo. Catch a couple. Main Beach is really cleaned up this morning. It was just macking out there, and I was just like, I don't want any of that. But it's really cleaned up with the wind and the tide coming down, and it's looking really, really nice out here. The competitors taking full advantage. Everybody having a really good time here on finals day at the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by Forward Mobility. We are super grateful to be here and having these improved conditions and having this swell filling in. It's going to make for a really nice day. And, I surf at 150, so I'm kind of liking these conditions, feeling like it's calming down, the wind's playing in, and as soon as it starts dropping out, but there's a lot of water moving on that inside. You can see it's really busy on the inside, so.
I was going to ask you that question, what time you surfed, and then also like how do you navigate like obviously the changing tides, changing conditions, as opposed to what you saw this morning thinking, oh, thank God I'm not out there,
right?
To then what you've got this afternoon. Like how do you prepare and adapt for those changing conditions throughout the day?
Well, right now I have a kind of an advantage because I get to watch on camera, but normally I would just be at the event site just watching the heats as they go along and where are they moving up the point, what's the water doing on the inside. You know, when I get to a certain point, do I really want to challenge the inside and maybe get swept down the beach on the paddle out, or do I want to do what Mono did a little bit and cut out before I really get that exclamation point and get stuck on the inside? And then maybe have to get ran up the beach. So there's a lot that goes along with it. My head is right now is just stoked that the wind's laying it down and that there's contestable surf on the outside. So you can get a good scoring section and not have to really come in on the inside. Length of ride does count kind of down there on the scoring scale. So you do always want to kind of keep that in mind if you have the opportunity for another couple turns. And to catch another section, that's always an option. But with the paddle out, that's kind of what I'm watching on the wave ski. It's a little bit more of a challenge to kind of paddle out than it is for maybe the prone guys or the prone assist guys, where you kind of got guys guiding you, and even the kneelers. You know, some of the other amputee divisions that have more ability, have a full leg and full arm strength, upper body strength, and core, versus having a paddle and kind of challenge the current.
Yeah. And you sit really above the water in those as well, so I feel like it'd be a lot easier to kind of topple over in those conditions when they hit the ski.
And then you have, when the onshore wind is really bumping, you're up trying to paddle in, so you want to kind of do that lean forward. It's more of like, compare it. Chris Oberle is the guy that kind of has that style of paddling in where he's way down and moving water really quickly and not staying up so high. I kind of have to lean back on my backrest sometimes, and sometimes I can pull water and lean on my paddle a little bit, but through the wave ski, you kind of sometimes have to pull yourself into a wave and use that paddle to really pull yourself over the ledge. So, but the conditions look like they're cleaning up really nice, so I'm kind of like super stoked. Because when I got down here, I was like slapping my hand on my forehead going, okay, what's going to happen today? But, it looks like it's really beautiful today. You can see those drone shots. The wind's really laid down for us, so we're super stoked.
Good insight. I'll see if we can get some insight into what's going on down here on the beach.
So that would be Adam Land, who's the head of the water crew. They're about to put the Pron assist surfers in. So this is where these guys really have to shine. So Adam's giving them a lot of direction, saying, hey, this is what I expect. This is what we need. Who's going to be on the ski? You're going to be on the ski. This person's going to be in the water. Who's going to be deep? Who's going to be shallow? Who's going to be transfer? So there's a lot of layers to the water support. Adam Land has a ton of experience for doing the U.S. Open for the last 5 years. So in Oceanside, it's a beach break. It's not, Waikiki at Queens, which will be the next stop, is a different story. There is jet ski support for the assist, but it's more of a reef break, so you have some big channels on either side. Mostly, on the going left side of the peak there, it's a really deep channel, safe spot. So the water support out there is more in the channel. Here, it's kind of got to be kind of like Oceanside. It's layered. You have to have some deep, you have to have some mid, and then you have to have those guys on the land that are running up the beach, pushing you up the beach. But the veterans out here, Adam Cross, Gordon Mitchell, Luke Healy, Gavin Bellis, and Andrew Smith are having a great time just ticking this one down. Says, you know what, I'm just going to take a little white water in and do a little flip, get a little swim inside. But this has been a fun heat to watch. Adam Cross really, really just getting a couple really nice waves, riding them to their fullest potential. As I speak of him, he just does another ripping roundhouse, staying in the pocket with this one. Hopefully he can get that connector and show us what he's got on the inside here. Not a lot of speed on that. That's the end of the heat. Yeah, he looks tired.
Nice dismount.
Yeah, caught himself a bunch of waves. And that will finish up our Wounded Warriors veteran heat. Next, we have the partial vision. And we will be right back with the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by Forward Mobility. Welcome back to the BrightSky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, the first leg of the Visit Oceanside Adaptive Surfing Professional World Championship Tour. I am Charles Chaka Webb. I'm here in the booth with Britt. How you doing, Britt?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Doing great. We just saw a great session. That's Adam Cross right there. He just smashed it. And there's Mr. Healy in yellow out there for the Veterans Heat, the Wounded Warriors Heat. And here they are discussing war stories. Now we have in the water, we have the blind partial vision. In red, you got Jack Jackson. In white, you got Perot Gagliano. In yellow, you got Matt Fortram. And in blue, you have Nicholas Medina. Conditions really favoring this break right now, kind of wrapping in. A little right-hander screaming across the reef right there, a little sandbar.
Yeah, it looks fun. I was just thinking to myself, this is better than half the conditions I had to surf when I was doing the QS.
Right?
A lot better, tenfold.
Well, here comes, I think that was Matt Formstrom. I'm not sure. Have to take a look at that. The glare is kind of playing tricks on my eyes, so I've got my good glasses on.
You've got your glasses on too.
I do,
What's
and I'm still
going
like,
on?
and it's funny because during the week, Ben was kind of depending on me and my glasses for time and little scores, but color, man, I'm colorblind right now. So this does look like yellow. Matt Forstrom getting a couple pumps on that, a little bit of change of direction.
It looks like, like what I mentioned before, it just seems like a few of these competitors are now starting to take off deeper on the peak, and they're not able to quite pump their way around that first section. So it'll be interesting to see what competitors opt to do throughout the afternoon with the changing tide and with the changing positioning in the lineup.
And which ones choose to pull in a little bit farther inside rather than up the coast towards the pass, because it seems like some of them are trying to get up the beach to get that longer ride that comes all the way through. It doesn't seem like the tide's really cooperating right yet for that to happen. So the guys that are really finding those little gems, those in-betweeners that are connecting on the inside, are the ones that are getting that kind of outside push, a couple maneuvers on the outside, then getting that rebuild and that little finish on the inside. That's kind of where the judges have been rewarding.
That looks like it might be white to this corner of the screen, maybe. Just gone out of vision. So we watch a replay here. So from their backhand, just a quick one. And that was white. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me now too.
I think it's...
Might have been a free surfer.
Yeah, right. I think it's kind of the angle. Also, the camera is just... The sun is playing tricks on us right there. So we're just going to have to kind of weed our way through it. It looks like there's some scores on the board. Blue, Nicholas Medina has a 2.17. Perot Gagliano has a 1.67. Matt Formstrom has a 1.60. And Jack Jackson has a 0.80. I believe this is the final for this division.
Yeah, luckily for anyone tuning in, we aren't the judges. So although we can't always spot the colour, rest assured the judges are down there with their spotters and binoculars, and they well and truly know what colour's up and riding at the time.
Yeah, so this division had 6 competitors. They had 2 semifinals. Oh, wow. Jack Jackson smacking the top off of that one. Big roundhouse turn. Getting a nice inside section, connecting this one with another cutback. Can he get that inside? No, it doesn't. But, wow, what a nice wave for Jack. He's going to love that.
Free surfer on screen. That was a really good read on that wave there from Jack Jackson. It looked like it had a little bit more size to it, that wave as well. He took off right on the peak. Positioning was perfect. As we watch the replay here, comes hard off the bottom, cracks the lip, and again carves into the pocket. Liked how he put his arm in the water to use it as a pivot point. Kept his momentum. Could see he was going to get another section. Just kind of sticking with the power source there. Great opener there for Surfer in Red.
Milks one more turn out of it. So that is going to come in at a 6.83. So he's going to be real happy with that to start his campaign right here on his second wave. So these guys, this is single elimination. This is not a round robin. This is scores are scores, and they had two semifinals. Top 4 moved into this single elimination. Jack Jackson throwing down big blood right there. The first really good wave. They've got just over 17 minutes left. Conditions just really just nice today. Can't be any happier for a finals day, Britt, with what we got here.
Oh, it's such a beautiful day. Like I said, the waves are pumping, the wind's held off, it's not raining, it's nice and sunny, and it's finals day. What more could you want on finals day? Like, I feel like we've just worked towards this all week, and the days lined up.
It did, because day 1 was a real struggle with the wind, not so much swell. The forecasted swell actually was 2 to 3 foot, but it was more like, just about 2 foot. We had some good little scores coming up, and it looks like out the back,
Surfer in white.
Perot Gagliano.
Hugo carves into the pocket, trying to get this inside connection. Opting to fade into that left, really trying to push to keep that board moving, as we also see an exchange here with the surfer in blue. That's Nicholas Medina getting a couple of good backhand turns in.
And free surfer again in the background. Nice exchange, though, between Perot and Nicholas. And here we go. Perot on the outside, lots of speed, nice turn right there, throwing a lot of spray. Again, really nice roundhouse, change of direction, throwing a heap of spray. Just kind of doing that Byron Bay hop kind of in between. And then you got Blue back there throwing big spray on the first turn, doing 2 checkies, and then just out the back. So that was a really nice exchange between white and blue.
It does look like there's more free surfers kind of drifting through this bank.
I need the jet ski to go buzz those guys.
A beach commentator to respectfully tell them to move on.
And there's yellow, Matt Formstrom on his first or second wave.
So we see the replay on screen. That is the competitor in yellow, I do believe. Carves into the pocket. And again, I like that second turn there from Matt. Sticking with the whitewash. Just gets a little bit foamy and just fades on that inside section, but I feel like Matt really did get the hard work done out the back and capitalize on those first couple of sections.
He's going to be happy about that. He just kind of been playing the waiting game. Maybe he was using priority. We can't see the priority right here, so. But Perot drops a 5.83 on that one that we saw him coming across. Jack Jackson still sitting on that 6.83. Now we're just waiting for Matt's score to come across the board, and we're waiting for one for Nicholas.
Really good exchange between these 4 competitors. I recall a few years ago when I was in Pismo, I feel like all the divisions and classifications are really hotly contested, but this one in particular, these competitors, I feel like they're so fired up and so competitive with each other. It's really good to watch. They just push each other to the next level.
Red right here, Jack Jackson getting a little open face. Nice turn right there, and then boom, big down carve right there. Can't quite put an exclamation point on it, but should get a nice score with that. Looks like there's quite a few little free surfers kind of testing the zone.
It's one thing about our competitors, they just take off. They got right away.
I had to do the same thing yesterday, man. Some girl comes screaming down into the contest area, and a really nice wave. It ended up being a 5.67 for me, and it actually was the wave that carried me through to the final. So if I had not challenged her and just took off, I just basically cut her off. And she screamed at me.
Oh, no.
She said, "Come on." So I thought she was cheering me on, but she was kind of upset. Looks like Jack Jackson Gets at 6.83 for that double carve. And Matt Forsstrom, for his effort, has a 4.50 on that replay. And then we saw Blue, he ends up with a 4.77. So everybody kind of increasing their score line. But right now it's Jack Jackson making a statement with a 6.83 and a really nice backup with of a 5.67. Looks like everybody else really needs that stamp. They really need to catch one of those good ones.
As we have the replay on screen, this is Jack Jackson flying down the line, cuts back into the pocket and puts it up over the lip, but just unable to rotate out of that one. I feel like the 6.83 might have been his first wave, that other one that he got. But yeah, look at all the free surfers.
Oh, that was, you're right. That was a 5.67 right there on those two down carves, or that little down carve and that little check cut back.
I'm glad you went that wave the other day. You knew you had right away. You had to do it. You got the score, and now you're in the final. Had you have not gone, who knows?
Having listened and watched the heat before, so I had Richard Julian and Chris Astle out, and unfortunately DJ Lombardo couldn't make it out. Unfortunately, he fell sick, so we want to throw a shout out to DJ. I know we'll see you next time, GJ, and I hope you're feeling better, buddy. But watching that heat, they were throwing up big scores, and I had already had a 7.17 on the board, and here we got yellow, it looks like, with a big fat carve right there. Matt Forsstrom, and another big one. Matty just going down the line. I think you're going to see a nice score for that. He did two really nice turns on that.
Beautiful first turn. It was a bit of a smaller wave, but you could see here it grew on that inside section and got steeper.
That second turn, he really slides the fins. Really does like just a really nice turn.
There it is, a 5.47.
So that changes the situation. That moves Matt Forsstrom up into second place with a two-wave score of a 9.97. He is chasing Jack Jackson in red. Jack has two scores on the board. And here we got white, Perot, Gagliano going up top, smacking that and just digging the nose, coming down. He catches an insider, throws the tail out right there, digs the inside rail and can't quite dig out of that.
Keeping nice and busy. He's looking to replace a 2.07 from his scoreline, so only a small score. So we have live action in the water. That's Nicholas Medina on his backhand. So a lot of backhand surfing here on this right-hand point break. It just kind of fizzles out on that inside section. As I was talking about the other day, wave selection, it is so crucial. It's a make or break.
Yeah, these guys want that connector. They want to get that outside open face with the turns, but they also, and here is white, Perot, Gagliano, two really nice turns right there, but digs the rail on that second one. Can't quite get that connector, but might the damage already have been done? And then here's Blue coming up with a nice tail turn. Little change of direction, just trying to stay with it, but not really having the opportunity on any open face other than that first turn. So we'll see if that helps out. Perot drops a 5.27, which changes the situation and pushes Matt down to third, and Perot Gagliano jumps into second with a two-wave score of an 11.10. Everybody chasing Jack Jackson with a two-wave score of a 12.50. Jack kind of making that claim in the beginning of the heat.
And here he is on screen. That's the man we're talking about, Jack Jackson. Turning into the pocket. That's a more critical section there for Jack. And again, so no downtime, keeping the flow. And you can just tell by his body composure, he looks happy with that one.
That wave didn't look like it was going to have a bunch to offer right there. And up goes Perot Gagliano on a nice little screamer on the inside. Does a nice little top turn right there. Racing the section. kind of getting caught behind it. A little late on that one. But Matt, and let's see what this is. This is red right here. Jack Jackson. It didn't look like it had much to offer until right here. He changes direction, and he just goes up top and snaps that, and then comes around here and combo, bam, snaps that too. So he said, look, I'm not done. He said, I'm going to milk the most out of this, and really got some good board movement right there.
And White answered straight back. Just unfortunately got a little hung up behind the section after this turn. You just see the difference between waves when they hit the bank, trying to find those runners.
Right. And Jack's kind of had the luck at that. Matt kind of had one of those good ones that kind of wrapped inside, and he was able to do a couple of really big open face turns right there. But I thought that those two little turns would do something, but a score hasn't come through, or it's a 0.77.
Definitely can't be as surely. I mean, I'm no judge.
Wait a minute. Those were two nice turns. That was a nice little combo. Maybe it's not a 6 or a 7, but
there we go. 733 just dropped.
Wow, he does drop a 733 on that two maneuver combo. It just didn't look like that wave was going to do anything. He just hopped it, and then he just changed direction, smacked that closeout, and came back on the backside and just did a nice little floater. So.
And it kind of goes against a lot of what we've been talking about with those waves hitting the bank. You know, like when he took off, it just didn't look much at all. And he actually got more out of it by fading left.
And I think we're going to take another look at it. It's right here. He's just bouncing, and he's just trying to milk it. And then he goes, change direction. I see the lip right here, bap. And then he just combos that. Bam, right up there in a nice floater. So 2 maneuver combo, also a little maneuver off the whitewater right there. And he gets rewarded with a 7.33. So now everybody's chasing Jack Jackson. Matt with a few mid scores, a 4.50 and a 5.47. He's not going to be happy with that. He's got 5 minutes left. He really wants to put something on there. And this looks like white, Pierrot, blue, excuse me, I'm sorry. Blue carving it up right here. Nicholas Medina getting the connector on the inside, change of direction. Got 4 really nice little turns right there. And he thinks that he's got a good score coming up. I don't know if that was a claim or...
It looked like a claim in the body language before he threw his arm in the air like that, so I feel like it was. But we'll see. Time will tell whether judges take that one. He started strong. He got 1 turn out the back. I feel like this was more just kind of a bit of a linkage section. Looked like it was going to get really steep for him, but faded through the middle. However, he kept his board moving, kept that momentum, and also kept his body moving. So he made the most of that one. Good read on this wave here from Nicholas Medina.
And he throws up a 7.17 and pulls himself right into the heat.
Things certainly fired up now with just over 3.5 minutes on the clock. Nicholas Medina in the blue, straight into second place.
Changes the situation, and now it puts him in the heat. All he needs is a 7, which he's already scored in this heat right now. So if he can manage to grab something in the next 3.5 minutes, which is plenty of time, there's a lot of little corners coming in, and if you can pick out the right one, Nicholas Medina can put himself right at the top of the leaderboard. But Jack Jackson right now has a pretty firm hold on it with 3 minutes left. He's put up a couple of really nice scores, a 7.33 and a 6.83. And the rest of the field's kind of been looking up at him the whole heat.
They have since the very get-go. It's been a chasing Jack Jackson game.
But we do have some really nice surf, really beautiful conditions here for finals day of the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship, brought to you by Forward Mobility. We are super grateful to be here with these kind of conditions on finals day, really giving these guys the opportunity to show out and show what they can do.
It is pumping.
2 minutes left, just over 2 minutes left in this heat.
It's hot too. It's hot and humid.
Yeah, it's the weather really changed around from last night, this morning to this afternoon. You're really seeing it clean up. The tide's dropping out. See how high the tide was earlier, way pushed up there against the competition area right there. And you can see some of those mats were right in the water. And now the tide dropping, conditions cleaning up really nice. And you're seeing why we come here to Byron Bay for this kind of weather, this kind of waves. Last year we had excellent conditions. Up and riding. Looks like Jack Jackson in red.
Sure was. That's not going to improve on his situation. He's looking to replace a 6.83 as his backup. Just under a minute and a half on the clock. This is, of course, the final. So Jack Jackson in the red, in the lead. Nicholas Medina in the blue in second place. He did just lock in that 717. Shot him from fourth to second.
And this is a final, Britt. So
it is.
Whoever wins this heat wins the title, wins the money, wins the points, and has a huge leg up on the World Championship race with 2 events to go. They would have a huge advantage.
And, of course, the bragging rights.
The bragging rights and the check. You know, the check is always nice. Bragging rights are good too, but when you cash the check, it's always good.
It feels better.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't cashed one in a while, so I don't know.
Might be you later, hopefully.
Yeah, I actually made the final here last year. So I've made 2 finals here, which I'm super, super blessed to be able to say. My division is very contestable. This year I kind of feel like I got a little lucky with some of the bigger names. Chris Oberle not here, Roy Tuscany not here, Felipe Lima not here, Guillaume Collin not here. So some of the really big names in this division that are normally at all these events unfortunately weren't here today, and that's the end of it. You are going to be able to congratulate Jack Jackson, your current Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Champion in the partial vision division. Stay tuned for the legend, Jesse Belauer. There you see him out there, the man that started the movement. We'll be right back.
Well done, girls. Happy?
Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Ken Oath feeling.
Cannot make your job easy.
UDC started over 25 years ago, and it was always the purpose that people with a disability live a life that they truly love, and it's about making choices in their own life and having independence. UDC do things a bit differently. We believe in person-led approach. We don't believe that the person should be in the middle, surrounded and smothered by support. We believe that they should stand at the front of their support and lead their lives in their way. And I think that's what makes us a little bit different.
And we are back. This is the BrightSky Australia, Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And looks like we have had some action during the break. Jesse Billauer, 9.17. If I'm not mistaken, he's already holding a 9.33 from that last one, but this is the final.
This is the final.
So he has gotten close to one of the, I think that might be the top score of the whole competition at the moment.
Nope. Jocelyn Mueller scored a 10.
Oh, she had a 10. Perfect
and
10.
Earlier today, Spongy scored. Oh, here we go. Jesse down the line, in the pocket, high line in this one, screaming down the line, trying to get a redirect on the inside. Does get on rail. Look at this guy. Gets the redirect. Nice bounce floater off the top of the white water. Jesse Billauer just smashing that one.
Well, that is that's one of the best waves that we've seen of the day. You can see that perfect lip just walling up as we have White just behind him. Oh, this is a replay. Beautiful conditions shaping up at this lower tide. You can see our riders disappearing behind the back of the waves in front. As that tide drifts out, it's really starting to shape up across the sandbar.
Tomoki Fujiwara.
So that's the silent killer, as he was nicknamed by Jose Martinez, just behind him. Both him and Jesse have a similar injury impairment level, and the riding is very close. As we have yellow, is this Claudio?
Yep, Claudio Morales. Team high fives. Nice little bank by Claudio right there. Staying in the pocket, getting the reform. Oh, and getting it on the inside. Redirect. Can't quite stay with it, but man, he got a nice little ride right there. It looks like Claudio with a 3.33. Tomoki Fujiwara with a 3.83. Lee Ferrier right here in blue. Here's Lee's wave. It's a 2.60. But Jesse Billauer dropping the bomb early on this heat with a 9.17, Ben.
Yeah, so the waves and the conditions have just been picture perfect, and it just keeps getting better. It's like this was a well-directed movie, this event, as we've had some tension with the lack of surf. We've had some
drama,
threatening weather, tons of drama yesterday, which caused a lay day with high winds and a ton of rain. Let's watch this one of Jesse again. Just driving around this section and sticks with it, finds this transition on the midsection to where he's able to redirect, reform it left. And just as you had pointed out, just leaning into that rail to where he was able to climb it up again. Gets up and over the wake from the jet ski right there. They had to scoot out of his way.
Did a nice little bank right there. Just got that change of direction. He's so on his elbow, you could see the outside rail just out of the water completely, changes direction. Then he just gets that at speed and goes up on the floater, up on top of that white water. Just a little bit of nice face right there. Just enough face to give him a nice bank right there, and pulls out a 9.17. So the entire field is going to be chasing that score.
Yeah, and I'm going to stop being excited about that board that he's riding because I can't toot our horns anymore. But
you've tooted your horn quite a bit.
It's working.
Hey, it's really nice to see, what you're doing is affecting the community, and it's, trust me when I tell you, Jesse's stoked to be here. I talked to him since last year about this event, trying to get him here. His dad, George, coming out with him. Jesse, the support crew, his girlfriend, Melissa, everybody coming to support Jesse on this mission. And I think it's really important for him, especially kind of watching from home. Last year, Australia and Costa Rica, and then he went to Hawaii and the U.S. Open. I think it was, probably a little bit of FOMO, fear of missing out, and didn't want to miss out this year. We had great conditions. It's been a little challenging. The first day was kind of small, but second day was good. Third day was a little bit better. Started out a little slow, but got really good towards the afternoon with that drop in tide up here at Tomos. And now today, the Lord has surely blessed us, Ben, with a beautiful day here at Byron Bay. Nice southeasterly winds and a beautiful little swell filling in right now. When we came down here this morning, I was in uh-oh mode, bro, because it was about 6 to 8 foot.
I was rocking right next to you.
Yeah, it was bombing, bro. And you probably saw how white my face looked. I was like, "Arr!" But we were looking at Main Beach. Main Beach was receiving a little bit more of the swell as far as the power direct and the size of the waves. Up here, tucked around the corner, it's nice, protected, it's clean. We're getting some good push, not too much chaos, but the current was really picking up earlier in the morning. It looks like it's calming down just a little bit, which I'm really happy to hear that. As somebody that's going to surf in a couple hours, the current was really tough last year.
We have Nicolas Medina, the Chilean flag down there. Got some support for Tomoki. And we have a lot of local Japanese living here in Byron. They found a great lifestyle. A couple of my friends from Tokyo are running a restaurant down the street at the Japanese Kitchen, where we had some food the other day.
Yeah, delicious.
And, some delicious Japanese food. Thanks to all these people who have chosen Byron Bay as their home. And as you're looking at it, why would you not want to?
Yeah, it's looking super fun right now. This morning, my mindset was I had to really prepare my mind to be like we're going into some heaviness, because even last year it was pretty heavy here on some of the days that we surfed. The wind, the current, the surf was good, big. Today, the surf is very contestable, and the conditions are super clean. So when I came down this morning, I was just like, oh my God, now I got to get my mind right and get ready to go into serious battle. And now the conditions are really clean. And yeah, I am going to go into battle, but man, look at that right-hander that just came across that nobody got on. Really nice open face all the way from the outside. So some of these waves that are coming through are heat winners. Jesse just got one earlier in the heat. Now that's early. They still have plenty of time, 14:30 left on the clock. Plenty of time in this heat to get a second backup. But
you get to go into your heat wanting to surf now rather than getting the adrenaline pumped up.
So different from this morning, because I was like, wow, I'm going to really have to dig deep to get out there in this stuff, because it was really messy this morning. It was really coming through. That southerly wind was just starting to hit it, so it was bottoms were dropping out right here at Main Beach, and that's all I could look at was Main Beach. So I was like, wow, if it looks like this here, I don't know.
Well, you're talking about FOMO. I wasn't really jealous of the morning heats, but all of a sudden I'm getting more jealous as the time goes on, as I just see perfect waves go through. There's Jesse's partner on the beach, getting some video. And so just talking about these competitors in the water, I mean, this is the top of the field. We've got Jesse Billauer, ASP number 5 last year, 3-time world champion.
He did win the world championship in 2022.
That's right. Okay, there we go. And he runs Life Rolls On, which is an amazing not-for-profit organization that sets up clinics all over California.
All over the United States. Yeah, all over the United States.
And so they set up free clinics to let people have the amazing experience of riding waves no matter what their physical challenge, and puts so much back into the community, but also huge history of being a pro surfer on the tour before his accident. And thanks to his position in the community, having best friends like Rob Machado and some of the top pros in the world, he really brought this whole adaptive movement to the mainstream using those channels.
Yeah, you know, Jesse was in a surf movie many years ago. I believe it was Stepping Into Liquid. Kind of featured him as a young quadriplegic with some of the boys, Rob Machado and the Beshens, I think, Shane Beshen or one of those guys. But, yeah, showed him in the movie. Those guys got him out surfing. That really was kind of my first exposure to adaptive surfing, and I've been injured since 1986. So that was my first exposure to it. And here we have...
I think that's Claudio.
Nice top turn. That looks like... I want to say it.
It's hard to tell if it was yellow or white.
Yeah. Hard to tell who that was right there.
I think by the amount of movement, that might have been Claudio. I'm not sure because his upper body's a little bit higher off the board than Tomoki usually.
Somebody else taking off right here.
But Tomoki got a 4.0 that just popped up. So it was. That was white. That was Tomoki. And so nice, big, deep cut back here. And
oh, if he can complete that.
Oh, got high up on the lip line. He had a great line. Just a little bit more speed to get him down the wave's energy and finish that one would have been great.
Drops a 4.0. And who's this? Lee?
I believe that's Lee.
That was Lee Ferrier right there in blue doing a really nice bank.
So Lee showing what he's got, getting his head up in front of the nose, keeping that energy and finding that connection. And we have that little shallow section on the inside that with the bigger waves, it pops up again. We do have things constantly moving as well as having that current moving from
so here's Lee.
South to north.
Bam. Does a nice re-entry. That's basically getting a little bit of open face right here, trying to get back to the reform. So one really nice maneuver on that wave. Just kind of took off, got a little bit of length of ride on it, and Lee Ferrier drops a 5.50. Now closing the gap, he needs a 3.68 to take over Jesse. He's got a 2.6 as his second score, so basically just needs to drop in and do a turn. Jess needs to catch a second wave. This thing's ticking down with 10 minutes. He's got one, a really fiery 9, but the door's open now with Tomoki. Tomoki needs only a 5.18, and Claudio only needs a 5.85. So this thing's wide open if Jesse doesn't catch a second wave.
Yeah, we've had a very close heat here. Of course, Jesse and the communication with Jesse as pusher. He has very good heat management skills, so he will tell Jesse, you know what? I mean, a lot of the pushers will kind of determine which wave that they push them on, but Jesse will sometimes go, hey, no, not this one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait for this, and just keeping it smart, keeping it cool, not wasting any energy, and definitely not wasting the mishap of being stuck in the current on a wave that didn't have scoring potential and getting pulled out of the zone.
Right.
So they're sitting right there, nice at the top of the peak. And I would figure Jesse also has that first priority at the moment since everyone's been keeping busy underneath him.
And again, it's not a paddle priority here. It's first to take off, goes last in line. And so the next person to take off would be back in line, and that would build your priority through the heat.
We have seen blue, white, and yellow go since Jesse's wave.
And everybody's gotten a second wave except for Jesse, so that would put red in priority.
And it looks like they're at the meat and potatoes, the juiciest part of the point right there. They probably made sure to relocate in the same area where they took off on that 9.17 because they know that part of the bar does produce with those bigger sets. And so they've let some kind of mid-size, smaller ones go by, but it looks like they want something similar to that highest score, pick off the best one that comes through.
Just over 8 minutes left in this one, Ben. Some fireworks. Jesse starting off with a big bomb. Everybody else, Jesse looks like he's looking at this one. Nope, he passes it over. Jet ski kind of cruising around on the inside. It's like mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think the jet ski's also kind of watching over the free surfers too, probably having to go over and kind of make sure that they stay on the other side of that buoy.
Right.
That buoy will be the south end of our competition area. So we have left some space in the past for the free surfers to get a few in this beautiful swell. And then once they get on the other side of the competition area, the whole main beach is just looking insane right now. It looks really, really fun. And Team Chile, of course, Claudio Morales lives in Santa Cruz, but he does represent Chile in other competitions. And so that would explain the Chilean flag. I didn't put two and two together for a second.
Listen, bro, he's the chillin' Chilean villain, bro. That's his nickname. I tagged him the chillin' Chilean villain. He loved it. He said, please, Chaka, throw that out there, man. And so I am throwing it out here again, all stream. Every day at competition, I've been calling his heats. We are calling Claudio the chillin' Chilean villain, baby. And he's cold as ice. He is your 2024 Costa Rica Pro Adaptive Surfing Champ. One of the high-ranked surfers in this division. Traveled the tour last year. Claudio Morales making it known, but Jose Martinez is your current AASP World Champ in that division. Unfortunately, Jose not able to make the event. A lot of big names were unfortunately not able to make this event, so we have some current world champions that will be trying to make up some ground after this event with only 2 more events to go. Jesse Belauer laying claim to this with 6 minutes, 10 seconds left. He's got that big 9.17, but he's left the door open by not catching and securing a second score. So the door is open for Lee Ferrier. He needs a 3.68 to take over the lead. Tomoki Fujiwari needs only a 5.18, and Claudio only needs a 5.85, and here goes.
Still hard to see the color. I think it's Tomoki. Or maybe Claudio. Nope, that's Claudio.
Morales, the chillin' Chilean villain, cold as ice, baby. He needs to drop a 1.30, and he only needs a 5.85 to take over the lead. Late in the game, he can lessen his requirement if he doesn't meet that one. But wow, dropping in. Nice little change of direction right there. Up in the pocket, staying tight. Another little change of direction. The wave doesn't hold on to him. He kind of fades out of that. I think he might needed to pull into that one.
This had happened too. It looked like that was Jesse.
Oh, Jesse
almost looked like he pulled it into the barrel there. He disappeared behind the wave in front of it.
Wow.
But look at these lines. And just so connected, always putting himself right in the zone.
Oh, Jesse.
And that one fades out too. So we're starting to get that little deep spot. That's the same kind of area where Claudio fizzled out. So the tide going out is moving that energy out to some different bars, and it's also creating some new deep spots in the middle.
I think Jesse, look at that nice little wave right there. Can't quite see what happened right there, but man, drawing some really sick lines right here. Nice change of direction right there by Jesse Belauer. Tries to get back in the pocket, but that will go down as a 5.27, increasing his score line to a 2-wave score of a 14.44. Almost slamming the door on these guys. Everybody's comboed except for Lee Ferrier. Lee Ferrier needs an excellent 8.95. That looks like Lee dropping in right there.
Yep, answering back.
He's going to need a monster score. The waning moments, just under 4 minutes. Not a lot of open face right there. Does a little bank off the white water, getting a reform right here, trying to get another change of direction.
Tap the section on that part.
He did tap the section.
He's giving it his all. He's really staying with this one. And had he not have a great read of energy, there's no way he would have made it that far on that wave.
So not a lot of open face on that one, but making the most of it on the back end of it. Here's Lee right here. Boom, nice little tap right there. And then it's just all race in the white water trying to catch that rebuild. Now, is it the required 8.95 that he needs to take over the lead?
It's definitely a good ride. He's gotten two connections with the section. That right there bashes and rebounds off that section there.
Ends up as a 5.93, not the requirement. Lessens his requirement slightly to an 8.52, but distances himself between third and fourth place. The rest of the field is comboed right now by Jesse Belauer. Jesse putting a stranglehold on this one late in the game with about 5 minutes left. Caught only his second wave. He gets 2-wave score, his only 2 waves of the heat, a 9.17 and a 5.27 for a 14.44 in the waning moments. 2 minutes, 10 seconds left in this one. Jesse, his first trip to Australia here at Byron Bay for the AASP World Championship.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes, I'm calling it's going to cost more than 2 minutes to try and fight the current back out there into position. At best, his catcher might spin him around and try and meet Jesse, the other Jesse, halfway for an opportunity for one more. But right now, at the moment, just as you were saying, he's got a commanding lead. He doesn't necessarily need another wave, but there he is.
Look at, they're already congratulating each other out there.
JJ, our local pusher, our local catcher, pushing him back to Jesse. They're still in position.
And he takes off right here, Ben. Call it.
Yep. Jesse, knowing them with the heat management, make sure and you stomp out as many rides as you can. And look how he's just staying with this. This one's kind of warbled. You can see the energy bending back. He's staying right in that little wedgie section right there. And just nice sweeping cutback, sticking with it. It's back into the energy here. And that, I think, will be the end of the ride there as he hits that deep spot. But
this guy
showing such a big degree of turn and rail work.
This guy showing his expertise, showing his knowledge of where to be on the wave and surfing this style. I mean, Claudio surfs this style really well too. Chris Waker surfs this style really, and Tomoki Fujiwari, Claudio, doing that as well. But
let's explain to our friends at home who don't really understand the nuances between their riding style. We have a lot of the riders who have strength in their hands and are using hands on the rails and on handles, whereas Claudio, Tomoki, and Jesse, with their level of impairment, their only strength is in their elbows.
Yep.
Their hands aren't doing anything on the board. So
they're
all upper body movement in the torso, and they're leaning into their elbows. And on that board of Jesse.
Woo, Jesse drops a 7.67 on that one, securing his Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship title. His first time out. There's Melissa running down to congratulate him. Your winner here in Byron Bay, Jesse Belauer.
Yeah, so he's going to be glad that he made the trip this year, and I bet we'll see him here next year. We'll be back to celebrate with him later, as that whitewash almost let him take off by himself right there.
He's got a couple water patrol out there with him, keeping him safe, making sure he doesn't tip over.
Staying nice and balanced on the board, though.
Somebody right on him, actually. There's an arm around his waist. You can see right there he's talking to somebody on the other side of the board. But you can see Jesse stoked with a 16.84, an excellent 9.17, and a great 7.67 to close the door.
So much more action to come. That was an amazing heat, and we have a lot more for you guys. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
Life. It's full of changes, and your need for space changes with it. So it's good to know there's a flexible, secure storage solution just for you. Roomia Self-Storage. With our focus on service, security, and understanding, you'll discover how a little extra space can change your life. Get a quote today and make your life roomier.
And we are back. This is the BrightSky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And there we have our champion of the assisted prone classification, Jesse Billauer, and his very stoked partner, Melissa. And we had him take that division out with a 17-plus point total.
Yeah, he had a 9.17 and another really nice score as well. And now we have the Pron Assist women. He had a 7.67. He had a 16.84, really close to that 17. Nice, excellent score, and then a right borderline excellent score. Look at the old man. He couldn't be any happier, man. He's so stoked right now. I know how much it took for him to get here. I had to have many conversations with him about his logistics and what it was going to take for him to get here. And here he is. The trip pays off. Jesse Billauer, your Pron Assist Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing champion right here, leading the charge for the World Tour right now and in that division for a World Title Championship.
And as it really is a team effort in that assisted prone division, also congratulations to Jesse Baxter, his pusher, and JJ, our local volunteer, to be his catcher.
Big Jesse, baby, picking out some waves with him. They got such a connection, man, that I was talking about that second wave, and he put that second wave up with a 5.27, I think it was, and then he just sat and waited until the very end within 3 minutes and just got into that 7.67. So really, really just laid down the foundation, didn't have to rush, just kind of played it right, caught 3 waves, and just laid the smack down on it.
Yeah, and we saw the conditions improve so much since the morning, and now it's looking nice and buttery. The offshores, it was kind of a tricky factor to some of the waves earlier, has calmed down, so it's even glassier, allowing for an easier takeoff. You can see, I think that was possibly Annie going for one there. We do have that little deeper section that wasn't a factor earlier, which we saw cut the end of Claudio and one of Jesse's rides off. So that is a sign that the tide's moving out, the energy's being moved to a different spot on the bar. So while all the guys in the morning heats were possibly studying their lineup and their positioning, like yourself,
right.
They're probably kind of switching it up and are going to have their eyes zeroed in these next couple heats as we're dealing with some different conditions in the morning.
Well, we want to congratulate everybody from that.
Oh my God, it's amazing to be down here in Byron Bay, Australia. Like, the first couple of days were pretty small and windy and raining, but hey, they saved the best weather for the last day and pumping waves, and man, it's just going off out there. Like, we got pretty blessed. So I'm pretty stoked to be down here in Byron Bay for my first time, and hey, I guess I got number 1, so it's even better. Thank you to the Adaptive Australian Pro and Chaka and everyone who put this event on, Mono and all the competitors for everything. And gosh, everyone's such an inspiration. So I'm glad I got a couple waves.
Run me through that 9-point ride, mate. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, so that first wave, like, it looked like it had a long wall, and I just knew that I had to go as far as I could and do some bottom turns and maybe a little cut down, and that wave felt really good, and I was like, wow, I need to get another one of those, and kind of got spoiled and waited and waited and waited, and kind of had to just go for anything, but I think I missed a couple in the middle of the heat. So the guy who was pushing me said that I did not obey the strategy, and I got to go back and watch the tapes.
Awesome, well done, mate.
All right, thank you.
Breaking the rules.
Jesse, like I said, man, it took a lot for him to get here. Kind of had to construct the whole thing, and it took him about 9 months to be able to get all the strings attached and all the stuff taken care of. But big thanks to George Ballauer for being just the heart of Jesse's team, and Jesse Baxter. Really just the knowledge of those two guys, of how many events that they've surfed coming into this, not knowing, and coming out of it being number one. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, and also, I mean, depending on who these people work with, the amount of time that they can get out in the water practicing, Jesse doesn't surf all that often.
Right.
And so Jesse is lucky to, with all the things that he's got his hands in, stoked for life, not to mention trying to reel up Jesse and a catcher for a surf session. He doesn't get out in the water as much as he'd like to. So to kind of snap into your game right before competition is another thing to be said.
Yeah, he's a little spoiled, gets to surf Malibu when it's really good, and kind of gets his right away because of who he is and what he's done. And, that community respects him. So, but yeah, like you're saying, he's not out 3-4 times a week. He's not out maybe even
Malibu doesn't get all that good all the time.
And Jesse, like myself, I'm not a huge winter surfer. Jesse himself only likes to surf in the winter when it's winter here and summer in Hawaii.
Speaking of winter to summer, Kenjiro Ito coming out of freezing cold water in Japan, where you're wearing a 4-3 in booties at the moment, gets to throw on a spring suit, which is still a little bit warm for the water out there. A lot of guys out there in trunks.
So, Kenji, he really is battling right now for this title. He won this title last year. He is the defending champion of this event. But Balu came back 3 events in a row, Costa Rica, Hawaii, and the U.S. Open, and won all of those. Kenji got second in all of them, and he inched Kenji out of the World Championship last year. I know Kenji, I've seen him surf this event so far. He's surfing with a purpose. He's surfing with a slight bit of that's not happening again. So
I'm also seeing a whole new level of Kenji on his new equipment. He's changed up equipment to something more high performance, and I think his boards haven't really been able to shine his performance level. As we watch this one, Joss Newmuller.
Woohoo!
She has been on a shred. She is so connected with her equipment. She's
Look at this wave,
ripping in the wave pool. Nice redirect, reading this thing so perfectly.
What? Look at this right, Benny. All the way through, snapping the top of that. What a wave.
I could easily, she's not done yet. She's still connecting this one. She knows what it's like to get a 10.
And I'm pretty sure she just scored her second 10. I'm going to call it right now, Ben. I don't know how it can get better than that. She just crushed that to the limit.
I'll call that the best wave of the event so far.
That is the best wave of the event so far. Jocelyn Newmiller screaming a 5.57. I was off. I'm pretty sure in the scoreline you probably saw a 10.
9.57.
Yep, 9.57. What did I say?
5.57.
9.57.
A little different, but still.
Nope, 9.57.
Yeah, it's still way up there. So, you want to call this one?
Yeah, screaming down the line. Gets a little check turn right there. Another little cutty right back into the section. Gets this reform right here. Does another change of direction. Really nice. This section right here. Races it. Almost gets a little shampoo. Catches up to this. Gets to the top third of the wave. Snap right there. There's the money. She gets that redirect, and this is where you're going to score points on length of ride, because she gets the reform, and if you notice, she just does a nice little tap right there. So she gets a little extra out of it. What a fantastic ride right there.
And she's a fierce competitor. I think more involved with her equipment than any of our riders. Look at this. Right almost in the barrel off that takeoff. There's that little mid-face redirection. Then she reads it, comes down from the low side, and just constantly she's predicting what the wave's going to do and puts herself in all the right places. That was the most difficult section to make around, which she just danced around.
Right
banks it off there, redirects it, and is able to keep that speed going through to that inside section for this finish that we're going to see here. and banks it off, not lacking speed at all in that last maneuver. It wasn't just
It wasn't forced.
It wasn't a forced tap at the end there. It was just flowing all the way through.
Looks like Ashley Bunting snuck in a couple of waves while we were doing that replay of a 1.70 and a 2.30 for a combined score of a 4.0, putting her in second place.
Well, I think the only thing that can be said about that is the judges do know how gnarly of a competitor that Jocelyn is, and they had to leave a little bit of a ceiling just in case there's something even better than that.
Yeah,
so
a little bit of room.
Not taking anything away from the judges. It was a 10 in our eyes, but we may see something even better. Who knows?
But that was a great ridden wave. Really knew the sections, kept the speed, kept challenging the top third of the wave. Got two enders, one ender on the outside section, got the rebuild, got on the inside, and then did that little tap ender on the inside. So great score, 9.57, the high score of the day right now.
Yeah, just topping
Jesse's 9.17 and Sponge's 9.43. So Spongy scored a 9.43 in the semifinal earlier.
Okay.
Kind of laid down the gauntlet. Had that, remember that wave with the 4 big cutbacks on it?
That's right. Yep. Yeah, what we thought was a 3 maneuver combo actually was about a 5.
Yeah, and then he whipped out that other one. So here comes Jocelyn again, this replay. Up in the section, you can see how she's moving the board. Check turn, nice cutback right there. She gets another little cutback right here. Races that section, little shampoo action. And then she sees that right there, boom. And even right there, I think she's going excellent right there, you know. But then she gets this redirect. She gets this rebuild. A little bit of extra little topping right there, buddy.
Yeah, she's been doing so much work with her equipment. I think she's still working with Lee Stacy as her shaper. She even 3D designed her own leg supports this time that she was showing me, that she's gotten in there, learned CAD software, designed herself some supports on her legs that help her actually lean the weight where she can't feel. She can lean the weight against those leg supports and engage the back half of the rail, which she wasn't able to do before.
Right.
So she's increasing the performance by adjusting her own equipment and making leaps in advancement in the technology. As we have Kenjiro Ito, all the boys getting charged up.
So this is for the girls is the second round of a round robin. So Jocelyn was, of course, had a 10 in that first round, and she had an 8.87. She has just added to her score with that 9.54. So right now she's sitting on a 19.54, less than a half a point away from a perfect heat.
So if we don't see her get a 10, we don't even want to see her riding. I'm kidding. So that's the only way
she having some fun.
That's pretty much the only way she can improve on her situation.
Right.
And she's in a very, very relaxed position at the moment.
And it looks like Ashley Bunting had a 7.33 in the first round. So she's going to carry that over. And here we go with Annie Goldsmith.
All right. So that was Annie's opening wave. Got a little bit hung up high on that one, caught the nose. And you can see Dad Ben, her pusher, getting right back into position to get her back out into the lineup.
Annie's trying to replace a 6.0 and a 5.33.
We had a little push there. I think that might have been Jocelyn.
And Ashley Bunting is trying to replace a 3.83. So this is a battle for second place too, you know.
Definitely. Everybody wants to win it. Everyone wants to push their hardest. Annie,
well, there's world ranking points on display here, and so neither Ashley or Annie has increased their position. So right now it would be Jocelyn Newmiller in first place, Annie Goldsmith in second place, and Ashley Bunting in third. That's how it would finish if this heat was over right now.
Tomoki bringing back from that heat with Jesse. Looks like they brought him back from right here at Main Beach.
Oh, wow. Jocelyn,
nice big carve, puts it on rail, staying close to this section. And Looks like there's a little bit more on the end there. She's keeping her head over the nose for any possible more
Almost
energy.
got it. Almost got it. I don't think that's going to replace any of the giant scores that she's got right now. 9.54. Ashley Bunting going for that one, not quite pulling it out. And so she's got that 9.57 right now and a 10 from the first round. So she's going to be real hard to beat. So it's a race for second place right now. And if Ashley can put up a 5 or a 6, that will jump her right in front of Annie Goldsmith, because Annie's got a nice 6 and a 5 on the board. So she's got a couple nice scores from the first round. So Annie kind of sitting strong in position, but the door's open because Ashley Bunting scored a 7.17 earlier, and this one comes out of 6.83.
Yeah, that second turn was much more on rail than we noticed in the beginning. So solid scores for two solid maneuvers. The end didn't really shape up, but also cool, Annie Goldsmith was discovered by Jocelyn and mentored by Jocelyn, and wouldn't be out there in this sport if Jocelyn hadn't gotten her on a board.
And that's not Jocelyn, that's Jocelyn's
I'm saying in the
twin sister.
Oh, yeah. So Jocelyn's twin sister carrying her backup equipment there. But it's just amazing to see a few years later Jocelyn creating a monster and having her own protege out there against her in a heat.
Yep, chasing her down. She got a little work cut out for her right now. She's trying to hold on to second place. Ashley Bunting just needs probably somewhere in the high 4 or low 5 range. I believe she needs to beat an 11.16, if memory serves me correctly. 11.33 is what Annie's holding on to right now. She hasn't replaced any scores from the first round, so she'll be going off that 11.33. Ashley Bunting has an 11.16. So realistically, that 7.33 Ashley's got is keeping her in the game. She just needs something in the 4 range to pull ahead of Annie. She needs a 4.01. A 4.01 for Ashley, and that will turn third place into second place. And when I say every little bit counts, that's what I mean. It's only a 4.01. It sounds small, but with the waning moments, just over 440 left, a 4.01 sounds like a big mountain to climb, you know?
Yeah, and that will also force Jocelyn, when she hears that information, if she is delivered that information from the beach announcer, she will call her pushers, her team, to get her into action and probably stay a little less relaxed than she was previously.
Well, Ashley's only fighting for second place. Jocelyn's got the...
Oh, so that score was for second?
Correct. That
Okay.
score's for second. Jocelyn's got the field comboed with a 19.57. So almost a perfect score.
I thought there was something I missed there.
No,
Okay.
she's got it comboed. These girls are fighting for second place, and it's that low of a score. 4.01 Ashley needs to just move up into second.
And
so
explain to our viewers at home who are thinking Ashley's in second at the moment because of this.
It's a
this
round
graphic.
robin. Yeah, it's a round robin. They serve 2 rounds, 2 heats. You take the top 2 scores out of either one of those heats. And right now, both Ashley and Annie are living on the heat that they had on Thursday at main break. Ashley has an 11.16, and Annie has an 11.33. They're both trying to improve. Ashley has that 7.33 that's kind of keeping her in the game. If she can get that 4.01, that'll bump her up into second place in the standings. And they're both just chasing almost a perfect score, a perfect heat score from Jocelyn. That's a real hard thing to do.
Yeah, and Jocelyn, I mean, she's a fierce competitor, works as a lawyer, she's a disability advocate, and she was into adaptive sports early on, representing Australia in Rio 2016 in para-canoe. So she started in para-canoe, had a life-changing injury that later got her into adaptive surfing, but she's just got fierce competitor in her blood.
Yeah, this is a beautiful day. Turned out to be a wonderful day here in Byron. We've seen some huge scores. 9.57 by Jocelyn, a 9.43 by Jesse, a 9.43 by Sponge, mid 9 by Jesse Belauer. So just some really nice sets coming through. Great conditions here in Byron for finals day. And the waning moments, the 2-minute warning here. About to crown Jocelyn, the Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Champion in the women's Pron Assist division. Here we got somebody on a wave. Annie, oh, nope. It's Ashley Bunting.
Nice line on that one.
She only needs a 4.01 to move into second place. Can she get the rebuild right here? She's leaning up on it. She gets the reform on the inside. Can she get a little change of direction? Stay on it. Ashley Bunting in the waning moments. She needs a 4.01 to move into second place. Is that the wave? Did she do it in the waning moments of the heat?
Yeah, definitely a nice line. A lot of speed there. She's on that Steve Bainey infinity board with a lot of float. You can see that thing helping keep that speed in that line. And here she is jamming across this foamy section. Keeping it on rail, driving across, looking for some open space. Finds that open space here, starts to redirect.
Oh, it drops as a 4.30 and moves her into second place.
All right, so now Annie has a couple minutes. 40 seconds. So we can see Ashley getting towed back out. I don't know if there's going to be enough time to get back out into the zone and get another wave in this last 30 seconds.
That just shows you how competitive she is, though. She's not sitting on that 4.30. She doesn't know that she's moved into second place. I know because I did the math.
Well, Annie would definitely want to know that as soon as that score came in, to know what she's up against and what she needs on her last wave, as well as Ben, her pusher. Dad's going to have to get her into a good wave in these dying seconds. I'm not sure where they are on the screen, but I haven't seen a wave ridden.
There you have it, though, Ben. It's going to be Jocelyn Newmiller, your Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Champion in the women's Pron division, Pron Assist division. It's going to be Ashley Bunting in second place from High Fives and Annie Goldsmith in third. That is going to be your tally. Annie with the 4.30. All she needed was a 4.01 to get her into second place with the score from yesterday and today. That's going to do it for her.
Well, amazing performance by this young woman on the screen right here. And we are going to be back with a lot more action. The conditions keep getting better here in Byron Bay. We'll be back right after these messages. Welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And there you have your women's assisted prone classification champion of this event, Jocelyn Neumuller, with Maddie, her pusher. And her team got her some amazing scores, a close to perfect score today after coming into this heat with a perfect score of a 10.
And then she throws up a 9.57 just to say, hey man, I want that perfect score. She's chasing it. She's still got a little bit of work to do, but there is your BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Champion in the women's prone assist division, Jocelyn Neumuller. She is the 3-time world champ in this division for the AASP. There has been some girls challenging her. Ashley Bunting is actually one of the only women to beat her in a heat in the last 2 years. So Jocelyn's had this perfect run going of heat wins until the U.S. Open last year in 2024, where in the first round of the round robin, Ashley Bunting was able to eke out a win in that first round of the round robin. And this looks like white John Crampton.
Yeah, nice line, driving some speed around this one, keeping with that steep spot. And this wave just keeps growing as it hits that shallow bank on the inside, stretching it on through. Cuts it back, finds another little racetrack section here. He is shooting way down the beach. He's probably going to step out right outside of our tent here at Main Beach after that one. And that was a great wave, and it's beautiful to see that the conditions are serving up these long, perfect stretching waves.
Benny, I'm frothing now, boy. I went from uh-oh to oh,
you're going
baby.
From nervous to frothing to, like, ready to jump out of the booth at the moment.
Here goes Nachman, your current AASP champ in this division. Bam! Big top turn, and then a big exclamation point at the end of that. That's going to be a 6.30.
He's not done yet.
He redirects, gets on the left. John Crampton's wave comes in at a 6.0. Nachman somewhere else in there caught a 3.0. So then we got a foiler screaming through the vent sight right there. But here is Nachman's.
They might be Jake. Who are we looking at? Oh, this is the replay of blue.
Jake Matthews.
Yeah, Jake Matthews.
Nice turns. Kinji in the background. Oh, Kinji with the big top turn right there, cut back.
You can just see the machine is turning on. We got
Kinji on the inside. Big snap by Kinji. Oh, my goodness. There's going to be some big scores dropping. Kinjiro Ito with an 8.60. Jake Matthews with that 5.0. John Crampton with that 6.0. Nachman with a two-wave score of a 9.30. That's a 6.30 and a 3.0. But Kinjiro Ito coming out.
So we got live action here.
Nachman.
Balulu off the bottom. Snaps it back. And so Balulu coming into this competition on an asymmetrical board made for frontside on rights. And finally he's getting the waves for that thing to turn on. And you can see just nice direction change. Unfortunately there, loses it. And
that's going to help his campaign.
I believe we have Jocelyn Neumuller, our new prone assist champ, down on the beach with our roaming camera. Hey, Joss.
Hey.
I thought there was someone down there doing the interview. I just noticed it's me. Congratulations. That was a sick performance. Me and Chukka were calling that first wave a 10. I guess they were leaving a little ceiling on it for you just in case you punched above that.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have liked a 10. But overall, it's sick just to have the opportunity to surf the waves of the pass in a contest, have the opportunity, and then just see the other girls ripping as well. It's so great to see Annie and Ashley pushing the level of surfing every time they're coming out, and it's just so good to be part of.
Yeah, I don't think I've been more jealous of being out there than in your heat and the previous one. It looks like things have shaped up amazingly.
Yeah, the waves have definitely improved over the day, I reckon. I think we were a bit unlucky on just our timing of the sets, but overall it was great. That first wave felt so good. And yeah, I can't wait to keep watching the rest of the finals of the day.
Yeah, well, we have congratulated you, but it is a team effort, so gotta congratulate Matt, Vance, Jake, the whole crew. You guys are a really tight-knit crew, and all of that teamwork seems to really come into play in this championship.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is a real team effort in the Pron Assist division, not only in the contest, but week to week to get out training. So it definitely wouldn't be possible without the team here, and as well as a greater team back home that makes it happen. So I think across all the division, Pron Assist division, men's and women's, like nothing can happen without these pushers and catchers and volunteers and water safety. So huge thank you to all the water safety, all the volunteers that make this possible, and also the pushers and catchers that often just do this out of the pure stoke and joy of watching these athletes get in the water and have the time of their life.
Well, your board's looking so on point. You still working with Stacy on your board designs?
Yeah, definitely. Lee's doing some great boards at the moment. We've got some more revisions coming through at the moment, and then playing around a little bit with having some knee and leg blocks on the board to try and engage that back of the rail, which seemed to be working really well as well.
Yeah, you and I spoke about that, and we could definitely see it in action in that heat. That was insane. Well, we congratulate you, and we're going to go hit some schooners in the Services Club later.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joss. Congratulations. All right, so it looks like Balulu has stacked a couple, 6.30 and 5.60, but Kenjiro out the back. Live action.
Oh, Kenji with a sick top turn.
Snaps it off the top, puts it on rail, snaps it back. Getting a little far over the tail there, but he recovers. He's going to have another chance to build up some momentum here. And driving off the bottom, hits that high up on the lip line. A little claim on the end there, but going in with an 8.60 for your opening wave, you're going to have confidence in all the rest of your rides.
I told you, Kenji didn't like the taste of that, losing that title 3 in a row. Being the champion here, Kenjiro Ito, dropping down, fast section, getting up with this sick little top turn right there, displaying lots of water. Another sick cutback right there. Kind of gets caught up a little bit, but is able to balance out of it. Gets up here, and this is the important part right here. How are you going to finish, Kenji? With a big tap tail drift. Claiming that, Kenjiro Ito, he's on a mission to reclaim that title.
9.17 for that bad boy.
Wow, going excellent. 2 excellent scores right here. Kenjiro Ito says, I am defending my title with a 17.77.
Wow.
Nachman Balulu's got his work cut out for him if he wants to dethrone Kenjiro Ito right here.
Yeah, and the you know, in the previous days of competition, some of those conditions, we were hoping to push the scores from like 4 to 6s, and when we have almost we have perfect score, close to a perfect score in almost every heat, it just shows how much things have shaped up in this final day.
Kenji really has been working hard. I've been watching him. This heat's not over, and Baloo's not going to be like just fold up his tent. He's still got 13 minutes. You can sure bet that Balulu is going to try to get out of this combo situation because he's in a combination situation. The whole heat is comboed right now by Kenjiro Ito. So everybody's got their work cut out for him. 12 minutes, 40 seconds left. Nachman needs 2 waves. He needs 2 excellent scores to get out of this.
What is John and what are John and Jake needing at the moment?
They're all 3 are comboed. They all need a 17.78 combo. So Baloo's 6.30, that's out the window. Here comes Baloo.
Nope, Jake Matthews off the top on that one. Snaps it back. And so, yep, he's fighting to start chiseling away at that combination. Wants to get out of that combination requirement. But, yeah, right now, 1 and 2 are on a pretty tight fight.
Yeah, actually, Baloo's still comboed too, but he's got a little distance between John Crampton and Jake Matthews. So, but he's not out of the woods. Both of them have a 6. John Crampton has a 6.
Nice rail work off that top turn right there. Another quick snap there. And gets another redirection at the end.
And that's going to come in at a 3.50 for Jake Matthews, pulling him up into 3rd place. Getting him past John Crampton, who was ahead of him with a 8.0.
And Jake Matthews got the Australian titles to represent Australia in the Worlds later this year. So none of these competitors to be written off. They're all very capable competitors, but it's really about locking into those good rides and what you do on it.
Well, all three of these guys will see themselves again, most likely at the ISA event in November or whenever they have it. They're not on the schedule yet. But I don't believe Jake Matthews will be able to make the Hawaiian event. He said he's going to try, so hopefully he'll be able to make it, and these guys will have an opportunity to battle it out again. But right now, with just under 11 minutes left, it's Kenjiro Ito in full control. Here comes Nachman, though.
Well, Lulu, that was a nice pocket jam there. Looked like he's gotten a little more pep to his step in this one.
Boom.
Hits that one high on the lip line, and definitely better flow on that one than his previous waves. We'll see how that affects his score line.
That could pull him out of combo. He needs something better than he needs to get in the 8 range right here. Here he is dropping down. Real nice change of direction. A lot of spray right there. Gets a little pump check. Another nice little half turn. And then with the exclamation point, let's see what he gets. He gets a 7.0. Really nice score, but doesn't pull him out of combo. He needs something in the excellent range to get him out of this combination. He needs something like in the 8.5 range.
And we have Jake Matthews, I believe, on another one. So that last one of Balulu probably would have increased the requirement for blue and white. Or they do they have a bigger combo, or are they still sitting on the same combo?
They're still sitting on the same combo. They need a 17.78 to get out of combo. Nobody has gotten any excellent score to get them out of combo.
Here's that replay. Jake hits that one up at the lip line, draws it back. Little pet of the kitty there to keep it going. Gets another jam on the section there. And yeah, we're moving things along. I think the one thing as far as Jake, his wave selection hasn't been as good as Kenjiro and Balulu in this heat. Not quite getting the juice behind him that he needs. He is a bigger guy. He's got some great skill, but I think the waves have kind of lacked some juice.
So just under 9 minutes left here, right about 9 minutes. Kenji in full control. He's, you know, it's up to Baloo to get into the excellent range. He needs an 8.5 to get out of combo. That will get him up into the 9.2 range, 9.3 range to get out of combo that he would need to overtake first place. But if he doesn't get anything in the 8.2 to 8.5 range, it's game over this last 8.5 minutes for this title.
Yeah, and those two both being in the lower limb impairment. One thing on Balulu's side is it's his front leg that has the prosthetic. So definitely two different approaches, as Kenjiro is able to get up over his front foot and be a little more aggressive. You see Balulu doing most of his control with his back foot. So different approach with them, and definitely some benefits to one stance than the other.
Looks like the wind's playing little tricks on us right now. Looks like we got some kind of wave ski guy out there. Is
that your competition warming up?
I sure hope not.
I don't think so. 7 minutes and 45 seconds.
So this will be my last heat called of the competition, Ben. I just want to say it's been a pleasure to be in the booth with you and Stevie Ginger and Britt. It's been awesome to call these heats and kind of get a bird's eye view of the competition and see how great everybody is competing and see all these titles. Here comes Kenji. He's not happy with the score he's got. Big roundhouse right there. Skipping right on that section on the inside. Another nice cut back into the power. Off the whitewater. Can he stay with it? Does not stay with it. But, yeah, it's been a joy here. It's been a joy to compete here. I got my work cut out for me with Spike Kane and Chris Still and Mike Johnson. But here's the replay.
So he comes up, puts it on rail, jams it back. Eyes up this next section here. Didn't have a whole lot of speed going into that extreme of a rail turn, so it definitely killed that speed 3/4 of the way through the turn, making it incomplete. That probably won't touch into his scores, as we have Balulu staying patient, He knows how to glide across really flat sections. Where he practices in probably Tel Aviv, Israel, is known for some pretty flat, gutless surf. So that will be one advantage that Balulu will have in being able to connect those sections between the waves. But that one just didn't really work out.
It's not going to come into the score line at all. It's not even going to be a factor.
No flow.
Even if he completes that maneuver, it's still not going to replace a 6 or a 7. He's got a 6.3 and a 7. So that's not even coming close. Kenjiro Ito still taking off on another beautiful wave.
Yeah,
Kenji, top turn, cuts back into the section. Another turn. On the inside. Speed pump. Big snap. Oh, Kenji just going send full.
Yeah, he definitely had his weight a little too aggressive over that front foot going into that section. A lot of speed, good-looking wave. Possibly a couple missed opportunities in some snaps or turns on the way. Looked like he was looking at something at down the line and just kept that speed jamming just a little bit off.
Comes in at a 5.43. It's not going to factor in. Again, Kenji still has the entire field comboed. Everybody needs a 17.78 to take over the lead, 2-wave score. So it's 5 minutes left. Looks like John Crampton. White. Hard for me to tell right there.
Hard to tell. It could have been Jake Matthews as well. Real aggressive approach there. We're starting to see that tide really suck out. All these sections that were kind of holding open for Jesse and some of the earlier heats are starting to clamp down a little bit.
Got to race them now. You got to get out in front of them and make that next section to do that big turn or to do the big maneuvers.
Definitely not as spelled out for you as it was before. So the option that you pick as far as lining yourself in the lineup is going to be a bit of a gamble. And we're going to see what happens as we have Balulu, looks like through the midsection, trying out a new spot in the lineup. This one looks like it's going to line up a little bit better. He's got a chance to get into rhythm if he gets over this deep spot, but that thing just fizzles out, unfortunately.
Yep. I think he's feeling the pressure. He knows. Frustration. You see him right now kind of slapping the water. He's in the gold jersey because he's the champ right now. So he will get. This is Kenji's event. He won it last year. Unfortunately, Baloo couldn't make it last year. Kenjiro Ito, your defending Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Champion. Looks like Kenji is going to defend that title. The entire field is comboed. There's nothing they can do to get out of it. 3:30 left. Kenji closed the door early with a huge score early, an 8.60, and on his second wave, a 9.17. And he just closed the door real quick. He wanted to make sure everybody was looking up at him, chasing him for this title.
Yeah, so since that early wave of the 8.60 by Kenjiro Ito, the conditions are looking a lot more challenging. We have a little bit of wind switch you can see there, putting some different texture on the waves. It's not this long, smooth, clean wall that we saw earlier, so definitely going to have to read the waves and the positioning a lot better to try and knock Kenjiro Ito out of that spot. But at the moment, a pretty commanding lead. Last of yellow, 7.0. So he bumps up the score line there just a bit, but
last score of Nachman was a 2.57.
Oh, last.
Yeah, last.
Okay.
Got that 7 a couple waves ago. Ben, I'm going to bid you a fair adieu, my friend. I'm going to go jump into my other outfit, which is
it's not even over, mate.
I know, but I gotta get down there. I gotta suit up and I gotta get down there. So
no worries.
Love to congratulate Kenjiro Ito on a fabulous performance defending his title. Kenji will have the first leg up in the World Championship race here in 2025, becoming your Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Champion in the below knee stand division. Benny, I'll see you in the water.
Thanks, brother. So we are watching Balulu. Oh, big jam against the section there. Unfortunately, couldn't stick that one. And you can see just the urgency, knowing that he's needing time. You saw him throw his arm up in in the air, asking possibly for some information by the beach commentator. Wants to know how much time he's got, see where he's sitting. And 1 minute and 30 is not going to be a lot of time to get back out into the area and back into position for a high-scoring potential wave. 1 minute and 15 seconds. But right now, looking like our Japanese surfer Kenjiro Ito is going to go for a two-peat at this Byron Bay Adaptive Pro Surfing Championship, brought to us by BrightSky and Forward Mobility Support. 50 seconds remaining, and wow, a lot of change since the beginning of that heat as that tide starting to draw out. You can see Catherine Beatty, Claudia Morales, Jesse down on the beach. The whole crew is getting charged up. I believe that Catherine will be out in the water in the women's unassisted heat in just a moment with Sam Bloom. I'm not sure if that's the next or the next after the next, but we are starting to clamp down on time for the below knee standing. $20 seconds remaining. It doesn't look like we're going to see a lot happening here. And we're down to the countdown. It looks like it's going to be our buddy from Japan, Happy Kenji Times, going to be extra happy. Kenjiro Ito for his second win of this Byron event. Omedetou gozaimasu. That means congratulations in Japanese, as we are going to send it to a commercial break, and we're going to be back with more action in just a moment. That was Jake Matthews working his way in. Looks like Nachman's going to end up second in this division, but we have our champion from Japan, Kenjiro Ito, taking the crown in this one. So we're going to take it to a quick break, and we'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. I'm Ben Way, joined in the booth by Britt Nichols, and I believe we have our unassisted prone division for the women out in the water as we speak. We're going to have some, we'll get our cameras all set up and rearranged. We know that the tide has gone out and those competitors have kind of shifted off the zone. So I think we're repositioning our cameras at the moment. We'll catch up on that action and those scores as well in just a moment. We did just crown Kenjiro Ito out of Japan as our below knee stand champion of this event. Defending champion two-peat. He won it last year. Back in Byron, wins another one. We have also crowned Jocelyn Newmuller in the prone assist. Just before that, Jesse Billauer in the men's prone assist. And we have just had nonstop action. You've been out there amongst it. What do you think of the vibe outside?
It is phenomenal. It's stinking hot. Like it's a hot day here in Australia. It's hot, humid, but it's sunny. The waves are pumping. There's people everywhere. It's a Sunday here, and yeah, we're just enjoying the finals day action. The waves are good.
Yeah, it has been so good. We're gonna have we did have our veterans. Wounded Warriors heat mixed in. We're also going to have a special sponsors heat where we've got some of our support out there battling it out in some great conditions. It does seem that the wind direction has switched just a little bit. We had a really stiff offshore just a bit ago, and you could really see how the guys were fighting into their waves. A little bit of a chunk on it, but we still have some really good conditions. Looks like we're going to take another quick break before we get back to the live action out in the water and catch you guys up on the competition. We'll see you in just a second.
Every journey is shaped by people, and your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
And we are back with the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. It is finals day, and we are back on the action on the beach. This has Ben Way in the booth, joined by Britt Nichols, and we are seeing a beautiful day in Byron Bay here in New South Wales, Australia. And here we have the blind no vision and blind partial vision combined event out in the water at the moment. Alali Medina in the lead. She has in the partial vision I believe Alali and Sarah are in the same division. Marta is completely blind, but due to a lack of competitors in her category, we've been doing a couple of these stacked heats. And so she will be competing in as far as her division, and they will be competing for their classification. But we've seen some amazing surf, and it looks like that was a free surfer, I believe. Although, no, that might be Marta. I think that could be Marta Passo. So Marta Passo is completely blind. She comes from Portugal, and amazing surfer, very high level. And I'd mentioned to Chaka earlier on, the first time to see her surfing, she was in about 4 to 5 foot closeout. Somehow the heat draw put all of their, that's Marta. And so you can see Marta uses her hands a lot. She can feel the air, uses the audio signals to find her way through the wave, plus getting that energy through her feet. But somehow the horrible heat draw of the competition had put the surfers with absolutely no vision out in about 5 foot closeout beach break. And she took some really, really gnarly drops that would be hard for anyone who can see or not, and just showed the timing of her pop-up, her balance, and also the way that she uniquely feels the space around her with her hands, and can feel the wind blowing in different directions, probably get the audio of the wave breaking behind her, and also have the feeling of the pressure of the water pushing against the board to her feet. So it's really, really amazing to watch her ride.
It is. It's just so fascinating, how they do it and how they all do things differently, you know, like just to be able to tap into your senses like that. I know that, there's some competitors, like we were talking about earlier, that might have been born with, say, vision impairment, and then others who have progressed throughout their life, and then it's become a condition for them. So it's interesting to see how certain athletes adapt, and whether or not they've always just known that that's for them, that's just something they've always been accustomed to. They've grown those senses as they've developed, as opposed to, say, others who have had to learn to adapt to those condition changes over time, and maybe had vision at an earlier age, and then had to learn to adapt and really tap into those senses.
Yeah, it is really amazing where you would, in a way, you have the surfers that became visually impaired later in life that have that surfing experience. They have seen what a wave looks like previously. They've been able to navigate and use their eyes to kind of find their way around a wave, and then they had to switch that over into just feeling. But then you have other surfers like Marta. I believe that she was born visually impaired. I'm trying to look on my notes. I don't think I have that here. I have a bunch of other merits, though. Marta Passo, 4-time world champion, 2-time European champion. And she uses her spotter, Tiago Prieto, and they have been a team throughout a lot of our ISA World Championships. She likes skateboarding, which, if you think about riding a skateboard with no vision, a lot of people who've taken a slam on a skateboard know that it helps a lot to see where you're going, but either way, just shows the amount of balance that she has. This time is her first time to Australia, and she's got some big sponsors supporting her from Portugal: Millennium, BCP Bank, Gold Energy Electric, which is an electric company, Poland Surfboards, which is a big European brand, and Viana do Castelo Town Hall. And she studies political science and international relations. And she said she's looking forward to experiencing the Australian vibe, not only in the surf, but the place, its history, and its culture, and wants to explore everything. So she is a very, very cool individual, very soft-spoken, and she joined us at one of my after parties in California of the World Championship, and we look forward to seeing them there this time. But it's really fun to have this community all intertwined, no matter what their condition or physical challenge. Everyone gets along really, really well. I'm thinking that is probably Ali. And I'm trying to see the red jersey, but I'm quite sure that's Ali Medina out of Puerto Rico, driving across this one. Ali coming out of the Puerto Rico that's known for really punchy reef breaks. She's used to practicing on reefs with a lot of power. So we're able to didn't let you call that replay, but we're able to see her have a little bit more juice under her feet is what I was wanting to say, because the earlier heats were in really small waves. And she is usually on a Pyzel board. She rides really high performance shortboards. And on her earlier heat, she was on an IPA, which was like a little more tuned for the smaller gravelly waves, which is something that I haven't normally seen her on. So looks like today we've got the surf that's got her back on her normal equipment, doing her normal surfing. And one of those waves, 8.03. So she's surfing the way we'd expect. Sarah Gibson also got the Australian title in her division. She's been getting some great waves out there with her spotter, Gibbo. Her husband, Brett, goes out there and helps her in her waves. Alali's spotter is her dad, Ricky, who's also a seasoned competitive surfer and a well-known name in the Puerto Rican competition circuit. So you have these really strong internet teams out there.
It's definitely, a team game, this one. And just to be in that position where you know, like you talked about, father-daughter, husband-wife, to be able to support a partner or a child or a family member in a position like this and really come together as that team combo, I think it's something that's, you know, it's so special that they can share that together.
Yeah, and also when you think about your own close family members, you have a level of communication without even using words sometimes. And so, you just have that much more of an advantage of working with someone who isn't, as we see Alali. Nice zipping cut back on that. That's not a prone rider. I think that is a free surfer just blowing through the area. As we have white, Sarah Gibson, nice pep across this inside section. And she picks such a nice line. She's able to milk out so much speed. She's on the same board, I believe, that she used to win the titles. She's on that D-Burge. It's a nice epoxy with a big wing squash tail. Really like the looks of that board, but we had that speeding her along on knee-high waves, and now she's got some juice under her feet.
She certainly does, and it goes so quick too. One of the things I noticed with Sarah on this wave is you can just see the momentum she's able to carry and pick up that speed. She's got that compression. She gets that little bit of compression, bit like a spring, and then really extends and drives through those legs and through the body, and it's just allowed her board to kind of stay on the wave, but instead of kind of like pumping, she's just flowing and able to generate that speed.
Yeah, I like how you touched on that compression, because it's really like loading up energy and then recoiling and feeding that all the way into her fins to just keep that board swimming its way along the wave with a lot of speed, a lot of glide. She got a good redirection on that one. And so we see a 5.33 on there. I'm not sure if there's another score coming in for her. I don't recall if we'd seen a previous wave for her. All right, so there you go, 4.57. Thanks, Chris, our producer, filling me in that we did have that 4.57 coming in for that wave that we just saw. And also about Alali, she has been, she was ASP #1 in this division last year. So she's defending champion and 3-time ISA World Parasurfing champion. She's also a huge advocate and influencer for the adaptive movement in Puerto Rico. She's a superstar. She's always on the news and always has a big list of sponsors. And so the sport is coming thanks to people like Alali who are showing the sponsors that there is a return on the investment and that they are getting their name. Anyone who's supporting any of these riders, this is a very, very growing community, and we have viewers tuning in. We thank our viewers at home. We super appreciate your company, but we have people watching all around the world who are charged up and hopefully influencing some new riders to go, hey, you know what? I think I can do that too, and why don't we get me on a surfboard? There's all sorts of platforms and nonprofit organizations that will help you with that. In California, we have High Fives Foundation, Challenge Athletes Foundation, Jesse Billauer's Life Rolls On. We have Chaka's Stoke for Life. I know that you guys have a lot of other things here. We have Sargood on Coleroy is one of our sponsors, which is a beach in the northern beaches of Sydney that they have all sorts of activities for riders as well as a place to stay. And we're going to have more and more of our people. I think we're going to have a couple of our sponsors in here to take a speak. There is Nick Pearson, Zippy, and the panel of judges. They got the good-looking uniforms this time. And that trailer has moved up and down this beach to find the best bank and keep those judges perfectly in view of the rides to score these riders fairly. And that's something really, really unique that I haven't seen in other places. We basically either set up a tent or set up a container, and you're stuck with that zone. And then if the swell shifts, the wind shift, all of a sudden you're stuck with the poor judges looking 2 city blocks down the beach and hoping to see what's going on the waves.
Completely different angle, yeah. And in some cases, if there's a webcast, they're actually reviewing back to the waves that are caught on footage. So, yeah, it's super, I guess, unique in the way that this event's held, that you can be mobile with the judging.
Yeah, and we have to say a huge special thanks to Surfing Australia that's given us all of this, all of the ability to cast this out live on the web to you guys, including all of the systems. There we have Chris Still. He is the leader of the Australian Adaptive Board Riders Club. He's based down towards Sydney, and he's got got a lot of our competitors and visitors to. We got Masa, I think, driving the. Was that Masa? Okay, Masa's not driving. I thought Masa was driving the lifeguard thing. I was going to say, you only got a Japanese license, bro. You're not going to be able to drive on the beaches. And so Chris was getting our riders out at the Urban Surf wave pool out in Sydney and getting them to try out a bunch of different equipment, different riding styles and classifications on different wave settings, including beast mode, which almost took a couple boards, just this gnarly slabbing barrel, as well as indoor and outdoor skydiving, wakeboarding in the Sydney Harbor, and a couple other activities. So Chris has been very active, and he's going to be out there battling it out with our buddy from the booth, Chaka, in just a little bit.
He was fired up to get out there too. I think he's been waiting all day just watching the surf pumping. And yeah, he'll be out there. I told him that as he was leaving the booth before, I'm like, you have to win, no pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever gone from a webcast to going to compete, but there is a slight advantage on knowing what the judges are looking for, or what's possible in the conditions today. He's got to see a variety of all the different changes through the morning high tide to this getting lower mid-morning, and so yeah, I think he's clued in. He's probably got his strategy in his head. It's always different when you get out there, though. It
is. I've actually experienced that combo where you're in the booth and then having to compete. But as we've got live action in the water.
I think that's Ale Lee keeping behind this section. That one fizzled out a little bit. So we have seen from that early morning wind direction of it just holding these walls in these long, really spelled out walls as it had more water. I think as it's getting shallower, it's getting a little bit more affected by the sandbar, and we also have this wind shift that's making a little more bumpy, and the waves aren't stretching quite as far. So a lot of these surfers need to get those critical maneuvers on as soon as they can on the ride, it seems like.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's a bit rippier through that middle bank now, and like you can see on screen now how much the water's gone out, like where these people are standing. That was all water earlier this morning. But it's changed a lot, and I feel like it's shifted a lot as well. I feel like positioning in the water wouldn't be as easy as, I mean, it's still hard, but wouldn't have been as easy as maybe earlier this morning or around lunchtime when it was there's a really clear distinction on where those good waves were coming through. I feel like it's a little bit disjointed now.
Yeah, and that's where we had spoken a little bit on the use of priority. There was one main spot where you wanted to take off, definitely defined, and not as much now. but we just heard the horn, and it is looking like Alali Medina will take her second crown. I'm going to make sure we'll do our homework, but I'm quite sure that that was their final. And Alali, great performance out there, as well as Sarah Gibson and Marta Paso. And we are going to shut that one down, and we'll have some more action coming up in just a moment. I believe it's the women's unassisted prone next, and we'll figure that out after the break, where we got lots more action, so stick with us. We'll be right back. I got something to pass you.
Get in there.
Welcome back to the BrightSky Australia, Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And there we have our champion from Puerto Rico, Alali Medina, winning the women's partial blind, partial vision category on the shoulders of her dad, Ricky Medina, her spotter and coach, and all around rad dad, waving the flag of Puerto Rico. Muchas felicidades. And we are now in our unassisted prone women's division. And in the booth with me, someone who knows some prone riding, is Parker Olnick, visiting us all the way from San Diego. How's it been going down there, Parker?
Stoked to be here, Ben. Thanks for having me. I mean, the energy on the beach today for finals day is just electric, and there's a bunch more swell in the water, so everybody's pumped.
How about the weather? I
out
mean,
there.
It's amazing how much it's changed since yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, complete 180 from what's been going on the rest of the week, and we got waves too, so you can't beat it.
Well, it looks like we have a ride here. I think that's yellow. Your eyes are better than me, but I'm pretty sure that's Grace Kennedy. It looks like Sam Bloom's already got herself on one. And we've seen a big shift in that was Lori Fode's board, I'm quite sure, over the back. Looks like it's been dipped in ice cream.
Yep.
But we have seen some amazing rides today. A couple near perfect scores.
Oh yeah.
And you've noticed how much the tides moved. Also, a couple changes in wind.
Oh, definitely. It's been switching up, and then as the tide changes, hopefully it gets a bit steeper and more lined up for everyone. So hopefully we'll see some people putting together some longer rides and some more critical rides as well.
At last ride. So I'm getting some intel about our sponsors' heat. I'm going to grab some information for you guys. And now we have Sam Bloom, 3.17. Grace Kennedy, 2.33. And Sam has gotten another wave, 1.33. So definitely, I mean, the differences between the earlier heats with, say, possibly Jesse and Jocelyn, it looks like it's gotten a little bumpier, a little harder to read, would you say?
Yeah, and it seems like there's a bit more of a trough, so they might be getting stuck in that middle section where it's kind of where the waves are kind of bottoming out instead of it fully connecting all the way through like it was this morning. So it might be a little more difficult for everyone to get some longer rides, but yeah, I mean, Sam's definitely got a little more local knowledge out there than most of her competitors, so I wouldn't be surprised if she's still able to find a gem and put together a big score.
Yeah, we did see that like really pumping morning swell with the high tide, actually coming up to high tide with that surge, and it seemed like back-to-back 4 to 6 foot surf, and sometimes some like 8 wave sets.
Just non-stop sets, and then it seems to calm down a bit more, but there's still some gems out there. You just got to hunt for them a bit more than some of the other heats.
And so you and your dad and your mom were here last year as well. And what are some of your favorite things about coming here to Byron besides the people?
The waves, I mean, last year was absolutely pumping. I mean, this year during some of the heats, some of the surf was less than favorable, but there were still some really fun free surfs and some pulses throughout the heats. So definitely the waves are the highlight for me coming all the way over here.
Yeah, no, we're always stoked to see you. And then, of course, your dad helps out with multiple competitors.
Oh, definitely. He's been Ironmanning out there every day doing water safety. Working harder than most of the guys here competing, for sure.
I think so, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
He's definitely going to deserve a beer at the after party tonight at the Surfaces Club.
Oh, most definitely.
And so we've seen these beautiful conditions. It's really hard on the visibility with this light reflection to decipher who's a competitor out there and also see the color of their jersey. But it looks like we will see, if we are not able to catch their color, we will know who it was when we see their score pop up. I haven't opened up the live heats at the moment, but Sam Bloom has been able to grab a couple waves.
Yeah, I mean, Sam definitely likes to start early, but knowing Sam, those are definitely not scores that she's comfortable with keeping. She definitely likes to be in the driver's seat for most of her heats, so it's good she's got those 2 waves, but I have a feeling she's gonna replace them both by the end of this heat.
Yeah, when I first saw Sam, she was still in the assisted prone classification out there with Cam every time, and the fact that she had to shift and really work on
getting herself through waves and getting herself into waves. You know yourself.
Yeah,
it's not an easy task.
I made that transition as well, and yeah, it's definitely tough. But I mean, her and Cam are still such a team, and he's coaching her the entire time, telling her where to sit, and so they still have that collective knowledge that helps Sam out really well, and probably still gives her an advantage, even though now she's out there surfing by herself, absolutely killing it.
What were your biggest challenges coming off of having someone to help assist you get out through the waves and get you into the waves? Of course, Dad would have been doing that. But
getting used to a lot steeper drops. I mean, you don't fully grasp how early you're able to get in when you're getting pushed and assisted. So steep drops and paddling out, and then just getting used to how water moves and how the ocean works, and figuring out lineup spots. And now that that's all on you, the surfer, and you're not relying on your team, it can be a real tricky transition. But Sam seems to be doing just fine. You know, she got a couple more medals, couple more world titles, even after her transition to Pron. So
yeah, and since I met you. Okay, we're going to get back to Parker in just a moment, but we have our champion down on the beach. We're going to have a few words with Aleli. Felicidades, Aleli.
Gracias.
So you are
once again, champion of this event. How did you feel out there, and how were the conditions?
The waves were super fun. I was a bit like, I forgot the word, but like at first, since I was falling on my first wave, I was a bit nervous. But then when I switched boards with my dad again to mine, I could get that really one good wave, and I came back to my confidence.
So I know that you've had some support by Paisel on the smaller earlier rounds. I noticed you were on an IPA. Is that your dad's board, or is that just a backup gravel board?
It's my dad's board because I think I need to get new boards since these are a bit old. And so I was using his because they're for more like the conditions that were in the start of the contest.
Yeah, well, I'm used to seeing you on more of this kind of pointed nose, high-performance equipment. I was happy to see you really put it on rail, but the waves look like just a couple heats before, they were really perfect, and things shifted before your heat. Did you go out there with a different plan?
No, I was just, if the wave I caught wasn't good, I'd just do my best and always give 100% of myself.
Perfect. Bueno, finalmente vamos a dar un abrazo y un mensaje a todos los amigos, a toda la boricua y boricua en Puerto Rico.
Muchas gracias a todo el mundo que me está viendo desde Puerto Rico y alrededor del mundo. Me siento súper agradecida por todo el apoyo y el apoyo de mis auspiciadores. Nada, muchas gracias.
Bueno, y que me guarden un poquito de pitor de coco. All right. Thank you so much, Ali. We'll see you at the celebration and closing ceremonies tonight at the Services Club.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. So we have had a couple waves ridden. It looks possibly during the interview. We'll see if any scores pop up. Sam Bloom's still in that top position at the moment. And here we have a ride here.
I believe that's Lori Foti.
Okay, so I think that was Lori. Hard to see the colors once again. I do know that she has that pink and blue board.
Yeah, that is yellow.
That was Grace. Okay. So Grace Kennedy moving it up with a 3.10. So she bumps into that lead position. And so what I was going to say before the interview was when I first met you, I was always, we got a replay coming, I think. Let's watch this one. So there could have been a little bit more that had gone on that wave, but you did see a nice direction change there.
Mm-hmm.
And it is not easy. I feel sorry for the cameraman with this lighting at the moment, but nice little rebound off the section on that one and keeping that speed going through the inside and really staying connected with the energy. It's interesting to see that the majority of that ride was done going left.
Mm-hmm. Especially at a world-famous right like Byron Bay. But the conditions have kind of switched in the way that you might need to grovel a little bit and go back left and get a couple hits off the foam and kind of stay with it. And, yeah, she did a great job of doing exactly that right there, and that's why it put her in first.
Left also helps you to kind of pull yourself back into position easier as well. And
right, exactly. Now that there's a lot more current and water moving, just going back that direction will probably help you out on your way back out for sure.
It's really hard to tell from the camera this way, but it's it looks like that mid-tide, the current pulling them towards us was a lot stronger, a lot faster. I think now that that deep water is kind of drained off the inside, might be a little bit less drift as we have some.
Another one.
Is that Grace? I really can't tell the difference.
That's right. So it's
might be Lori. We're trying to figure it out. It's really hard in this light to see the difference between white and yellow, but nonetheless, great ride there, reading this wave really well, keeping that momentum through the inside.
That's Blue.
Oh, that's Catherine. I should have recognized.
My teammate. Yeah,
I know. You should have recognized her style before I did.
I'd definitely lose some team points on that one. Good one, Catherine.
That was a really nice ride and really aggressive up over the nose of the board.
Yeah, she was able to get on rail for the first part of that one for sure, and I think the judges might like that.
So we see her with a lot of speed. Good running through around this steep section. Reads the wave really well, able to redirect, letting the wave build up a little bit more here. And this is where she sees that section just kind of zooms by, so she changes and decides to redirect here. And I like that. I like that aggressive kind of bodyboard stance. She's got the Joel Taylor stance at the moment.
That's definitely the way that this division seems to be going. Is more that old school Bruno Hansen bodyboard style.
Yeah.
It seems to be working really well for everyone.
Yeah, we also have different versions of the style. We have people that take their hands off of that position and use them in the water more, but then we definitely are starting to see an increase in that switched offset stance with the outside hand on the rail. So we have 4.23, and Sam Bloom has put together a 7.33, and we're going to watch how as she picks off a smoker right here. Big, deep bottom turn. Nice, huge redirection in the pocket. Fights off that section there, and she is sticking with it. And she as well finds that transition on that inside reform, which kind of nods towards going left. And there she goes. She gave a little Bruno Hansen paddle right there.
Everyone seems to be cutting back left after that end section. But that wave by Sam was super critical. Really nice bottom turn. Full roundhouse almost, not just cut back into the foam. So she was able to fully wrap that one.
I love that line off of the bottom turn. Just really drivey.
Oh, definitely. Big style points by Sam right there.
So one thing that I've always been stoked since meeting you, I think it was in Pismo, you've always been a cool little weirdo board nerd just like me. And you've always been really in tune with fins and boards and constructions. And we've always been able to talk shop for years now. And I've been so excited to see all the developments that you kind of take it on yourself and get hands-on. And also now being in university and being able to kind of apply those skills as well.
Yeah, I mean, board design has been a really crucial part of my surfing, especially with my limitations, having cerebral palsy in the prone division. I'm a little less mobile than some of my competitors, and just different board design stuff helps kind of make up for those differences and still allows me to, get on rail a bit more aggressive and get down the line a little better for sure.
Yeah, and you brought something really cool new piece of spacecraft with all sorts of fin options, and we saw you on that for a little bit, and then you switched up boards.
I was on more prototype design from Eric Arush with more interesting fin setup. I've been going with that channel bottom bat tail for a while, but this one had a bit more changes to it, and it's carbon fiber, so it really stiffens everything up, makes it nice and light and pretty much indestructible. Well, I say that, but I've actually been breaking it quite a bit.
I was gonna say your dad said the nose almost broke off.
Oh yeah, but that Palm Springs wave pool is really fun, but it's no joke.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, what do you think about all of this, the training in wave pools, as far as what are some of the advantages and disadvantages you would think? Because I know we're starting to do a lot more adaptive training in the pools.
Yeah, I think from a training standpoint, it's a game changer. It lets you get the repetition of, like, say you're trying to do a rollo or some type of air. You're working on your barrel riding. In the ocean, you might get a chance on that kind of wave maybe once a year, get that perfect section. But in a wave pool, you get that 12 times in an hour. So it's a huge game changer. And then I'm also a surf coach at the Learn to Surf clinics with CAF, and I see a huge push for doing more clinics in the wave pool, just in terms of safety and getting everybody waves and having a better time. And wave pools are definitely going to be a big thing for that as well.
That's very cool. As you've been coaching, have you seen some young talent that you got your eyes on that are could be our next movers in the community?
Oh, most definitely. There's been a lot of really interested Groms in the parasurf scene. So hopefully we'll be able to get them on the right equipment, get them surfing, get them traveling, and kind of push the next generation, just like Chaka and all those local legends did with me and some others. For sure.
It's so exciting. And yeah, I think with all of these world championships, all the new sponsors that are jumping in to help, people like Challenge Athletes Foundation, all Stoke for Life, High Fives, Life Rolls On. When we have all these new clinics that bring people and their parents down, especially young kids down, to experience surfing for the first time, it seems like it's such a game changer in their happiness and having something to really, really go after.
Oh, most definitely. It's a pretty amazing feeling to just watch everybody get hooked on it as soon as we push them into that first wave, and they kind of get set on that path of this is what I want to do for the rest of forever.
So that's that high-scoring ride. Want to pick this one apart a little bit?
That signature wrap again, and then she comes back up into that critical section. And knowing Sam, she'd want to get on top of that one to get a more electrifying finish, but she was able to get one more turn kind of under that section and back forward. So she's able to complete that ride, which is why she got a huge score. But, knowing her, she definitely wanted that big floater on the end like she's used to doing.
Starting to look like that current's staying under control as our competitors are able to kind of stay stacked on top of each other and not get pulled apart. I have noticed that the jet ski's been running back and forth. I had heard earlier that the previous rounds the jet ski was able to assist them before the heat, but not during the heat. But I think we might have switched things around as that current came in. I'll need to get some information on that. As we have someone on the inside taking a paddle, that might have been Lori.
That definitely seemed like the consensus on the beach when I was talking to Sam Bloom before she went out. Everything just looked like there was tons of water moving, and the sets were kind of stacked up, and they were kind of conferring that they need some way to kind of stay into the contest zone, and jet ski assist is the easiest way to do that. So it's great that they got that out there, because at the end of the day, this is a surf contest and not a paddle out contest. So it's good that they got the jet ski assist and they can actually show the world what they can do.
If it was a paddle out contest, it would be pretty close between everybody winning.
Oh, yeah. Or everybody losing, depending on which way you think about that.
2 minutes and 40 seconds. Well, beautiful, picture-perfect day here. That is the pass up on the top right of your screen. You move over a little bit to the right up on top of the hill. We have the famous lighthouse of Byron Bay. And just under them, just in the top third of your screen on the right, that's Tomo's Rock. That's where we were kind of starting on Friday during the high tide, a little bit closer to that rock at the high tide of the morning. And now the riders are sweeping with that lower tide drawing out closer and closer to that main spot, which is the superstar of Byron Bay.
Oh, yeah, the pass is the gem for sure.
So right now, time is starting to click down. Lori Foti, unfortunately, looks like she hasn't linked on to a scoring ride. We saw her go for one attempt.
Here we got a ride from, is that Sam?
Yeah,
that is Sam.
Looking like Sam, and that's
a couple really strong turns right there.
That's that Bruno Hansen hand pivot that we also see Kai Collis use, and she is looking zippy on this one. This looks like a bullet, and she's been out on those LSD Luke Short designs since I've known her the last few years. LSD's always been Luke Short has always been a very big name in Australian shaping, all the way back to Aussie Wright and a bunch of people that I used to really look up to, as we have Sam Bloom. You want to call this one?
Lots of really good open face turns right there. Wraps that one a bit more back into the critical section, and she's able to get in front of it again and keep comboing it up. So she's definitely hitting the criteria, combination of major maneuvers. She's definitely checked that box over and over again. So we'll see how much they like. And I believe that's a 9.1. For that score right there. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Your eyes are younger than me, man, but yep, that is a very, very good score within the last minute. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, Sam definitely got the ride she wanted to close this one out.
And look how spelled out this wall is. It's just perfectly stretching across the bar. Beautiful arm pivot, cut back right there.
Yep.
Gets back in that stance, gets another cool little check turn to keep herself at the top, to come driving down the face on this part. And then it's a little blasted there, but she'd gotten a lot of damage done on that first 80% of that ride, which gave her a 9.10, putting in a very, very solid position. And I think we have wrapped that one up.
That was a well-deserved victory lap by Sam right there. That was killer.
That was insane. So we have, as we've seen a couple shifts, it kind of looked like the conditions started deteriorating mid-heat on a couple, and then it shifts out to a whole new bar and then just turns on again. So
oh yeah,
this place is showing many faces. We're going to take a quick break before we hear from our champion, but huge congratulations to Sam Bloom for that one in the unassisted prone and all of those competitors. We'll see you guys in just a moment.
Getting quite wary, looking out the back, so judges and spectators are all
I'm definitely still competitive. If I see a couple of other surfers, I always still like to just show off a little bit. Yeah, I've been using no pong for about 6 years now, and I wouldn't change a thing. It just works amazing. You just put it on in the morning once, and you're good for the whole day.
It's like the perfect wave. You couldn't ask for anything better. Left, right, tube, doing airs, like you can do it all.
All right, welcome back. We are at the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by Forward Mobility Support. And it looks like we've got a surfer in the water. This is our special sponsors round. And I'm thinking that's Naughty Paul's from what I'm looking at, Polly Menser. Yep, so she's in pink. And we have Sebastian Van Veenendaal, Jim Rogers, Jackie Dillon, Jamie Bennett, Ian Daniels, and Ryan Porteous in this one. I'm going to speak a little bit more about them, but in the booth we have our main sponsor, BrightSky CEO Melissa Dicker. And look at this wave. What a smoker. And so I've been having a hard time telling who's yellow and who's white. If your eyes can see colors better, you're going to have to help me with that part. But we have some great conditions, and all of these surfers in the water have contributed to this event, as well as BrightSky, which is an insurance provider that also does deliver. I'm sorry?
Not-for-profit.
A not-for-profit NDIS provider.
That's right, yeah. So we provide care and support to people with spinal cord injury.
And so BrightSky, I believe, delivers healthcare products. Is that what is?
We do, yeah. Lots of healthcare products, typically needed by somebody with a spinal cord injury or other injuries or disabilities. And we've been doing that for over 60 years now.
That's
so,
amazing.
Yeah, really pleased to be on board as a naming rights sponsor this year.
And what all of BrightSky's activity feeds into forward mobility support, which is assisted living. Is that what? Or
it does, Ben. Yeah, we provide accommodation and care and support in the home through nursing staff and clinicians and personal support workers. And all of the surplus from BrightSky goes straight into all of the charitable work that we do, and also allows us to sponsor an amazing event like this today.
Well, we are so stoked. And one thing I was going to ask is, how did you discover this championship, and what was it that just attracted you to jumping in? Because we did hear that you had contacted Deb and Mono, I believe.
We did. We were talking to Sam and Cameron Bloom, actually, and Cam mentioned, oh, there they are, right there. Cam mentioned to us that, Sam was competing next in March up in Byron Bay in the Adaptive Surf Pro and the Aussie titles. And you guys didn't have a naming rights sponsor on board yet. So I made contact with Deb and Mono, and here we are. I'm so grateful that we did.
And how's your experience been since the day of opening ceremony? That was where we first met. And you've been down with Rashmi and Scott and everybody down at the, they have a BrightSky tent up on top, giving out free lip balm, sunscreen, all sorts of things up there. But you're right there in the thick of the action.
We do. It's been amazing right from the opening ceremony last weekend, and just so privileged to be here and amongst this community. It's such a wonderful community you have here, and watching the athletes support one another. And I've learned a lot about surfing this week and the pushes and catches, and it really does take a whole community for an event like this, and it's been wonderful to be a part of it.
Do you or anyone in your family surf?
Not at all.
Okay, so we got some more people to get in there.
Challenge accepted.
And so just a quick little shout about the surfers that we have in the water. So Sebastian Van Veenendaal is of the Royal Rehab Group, and Sargud Onkoloroy, which I mentioned earlier on, but Sargud Onkoloroy is someone in the northern beaches of Sydney, where they provide activities, all sorts of activities, and also have, I believe, they have not residentials, or I think accommodations. And Sebastian's been surfing for 20 plus years and surfs rock pools in Bungan Beach, and he's been involved in the adaptive community for over 10 years and rides D-Burge and Ashward shapes. Ashward shapes, I'm sorry. Jim Rogers is from the Byron Bay Services Club, and we thank Byron Bay Service Club as well, because they are always the ones that help us use the club as a classification location, as well as we'll have our closing ceremony and a big party tonight, which is always part of the thing.
Can't wait.
And Jim Rogers, the Byron Bay Service Club is also a non-for-profit club, which has been servicing the local members and visitors from its home on Johnson Street here for 45 years, and provides locals for the best food and drinks. I can attest to that. And there we have Ryan Porteous. He's representing High Fives Foundation, and they are a foundation that provides grant money and also do these amazing activities like snowboarding, wakeboarding, off-road mountain biking, and a ton of different activities for spinal cord injuries. And Ryan Porteous being one of their representatives and representing them in this heat. Jackie Dillon out there as well. Jackie Dillon is from Wave Ski Adventures, and she has been out there previously with we had a come and try day where they took out people for their first time to go out try wave skis and other types of craft. And she had kind of pushed for the movement for girls and women, and now her push is for all genders. 20-plus years surfing since she was 3 years old, and competitively on a wave ski. And she operates 4 residential aged care facilities. She's a registered nurse with 2 children and 7 grandchildren, and former long-distance runner, national representative of softball and hockey. Got some superstars out there, and we are seeing another ride right there. Someone laid it back. I think that might have been a free surfer, understanding that he was coming into the competitors' area. And this is Pauline Menser, most colorful character, thus the bright pink jersey out there. Former world champion, 20-plus years surfing on the Pro Tour, and she still completely shreds the teeth out of these waves. She's representing No Pong, which is a natural deodorant, I believe, that is ocean safe. And she is showing that she is still surfing as good as she did 20 years ago on the tour. And she has always been really good with helping us here in and out of the water, helping with water safety. And then she also, she is a big pusher for accessibility. She makes her own, she actually cuts down and helps work on accessibility ramps. And she is had the 93 Pro World title, and she's the only world champion from Bondi Beach. And it looks like we have yellow. Nice big cutback on that one, keeping that glide. Not an easy area to keep this speed. That's green. Okay, so we got a lot of colors out there. My eyes are crossed from watching so many heats. It's hard enough for me with four colors out there. But all of these individuals are just amazing out there. Of course, we have Nick Dunn and Ian Daniels. And they're from McGrath, Byron Bay. 20-plus years surfing under each of their belts. And we have Jamie Bennett, who is our physio for Byron Central Osteopathy. Ripping surfer, and he has been surfing for 20-plus years. And always a big help at these events. Met him last year, and he has our athlete care area set up next to our board tent in there for anyone who has any thing that needs physical work, any kind of pre or post heat injuries, as well as muscle pains, etc. And he has brought down all the star members of his team to be out here throughout the event. And he's out there on some beautiful Jason Rod surfboards, which he's offered up one for me to ride later.
Oh, wow.
We'll see how time goes.
We've been watching them in there. They're doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, it's amazing. And we still have a few more of our main finals to go, but we have been so blessed with amazing conditions and beautiful, beautiful weather. This is just unbelievable, the contrast from yesterday to today.
It is. Mono did say that he put an order in for a great day weather-wise today.
Well, I'm glad someone read the email. And Mono is out there. We are going to see them out in the water in just a bit, as they had their second semifinal, I believe it was earlier. And Red driving across this one. These guys are just having a ton of fun.
Wow.
And it's great to see all of the members and people that have jumped into this, mostly surfers themselves, and they're getting rewarded with a beautiful surf at Byron. And someone down on the beach, we're going to interview our unassisted prone women's champion, Sam Bloom. She's down on the beach. Hi, Sam.
Hi, Ben. Hey, Ben.
Congratulations. What an amazing performance out there.
Oh, thanks. That was so much fun. I was so nervous before I went out, thinking, oh, my God, it looks a bit wild. But, man, that was sick waves.
Well, also, I was talking to Cam earlier, and he was quite concerned if there would be jet ski assistance, because as we were looking at some of the earlier heats, there was a ton of current and a lot of push coming through. And it seemed just before your heat the current calmed down just a bit. Things shifted. It looked a little bit more manageable. How'd you feel with that?
Yeah, no, it was great, but I did have the jet ski assist, which was a game changer. Honestly, if we had to paddle out, that would have taken me like 20 minutes to get out the back. So just knowing that they're there and they come get you and take you out was just awesome.
Well, that's the way they do it in the championship.
I wish we could have that in every heat.
Right, I was going to say that's the way they do it in the championship tour with able-bodied pros. So why wouldn't they have it with you guys?
Exactly. Yeah, they should help. Yeah, we need the most help. So it's like, mate.
Well,
that
that's
was
great.
awesome. So thank you.
I'm glad they shifted that because the earlier heats they were only allowing just for the first initial paddle out, and it just saves.
I know.
It saves a lot of time, and it just keeps the action flowing for us here that are watching.
Yeah, that's right. Instead of getting like just maybe 1 or 2 waves, we can get heaps more.
Well, we always loving seeing you guys down here. You bring so much energy to the events, and your riding just looked sick today. I was super stoked to watch it.
Thank you so much, Ben. Thanks. That was awesome.
Right on, Sam. We're going to see you just in a little bit over at the Services Club.
Okie dokie. See ya.
See you, Sam. And that is our champion of this event, Sam Bloom. Always a great personality. And we have some scores up. So things have been moving around. And we have people on different boards, different riding styles. We're just jumbling it up. It's not a really fierce competition out there, but Pauline Menzer, who's definitely probably the most competitive person in the water, there's no way that she's going to step out of first place. And there she is holding the highest
Not a chance.
highest heat score at the moment. And we still have a lot of time for them to enjoy some surf before getting back to the business side of this. And for your company, what have been some of the common challenges that some of these people face, especially in the forward mobility support side of things?
I think the challenges are, just being able to get the support that they need and the funding that they need to be able to compete and to live, full and active lives. And that's what we're all about. And we help them to do that, which is wonderful.
Yeah, that's excellent. And Charles, which I'm sure you had met, had been in the booth with me. He is on Social Security disability insurance from the United States, which unfortunately seems like it is very, very lacking. And that's one of the least concerns as far as the budget going into. And people like him have to really struggle to live a dignified life and get the support that they need. And it's just so amazing to see how advanced Australia is in that side of things.
Yeah, it is, Ben. And, we've come a long way. When I'm out and talking to people about, the challenges that they've experienced, we really have come a long way. But I do think there's still a long way to go. And events like today or this week don't happen without a lot of support. And there's a lot of cost that goes along with that as well. So, the more we can lift the profile of adaptive surfing, hopefully we can help people to get the funding they need.
Yeah, and one thing is we were fighting, as the community was fighting for inclusion in the Los Angeles 2028 Olympics, and unfortunately did not make the cut. And now it's on the table for Brisbane 2032. I'm seeing a lot of opportunity for sponsors, and we're starting to, you'd have a chance to be representing on the world's biggest stage with some of these athletes. And so I would figure, as someone in your position, definitely, seeing a lot more investment opportunities in these riders and these events. And so hoping to see people like yourself jump in and really grow this thing exponentially. We've seen already since last year's event the amount of support, being able to have a live webcast, and all of the extra team members that we have thrown together in this one, thanks to people like yourselves and the support from BrightSky, it's just been amazing. And it's a well-deserved level of quality for this competition. and I look forward to seeing it growing even more in the next year. For example, last year I was down on the beach speaking to the competitors while trying to keep the people at home entertained. It's not usually a mixed job, and the fact that we've gathered more members, we have a bigger infrastructure, and we're able to do, I think with the help of Surfing Australia, we're able to do a really high quality live production, and also the competitors can have someone that's only giving them the information that they need to keep on top competition. And so we thank you guys hugely.
Oh, thank you. It's been wonderful to be a part of this, and looking forward to, keeping in contact and seeing what further support we can provide. And, it's just been a wonderful event, really world class and very, run professionally, and it's fabulous to be here.
So outside of the professional side of things, I don't figure that you've ever joined one of our contest after parties, but tonight is the after party at the Byron Bay Services Club. And these guys, once they take off the jerseys and take the wetsuits off, they go wild, and they're the most fun bunch to party with ever. And so we're looking forward to that tonight. We're going to have our closing ceremony at the Byron Bay Services Club just on Johnson Street up here. And as soon as we hand out all the trophies, make sure they're back in their boxes and safe from all these wild characters, the dance floor is going to be going crazy, and I hope you guys will all join us.
We will, and I heard you like to party too, Ben, so I'm sure you'll get that party started.
You may have heard, but I'm arranging the music for it, and for people of my age group, I've got about 130 of my favorite 80s music, including a lot of Australian 80s as well that I've dug up. And here we have some live action. The conditions are shaping up once again. Beautiful screamer of a wave there. So now we have those scores broken down, and so we can see the individual scores for each of our riders. Pauline with an 8.0. That was for that long stretching ride with that huge series of maneuvers. Ian Daniels in second at the moment, as we'll have a replay here. And we see a lot of speed driving across. That is our surfer in blue, and hits that high line, but the bottom drops out, hits a shallow section on the bank. But what a beautiful driving style. That was Jamie Bennett. Should have thought, I was about to call that. I didn't want to call it wrong. But Jamie is a ripping surfer, and we're getting to see our guys out there. Sebastian van Veenendaal. Nice big frontside bash on that one. Got him sitting in third at the moment. And so 4.20 might be that wave that we just saw if there's not another score coming in. Got Jackie Dillon in fifth. Ryan Porteous down below on in sixth. And Jim Rogers in white in seventh. And red spinning right around to get another one. And so these guys are keeping busy. Oh, the last one was pink. Sorry. So thank goodness we have Christopher, who can see the colors better than I can, keeping me in check here with who we're watching. There's a lot going on, but I am really, really happy to see all of our supporters out there just eating up this chance to get beautiful Byron Bay and really good conditions without 100 surfers in the water, which is a very, very rare occasion for them. And there we have, looks like green. I think that's Ian Daniels. Nice series of turns to this inside, puts it on rail. Beautiful line, rebounding off the whitewash. Keeping it calm, looking for a little connection. Moves forward on the board to keep it accelerating through this flat spot. And he is still going. Looks at his watch to see if he has a chance to get back out there and get more. And it looks like he does. As we have, I think we had Jim Rogers just behind him zooming back, and someone else on that wave. 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. And so fun to have Scott's kids at the booth today helping out. I saw them unpacking lip balm.
They've been great helpers, and it's wonderful to have
Sam and Amelia, is that what it is?
Yeah, have our families here too.
Yeah, so yeah, they were keeping busy, seeing who could unpack more lip balms
and zinc sticks. And
yeah. So just on the other side of us, we have the BrightSky Australia tent with a ton of free goodies. So anyone who's watching and is around the zone or here in Byron Bay, come down, get stocked up. They have free sunscreen and all sorts of things. And then, of course, event stickers and magnets. And it's just been really, really cool, all that you guys have done, as well as bringing down the other members to start kind of getting to know the community.
Yeah, it's been wonderful to get to know everybody, and I think, being here all week as well, we get to really know the athletes and their support crews and you guys as well, and it's been fantastic.
Yeah, and I've been really blessed to link up with Scott, who has a big experience in producing products and getting innovations moved along, which I've had my hands in into the board side, but I'm starting to get into accessories to increase the performance and make some accessories that haven't been available to the riders before come to life. And so I might be working on your team pretty soon.
Oh, that sounds great,
cool.
Ben. We've been learning all about all the different boards and all of the accessories that go with them as well.
It's so amazing. And up until now, it's basically these people really had to get kind of Frankenstein in their own garages, go to the hardware store and just put nuts and bolts together and try and get something to go along with on a normal surfboard to make it rideable by these different individuals. And within 3 or 4 seasons, I've seen huge jumps in board design. We're starting to see more and more knowledge go in. People aren't just kind of rolling the dice, and now they have something to base their equipment on. We've heard the buzzer just now, and so that sends all of our sponsors in. I hope they had a great surf. We saw some amazing surfing out there, and I think Pauline Menser took that heat when smoked with an 8.0 on that. Want to thank, getting really casual here in the living room, but I want to thank Melissa Decker from BrightSky Australia for joining us for that heat. And I think we're going to take a quick break before we move into our men's sit and wave ski. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
and
Ben.
We'll see you back at the booth in a little bit to go grab some sunscreen.
You will. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. We'll see you guys back here in just a moment.
Welcome back to the BrightSky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Stevie Ginger. How are you?
I'm so good. Britt, how are you doing?
I'm good. What a day of action we've had so far. And, well, here's a replay of one of the waves caught in the commercial break. Looks like that is surfer in red. Drives hard off the bottom, putting the paddle in the water. Manages to stick with this one. A good opener here for that competitor in the red. That is Michael Johnson. Making his way all the way through. And, well, he's got an inside connection. What a way to open up.
Absolutely. Coming through. Pulls out with that one. Finishing it off nicely, which we have seen the judges maybe not finishing it off nicely. There we go. Now finishing it off nicely, which the judges do want to see. They want to see you finishing your wave with authority.
He certainly put authority on that one. A 6.83 by the looks of it. He's also locked in a 2.5. So off to a quick start. Michael Johnson in the red. We also have Spike Kane in the white. Our fellow commentator, also competing, Charles Webb in the yellow, and Chris is still in the blue. What a beautiful day we have here in Byron. Looks like we've got another wave ski competitor up. That's white. Spike Kane looking back to the pocket, and again just unfortunately burying the side of the ski and toppling over. I'm sure he'll just lock in a quick number, get back out there and get a couple more.
Get back amongst it.
I know you surfed this morning. How'd you go?
Yeah, really different conditions this morning compared to what we're looking at right now. Looks like we do have a little bit of north coming in on the wind, which isn't great, but there's still really clean faces on the waves there. So plenty of potential for the competitors. We do look like we have a lot of learners in the hump area once again.
That's just a typical day in Byron Bay, isn't it? And there we go, look, on screen. That's Pauline Mensah. She was representing BrightSky. And what a performance she put on.
It is always a privilege to get to see Pauline surf. She just is such a beautiful surfer. Like, you just got to get your notepad out and just start taking notes, because that's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen.
The wave she caught too, that just ran and ran and ran off the bank. Every moment you thought, oh, it's over. No, she kept going. Calves in the pocket.
Such a legend. I love you, Pauline.
Ultimate grommet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everlasting. Yeah, as you mentioned, few learners in the lineup. Looks like we had one of the wave skis on the back of the jet ski just then.
Yeah, that's awesome that we're still using the jet skis to help the athletes get out the back. Or maybe he's coming in.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. That's Spike Kane, I think, surfer in white, who just toppled off over his ski a minute ago.
Maybe coming in to utilise the beach assist, the volunteers on the beach with the wheelchairs, getting him back up to the other end, maybe? I'm not sure.
It can be tricky too with the lineup.
That's blue.
There's a bit of a current. It is competitor in blue. Chris is still.
Yeah, it is. Chris is still coming in with one of our fantastic volunteers, Brittany.
We do. We're not 100% sure on what has happened or why he's making his way in, but we've got plenty of crew on the beach to assist.
Hopefully everything's all good and it's just a little repositioning tactic.
Yeah, particularly with the change in tides. I feel like it can be quite easy to just kind of drift down the bank a little bit, and once you kind of get pushed off the bank, it can be a little bit harder to stay in that position, and also for the judges as well to have that clarity. Even though they are mobile, they're in a kind of trailer truck setup. Probably just looking to reposition. As we've got on screen, surfer in red on a great looking wave. This is Michael Johnson, carving around into the pocket, drifting the tail a little bit too, and opting to get out of that one. So I feel like he's maybe conserving a little bit of energy instead of continuing to ride that wave.
Yeah, exactly. As you were just saying, like, didn't want to get caught with on the inside with that nasty sweep that's coming through now with the tide really dropping out. Probably better to just pull off and conserve the energy so you can get back out there quicker.
So you being local, yes, and the tide is outgoing, you know this bank, what should we expect to see happen with the waves this afternoon?
Oh, I mean,
no pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. I mean, that's true. Let me just get my crystal ball out for a second. It depends. As I said, I think the other day, I haven't actually been surfing here on the lower tide. I've only been around mid-rising. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, really. It might start, we've got the replay here of our surfer in red, and in behind him, surfer in yellow, I believe. We've got a little twofer. Staying with the surfer in yellow, he's bringing it around. And just lets that one go underneath him there.
And that was Charles Webb, so 3.43. Surfer in yellow's locked in. Spike Kane managed to lock in a 3.27. And Chris is still yet to lock in a scoring ride. We'll wait and see what happens with that scenario. But beautiful conditions as we've got the drone shot here. We are in a spectacular part of the world, Byron Bay, of course.
Absolutely. And yeah, you can see the Fisherman's Lookout, otherwise known as the pass there. So the pass is technically the little break in between that iconic rock where you can take the stairs up to the top. And then there's behind it, obviously, the pass where it breaks through. So we won't say the word of what that beach behind it is called. We'll just give it the short word, which is bullies, behind that rock there.
So we've got some footage here of Chris.
That is Chris.
Still in good spirits, but yeah, making the decision to call it quits for this final. He's put in a mammoth effort throughout the week, and yeah, Chris just making his way in, opting not to stay out. Yeah, challenging conditions out there this afternoon.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got some of the water safety people there you can see swimming in the bottom half of the screen. They're just there to make sure that the athletes are able to safely get back on their ski because, you know, if you do come off and it topples and you're caught in the whitewash, it can be a little bit tricky. So thankfully we have the wonderful team led by the wonderful Adam Land from the States. He is such a legend, him and his dad Jeff. And just professional watermen. We couldn't ask for anyone better.
And good on Chris for acknowledging that, you know, like he could have tried to stay out there and probably overgassed himself. And look at this. Look at the duo.
That's Mark Mono Stewart, the man, the myth, the legend, and his daughter Takara being a board caddy, getting him up the beach on the e-bike. Yeah, Takara throwing the shuckers.
Oh, what a good duo. They're flying up the beach.
Loving it.
Mono Stewart, icon of the sport.
Absolute icon. Such an important member of our community. Getting so many more people involved this year. Getting a lot of local athletes down and getting them in the water. It's fantastic to see.
It is. I've mentioned it a few times throughout this event, and I feel like, you know, there's such a difference with the vibe and the spirit with these events, you know, like I've been to others like the QS and the CT and things like that, and I feel like with a lot of those athletes, they're in their own zone. It's a very individualized sport, although they're still supporting each other and they might be from similar countries or the same countries. I feel like in this environment and these events with these athletes, they are so supportive of one another. The spirit is next level. The vibe is next level. It's got that real sense of community.
Absolutely. I felt exactly the same thing last year. And there's our competitor in blue, Red Dog Wheatley. He's going up against Mono and Sponge. And I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of the other person who is in their final. But yeah, absolute legend of a man from Sydney. Great. He's got a great spirit. Yeah, the competition vibe is just next level. It is so pleasant to be around. Exactly, couldn't say anything more than what you said.
Even just, you know, like obviously you've got everybody on the beach supporting each other around the event site, really just that wraparound support for each other, but even, you know, lending equipment, lending support or spotters, just really honing in on that kind of family environment, that community.
And that, you know, that's what we're used to outside of normal competition, you know, like that's what you do growing up. It's a really family affair. So it's so nice to have that aloha spirit, you know, really sharing with everybody.
This is, of course, the sit wave ski men's final. In the water, Michael Johnson in the lead with a 6.83 and a 5.17. Charles Webb in the yellow, our fellow commentator, is locked into 3.43. Spike Kane in the white, a 3.27. And Chris Steele has opted to come in. But still a mammoth effort just being here and competing all the way through to finals day. The last day of the event, and well, the weather, the waves, location, everything's turned it on.
Absolutely, and we see Llewellyn Sponge Williams walking up there. He himself and Mono have been just going tit for tat, back and forth, back and forth. I do believe he last year was recovering from a bit of surgery and said that that kind of affected his performance last year. He got a couple of thirds. He's been really putting in the hard yards, and he's back ready to go, hoping to secure his next world title.
He's definitely ready. I watched him this morning in his heat, and he managed to lock in a near perfect 9.83. So he's well and truly giving Mono a hint that I'm here to take that title.
Absolutely. And Mono might be feeling it a little bit. You know, he gets really nervous, he says, because it's his home crowd, it's his home break. He really, you know, doesn't want to let everybody down kind of thing. So we'll see what happens. Go Spike. That is Spike Kane getting a nice speedy ride back up to Tomo's Rock, which is a much easier place to paddle out. You don't have to paddle so much white water. You can just kind of let the current get you out to the takeoff spot.
Look at the big smile on his face. He is absolutely loving it. Tell you what, these guys have got to be fit to be doing this kind of supporting these athletes.
Absolutely.
Not just the athletes in the water, but I feel like a lot of the support crews are athletes themselves.
Absolutely. And here we have Michael Johnson, surfer in red. Just comes off the back of that one. Just had a little look-see. He's going to turn around and head back out, wait for another wave. Yeah, I don't know if you saw me. I was in the water for the Pron assist before. Whoo, baby.
Can you talk us through what that role consists of after this replay?
Absolutely. I'll let you call this one.
So nice drop in here from the current final leader in the red. Michael Johnson carves into the pocket, really using that paddle to his advantage. You can see there a little stall on the tail. Change of direction to the left and trying to go back to the right, but just got a little hung up. Wave just faded away. Wasn't really much more that he could do on that wave, making the most of it. So he's already locked in a 5.17 and a 6.83. So realistically, he needs to improve on that 5.17 to improve on his scoreline. Make it harder for those other competitors in second and third. With 9 minutes on the clock. So Stevie, you mentioned that you've also been doing water safety throughout this event. Can you talk me through that experience and what that actually involves?
There it is a team effort. This year we were very fortunate to have the 2 skis. So last year we only had the 1 ski, and that was kind of like your backup emergency person who was going to get flung to the athletes. Oh, here we go. We've got Michael Johnson taking another one.
Live action in the water. This is the final leader. He is looking the goods here this afternoon at Byron. Holding that bottom turn, carves off the lip and ejecting out the back. Will he improve on that 5.17? I'm not a judge, so I'll leave that in the hands of the judges.
Leave that up to the professional. What was I saying? I was telling you, yes, the wave ski last year, it was just an emergency kind of thing. This year, thankfully, very grateful to the Surf Life Saving Club. We were able to get the 2 skis in the water, so we were actually able to get the athletes back out to their pushes so that they didn't spend 90% of their heat just trying to get back out there. So it was tough. It was intense. There was lots of waves coming on the head. There was a solid sweep down the bottom. We love that little the past summer sweep, we call it. But yeah, it was challenging and it was chaos, but if you talk to Adam Land, he'll say that's what he loves. That's what he loves about it. So everyone was fine. We were all good. So, yeah, did well.
Doing an amazing job. I saw you when you came in. You're like, that was hard work. Just trying to hold it together with that. And it's, that you do a phenomenal effort. That whole water safety crew, like there's so much that goes on behind the scenes with all the logistics. And one transition I noticed today was that when I was down on the beach commentary this morning, they were able to use the ski to get out into the lineup before they started their heat. But once the heat started, they weren't able to get the ski assist during the heat. And then halfway through today, they decided to change that. And they've been able to use that and have more access to be able to catch waves and keep busy in the water.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you've only got 25 minutes on the clock, you don't want to be spending, 15 of those minutes trying to get back out. You get back out the back, you're absolutely gassed. You can't get onto a good wave. It just, really throws the heat. So, yeah, definitely having the skis for the athletes has been, as we heard Sam Bloom say before, sick.
She so definitely, put that cherry on top of the win for her. So we see on screen there, one of the crew members ready to go. We've got a heap of crew down there, all doing an amazing job. It doesn't look like that Michael Johnson has improved on his situation. He's still got that 5.17 in his scoreline. He's also got that 6.83. Want to see more action from our fellow commentator.
I think Chuck is just biding his time. He's waiting for that perfect wave so he can just come in and just blow the competition out of the water.
5.5 minutes remaining. So we can't see who's got priority at this stage on our screen, but we can see the position that they are in. And at the moment, Spike Kane and Charles Webb chasing numbers to move into first position. This is, of course, the final. They don't want to leave anything out in the water. This is it.
Absolutely. And as we've been saying all week as well, it comes down to the point numbers. Absolutely anything and everything that they can get, they're gonna improve on it.
Exactly. We have all the contests I've been around over the years. We always talk about building a house. You want to start with your foundations and then build on it. And I feel like a lot of these competitors have honed in on that throughout this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the Association of Adaptive Surfing Professionals. So these guys are professional athletes. They're doing the training, they're doing the hard yards. It's not just the physical game, it's also the mental game and the strategy. As we see Michael Johnson
on an absolute bomb here, holding the railing for that bottom turn, working hard to stay on the wave face and opting to get out. But I feel like he got a lot of work done on that outside section. He is already in first place, looking to increase those numbers as we watch the replay. Talk us through this one.
So he's really leaned in there, engaging the rail, using the paddle to redirect back around, keeping that speed. Another nice bottom turn, nice little swoop back into the wash. Just absolutely in control of that the whole time. That was really a nice wave, really well surfed.
One of the things I loved about that wave there from Michael Johnson and the technique was that he kept the paddle in the water for an extended period of time during one of those middle bottom turns, and it wasn't rushed, it wasn't forced, it just allowed him to get in the exact position that he wanted to for that carve. So great read on that wave there from Michael Johnson as we watch live action. This is Charles Webb flying down the line, paddle in the wave, working hard to try and stay on this one, but just unfortunately a little hung up on the top. We also had another number drop for Spike Kane in the white. It was a 1.33, so there was a situation change when we're watching that replay. Spike Kane, he's managed to jump into second place. Charles Webb into third. Still 3 minutes on the clock, so situation could change again.
Absolutely. Oh, and there it is. It just changed once again. Charles Chucker Webb dropping in a 2.27 for that last ride that we just saw. As Michael Johnson, a little Energizer Bunny, staying really busy out there. He's got it. You go.
He certainly is. He managed to improve on his position ever so slightly, locking in that 5.5. And oh my God, getting critical and unfortunately just toppling over. But he was giving the judges what they're looking for. Unfortunately not able to ride out of it, but he went for it.
Absolutely, and the judges do like to reward commitment as well. Let's have a look at this replay. He's pulling in, He's reading that face, just keeping his eyes down the line, seeing what's coming at him. Full redirect, back into the wash, leans, goes for the floater, leans back, but just pearls that board. Man, if he had have ridden that out, I swear that would have been a 10.
He had the right idea, though. You could see with that lean back, he was aware of what was about to happen, trying to keep that nose up out of the water, but just unfortunately there wasn't much that he could have done to get out of that situation with the wave face, the way it was, the direction of it, and the steepness of it.
Absolutely, yeah. He did really well no matter what. I think he's probably really happy with his scores. Probably not. He probably wants to get up into that excellent range, don't we all? But now he knows he's in the lead, so he can maybe just have some fun out there. And here is Spike Kane, giving it a paddle, watching the wave, pulling back, redirects. Can he get back around this section and connect it through? He's going to go for it. Just want to, doesn't get it quite in front of it, but still a nice wave from Spike. Puts that paddle in and pulls out the back with just over a minute remaining.
And solid effort from all these competitors, including Spike, who had to do the shift, come in, make your way back out. As we see the replay here on screen, massive drop, caught a little bit of water with the nose on the way down, but managed to recover. Worked hard, really paddling to stay on this wave, holding the paddle in the water. I feel like this turn here, he just maybe came a little too far on the inside and it put him behind the section, so you had to work harder to get around it. But he still did an amazing job drifting there, but just I feel like that turn just put him behind the section, which then impacted how he finished the wave as well.
Absolutely, yeah, couldn't agree more. And we'll see if he improves these 3.73, I believe, for that last ride. So, Chaka, it is down to the wire. We've seen some lines coming through. This could be it. It could be a nail biter. He could be the new cardiac kid, giving us a heart attack right up until the buzzer.
It isn't over until it's over, until they hear that buzzer. Looks like that is it. Michael Johnson taking the win. Spike Kane in second. Charles Webb in third. And Chris is still finishing in fourth. Phenomenal effort from all competitors.
We are going to go to a break. Thank you so much, guys. Stick with us. We've got the below knee kneeling coming right up.
This 30-second holiday for your mind comes to you from Tiny Home 56 at Reflections, Byron Bay. If you want a little more, you know where to find us.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna? Giramento de che?
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
Welcome back to the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. And we have just locked down our wave ski division. And we're going to be looking at our any kneeling division final with Mark Mono Stewart in red in mono fashion. Already got a score on the board, 6.67. And we're going to take a quick look on how he got that score. Redirects it. Smaller wave, but always reads these waves so well. Little tricky section there, and there may have been a little bit more on the front half of that. But I am Ben Way, joined by Britt Nichols here in the booth, and we have seen amazing action all day.
We have. It's fired up, not only with the heat and the sun, but, well, the action in the water. They have been putting on an absolute show, and what a lineup we have for the any knee, kneeling and upright men's final. Mark Mono Stewart in the red, Masafumi Kobayashi in the white, Wellen Sponge Williams in the yellow, and Red Dog Wheatley in the blue. This could be anyone's.
So Mick Johnson putting together an amazing performance. He has been on a roll since winning the Aussie Champs title. And here he comes right out a couple days later. And amazing riding by all of our competitors. Definitely look like some tricky conditions out there. And the wave ski is a whole different approach, of course, to the riding. Well, we can see that the tide has gone out, and it's actually lost that little deep trough in the inside, and it's moved out to another section now. So continuing to be very contestable out there. Masafumi Kobayashi out of Japan has a 2.67 for his opening ride. And we're watching Red Dog make his way through the inside on his opening ride. So nice long heats, 25 minutes. These guys are busy competitors. We can expect that they will be going head-to-head to head. As we saw another hit right there, that was Sponge hitting it up on the lip line on his opening wave. So getting things started here. All of these competitors are very seasoned. Of course, Red Dog has been on, let's see what we got here. That Sponge, you can see, driving off the top. Quick tap off the lip line. Under the lip snap, up on the critical area of the wave. So mainly one maneuver on that one, but a nice strong maneuver just where the judges want to see it in the critical section, showing some risk. 4.67 for that strong one. So little snap on the way to that nice vertical hit. And Masafumi 2.87 for his, 1.50 for Red Dog. All of these competitors are the top of their class. Mark Mono Stewart, multi-world champion, 5-time on the AASP, and always known for representing the Irukandjis in our ISA world competitions. Mono, of course, Mono and Deb are to thank for organizing this amazing competition both last year and this year. And from the success from last year's event, we were able to get more sponsors, more support, and make it even more amazing.
Trying to just stay, just stay, bro, just stay. You know, but you're setting the pace, bro. So
I'm looking forward to the battle next year.
Good on you, brother. Congratulations, bro. Well earned, man. Well earned. Well deserved. All right, to my chair.
Okay.
Yeah, and there we had Mick Johnson and Charles Chucka Webb had gone head-to-head in that wave ski. And, yep, everyone, always a great rapport between our competitors. And everyone congratulates each other at the end of the heat. No one goes off fuming like you do in some of the competitions. I was watching some funny videos of Kelly Slater breaking his board after one of the. It's that nerve-wracking, and when you're fiercely competitive, sometimes you just go off and you don't congratulate your opponent. But we have Mick Johnson, our champion for this event in the sit and wave ski classification down on the beach. Yeah, Mick, good work out there.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It was a good heat.
Yeah, so you've been carrying over some momentum since our Aussie Champs heat, which was in about ankle high surf, and you've showed an amazing performance in all different conditions over this last 4 days. How did it feel out there having some juice behind you?
Like so good. When the wave gives you a bit of push, it's just so much easier. When those small waves, it's a struggle. Like you kind of have to force everything, but when it's a bit bigger conditions, you flow a lot better. And yeah, I'm just stoked to come away with the wind.
Oh, it's amazing. And I've been a fan of your equipment since seeing you in the titles heat. And you got that nice big bubble volume behind the seat back there. And your style of how you lean back over that back rail and accelerate, it seems like you get so much more speed out of these little sections than some of the other riders.
Yeah, it's a great board. Like Reece Duncan up here on the Gold Coast, he shaped this board for me, and like it's a mad board. He just said, "This is what you want. This is what you're going to progress to." And yeah, so far so good. It's really good board in all conditions, kind of from about 2 foot to 6 foot. It's a really a good board, and yeah, I'm just happy today. It's a good result, and the waves are pumping.
Picture perfect Byron. Oh yeah,
Yep.
Picture perfect Byron Day, and it looks like the stars have united for this amazing finals day, and you got to be feeling amazing. If you want to say thanks to anyone while you got a chance on the live camera.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say thanks to my wife and my son at home. They help me through everything, and they're the best. And my good mate Matt, he helps me through a lot of stuff as well. And thanks to everyone that helped put on this event. It's an amazing event. If you're even thinking about doing some adaptive surfing, get amongst it because it's fun. It gets you out of your wheelchair or out of your disability and gets you in the water amongst it. And yeah, it's great. It's a good sport.
Well, we loved watching you, and huge congratulations both on the title and on this event. And we'll be partying down at the Services Club tonight, Mick.
Yeah. Thanks, boys. Have a good one.
Thank you, brother. Go get some rest. So it looks like Llewellyn Sponge Williams has gotten another wave, 5.77 for his second. And so he has bumped himself up in positions from third to first. Red Dog sitting on a 1.50. And knowing all of these competitors, no one's satisfied with these scores so far. And they are all very fierce competitors with a lot of skill. It's all a matter of just locking onto the right wave, and we're going to see those numbers bump up.
100% agree with that. I feel like these scores that they've got at the moment, for them normally, they'd be looking at those, that's just a throwaway score for me. As we see a replay here, nice carve to start with. This is Sponge linking this one all the way through. You can see the body shift there as he works his way down the line, drifting the tail, throwing everything into it. And this is what we want to see. I saw a 9.83 this morning. I want to see numbers go high again for this final.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch Sponge's approach. He always kind of has one rail engaged on the opposite rail that he's going to sink in. So outside rail on the bottom turn, and then just does his frontside rail when he's pulling in for those carves. So he's always getting extra leverage on the width of that board to just get it that much deeper on rail. And then he also has his signature slashed a little fin release on those rights. It's interesting to see. It's quite a short board, but you'll see as mono, basically all of these riders, the difference in shifting their head forward and back and kind of getting their head up to the nose line really makes this equipment speed up. And basically throughout the boards that all of these riders are using, they're riding Mono and Masafumi are riding basically the same design in a different size. Mono made Masa's board, and it is the Mono Stewart model, which is a quad fin that has a quad really tight clustered together up against basically right under where his ankles would be when he's on the board. Red Dog's on a twin fin, and Sponge is also on a twin fin. Different tail designs, but all of the fins are a little bit farther up from the tail than you would see on normal stand-up surfing, since all of their weight and all of the pressure is being put on more of the center of the board. Everything is shifted up, and so they can really get way up in front of the board, and it affects the board that much more than you would if you had a normal fin placement back towards the back.
It's so intriguing just to listen to the final details. Also the fact that Mono has shaped a fellow competitor's board and they're both in the same final.
Yeah, he's. I mean, Masa has some Japanese-shaped knee boards that he had previously competed on. They looked a little bigger and clunkier than what Mono normally rides, and basically Masa just taking after the master. It's like, if that works for him, I'm going to start riding that. And just like you see other surfers on tour, sometimes you'll see a huge shift depending on who's in the top 10 or top 3, and all of a sudden everyone will start riding those boards. That's kind of what's happened. Llewellyn Sponge Williams, a little smaller wave there. You can see it didn't have the guts to pop up again on the inside. It looks like he was staying patient to see if it would grow. That was white, I'm sorry. So that was Masa. Once again, yellows and whites. I'm not very good. I'm going to have my eyes checked after this competition. I've never been very good with yellows and whites and blues and greens. I'm always really, really bad with
Maybe
that.
worth getting checked.
Thanks. That is Sponge. I know that from the style of the turn. Spongy putting that hand on the outside rail, looping it. You can see kind of trying to hop across that deep section, although that little trough gully right there is getting deeper, and it's kind of killing the energy at the end of the rides. So they really need to get that, get those critical maneuvers out on the outside when it's still steep, as we see a different angle on it.
Nice carve into the pocket, really holding that line. Steepens up a little bit here, readjusting his positioning, a little bit of a bounce to try and get down the face, but opting not to continue. Feel like he was a little bit hung up, but also maybe made that choice not to try and continue as well.
We saw Mono go for a paddle on the inside. He's just got one score at the moment, sitting in that second position. But, yeah, you could see Sponge had 2 strong maneuvers before he got hung up, and Red Dog's got some really good momentum here. That was a sick lip line hit right there. And so that 1.50 is going to go in the back as he puts something much more significant, and we'll see if that jumps him up in position as well. It's amazing how we've seen what's just basically a perform spelled out right-hand point. Offer up some other options with some lefts depending on the direction of the sets, and within the tide move, the tide shifts where it starts to kind of move the energy onto different little spots on the sandbar.
I think it's so important too. Like, I was thinking a very similar aspect with the fact that Red Dog just got this absolute perler of a wave, and it was a left-hander. He raced down the line, lip-lined it, got critical on the finish, and that's exactly what the judges are looking for. But the fact that he was able to identify that this wave was out there and didn't limit himself to just looking for rights, knowing that it was a right-hand point break.
I really love this wave, and that was just perfect timing. He had to do a mid-face bottom turn. That's where he's taking his speed up to the top of the wave in a very, very steep section to fit himself up on top of that. And he gets rewarded. 6.40 bumps him up into second position at the moment. And we'd spoken earlier on, I think it was Chuck and I, even though this is a kneeling stance, most of the riders aren't in a completely direct parallel stance. They'll be shifted one way or the other. So they are a little bit more of a designated goofy or regular foot. It's not just straight riding on your knees, whereas you can see Red Dog, his predominant front side is definitely on those lefts, as he is a goofy footer, and probably even more angle on the board than some of our other riders. So you can see when Red Dog goes right, he's really surfing backside and he's really surfing front side. So being able to find a left, also it seemed that going left into that little nook, you're going into cleaner water. It has a little more of shelter of the wind that's kind of chunking things up on the outside and the right. So it looked like as he got down the line, that wave got cleaner and allowed him to keep his speed on that clean face even more.
And probably a little bit more sand in the corner too, you know, like it's not breaking into deep water. He was headed towards a section where there was a fair bit of sand.
Bottom dropped out on that floater. He really airdropped it down, so it must have been nice and shallow right there. And hard to see where everyone's seated. It looks like it's just the machine's turned on again as we have waves all over the place. And that is looking like Masa. Here we have Masa. Also uses the hand on the rail style, although Masa will keep his hands in contact with both rails more often. You can see, oh, look at that. Sneaks into the barrel on the inside. Oh, I would have loved to see him come out of that one, but lined him up for a nice little cover-up on that shallow section. Here we have that replay.
He carved around that first section. You can see a little wobble in the face there, but it's really sticking with the whitewash behind the section, waiting for it to steepen up a little bit. Comes hard off the bottom here, into the pocket again. You can just see that little angle shift. He's starting to stall and just unfortunately got clipped, but he had the right line. He had the right idea.
Yeah, if had that have been the Urban Surf wave pool, he would have come out of the barrel perfect. It was such a good setup of making the room and letting that wave grow in front of him. But, yeah, it just hit a very shallow spot at the end section and couldn't help but catch that outside rail coming out of the barrel. As we saw Sponge take a quick look at that one. Looked like a little bit of a swing on that. We'll pick it apart a bit more. And Red Dog, backhand. Hooks it in the pocket. You can see he's trying to get over this deep spot. He knows once he gets to this inside section, it's going to stand up more. And a few ripples, just as you were saying, ripples up and down that face where he's had to kind of navigate. And there's that shallow section that Massa got dumped on. So I think it's just a lot of energy coming out of deep water into no water out of nowhere. As we have Takar and Zane, Mono's kids, and their older brother. I'm trying to think of his name at the moment. He wasn't here last year. He's visiting, I think, from Brisbane. And we have Mono has dropped into 4th place at the moment. I'll have to pull up my live heats to see what he's requiring, but I know that he's not having that at all. So we'll have him get his second score. He's waiting. He knows this place better than anyone, so he needs a 3.77. Thank you, Chris, through my ears headset. And so 3.77 is a very obtainable score, as he is holding the highest single wave score at the moment. So just something reasonable and obtainable, but we know with the time allotted or time remaining that Mono's not going to waste that on something that's not going to provide. Not completely sure. We don't know exactly what the priority situation is at the moment, but I think everyone has made a move except for Mono in the last 3 minutes, which would mean Mono has first priority, and anything that comes through, the best wave that comes through is all Mono's if he wants it, which this is exactly when you want to hold that priority card.
Yeah, you're not wrong. He definitely wants to capitalise on this positioning at the end of this heat. Had a little look at that one. And there's the priority board on the beach.
So this is the visible cue for the riders from the outside in the ocean. They will be announced priority by the beach announcer, but as the priority changes, those panels will change as well, letting know the order of waves that can be taken by the riders in the water. And just as you said, Mono took a look, and he didn't give a paddle. That's very important. Had he have given a paddle or showed any intent, he would have lost his priority, and that would have gone to the back of the line. Smart competitor as Mono is. Looks like he's a little hungrier for this one, and since he has that first priority, he had to, it looks almost like a priority move, keeping Sponge off of that wave. But unfortunately, that wave didn't work out. Still plenty of time to kind of move out in position. So, not sure what happens. Neither of them took off. Nope, there we have it. So, they're calling it as a paddle.
There's definitely more intent in that than there was with the other one.
There was more, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I was curious to see what they were going to do there. I was waiting. I'm like, oh, I would have called it. I would have called that a paddle.
I wanted to make sure not to pick on the priority judge in case they saw something that I didn't see. But you did see yellow. You saw Sponge dip out as Red was paddling. And should the lower priority impede any of the ride, they are risking a priority interference, which will, while surfing, paddling interference, will remove their backup score, and they'll be trying to get through the heat with one single score, which usually means you lose out unless something amazing happens or you're dealing with some really small scores that you're up against. But at this point, you definitely don't want to have any kind of priority interference. and a non-priority interference where a surfer happens to be paddling up the face or paddling in the way and keeps a surfer from scoring potential, their backup score will be cut in half, which isn't quite as brutal. As we have Red Dog, live action, gets a quick hit there, and that end section just keeps hitting that shallow spot and kind of ending the ride.
Yeah, I noticed that on the footage just then, because we do have that overhead. It's quite noticeable that the water's starting to drain out as we watch the front vision here. This is Red Dog just really starting to drain on that bank, throwing a heap of spray on that one turn, but quite a small wave and just running off too quick. But it is really starting to change with this outgoing tide. And yeah, less water on the bank, but I can't help but go back to the situation that just unfolded with Mono. An error that could potentially cost him in this final, because he does have the highest single wave score of this final so far, and he was in a good position to be able to take the wave if it came through. But now that he's been bumped back in his priority, he's going to have to really work with the competitors that he's got potentially sitting around him.
Yeah, one thing, I mean, looking at the lineup at the moment, you do have Sponge kind of playing that hunting down game where Spongy is trying to basically stay within range of possibly keeping him off of a wave. Sponge is holding a higher priority card. I believe Masa has first priority at the moment, but you always have to wait for the surfer that's holding a higher priority than yours. And once they take a wave, then you've got the freedom. There goes Masa taking a paddle. So that will move whoever was in second priority up. I think it was either Red Dog or Sponge, and that will move Mono into third priority. So as that goes around, he'll come back to getting that priority, but now we're down to 1 minute. If the other two competitors don't grab it, he's going to need to space himself away from those guys and grab a wave. Otherwise, he's probably facing getting blocked by one of those two competitors if they're playing their cards right competitively.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see what these competitors do. Mono's now kind of third in line if you look at the bank like that, meaning that if one of those competitors doesn't take off, he can go. But where he was before, it would have been hard. He would have probably just got burnt.
Oh, I was just looking at that one going, that could be the one. And Sponge started to take a look there. And even if Sponge wasn't there, it fattened up a little bit more than I thought it was going to. But, wow, this is a bit of a shocker. Not sure if Mono just held on to that first priority too long, expecting more waves to come, but it did really kind of go to sleep towards that back half of the heat. I like where he's sitting here, though. This is definitely where he has an opportunity to grab something away from everyone else. And I think that was Red Dog.
I think Red Dog did that because he caught a wave after Mono caught his wave. So I feel like Mono would have had priority over Red Dog just then, had Mono have wanted that wave.
Well, what an amazing wild heat right there. And you have, that is Sponge's best supporter, Sarah Gibbons, and with the Welsh flag running down to congratulate Spongy. And he is very stoked. She's making sure that she should congratulate him. She has actually been very, very under control this this competition. Usually she has a whistle and she'll be marching up and down the beach and yelling at Sponge. This time it looks like she let him do his thing a little bit more. And there we've heard the heat of our next heat start. But yeah, it's definitely looking like Llewellyn Sponge Williams out of Wales will be this 2025 champion in the Neil division for the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. We're going to let them move on up the beach, and we have our pro non-assist coming up. I'm quite sure some exciting stuff, and we'll hear some words from Sponge after the break. Don't go anywhere. More action to come.
Every journey is shaped by people, and your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
Life. It's full of changes, and your need for space changes with it. So it's good to know there's a flexible, secure storage solution just for you. Roomia Self-Storage. With our focus on service, security, and understanding, you'll discover how a little extra space can change your life. Get a quote today and make your life roomier.
We are back. This is the BrightSky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. And that was the second wave of red. Kai Collis, we are now in our unassisted men's prone division. And we had just knocked out our Annie Neal kneeling category, where we saw Llewellyn Sponge Williams take the title and Joel Taylor with a 5.67. We have Joel in blue, Kai Collis in red, Kevin Bellis in white, and Ryan Porteous yet to get a wave so far in yellow. And here we have blue. This is Joel Taylor. Nice hit on the lip line. Always smooth and casual in that bodyboarding stance. Drives it down the face. Sets it up on top of the lip. And nice smooth kick out there. And we had... Trying to see which color we're... Okay, just behind him. There's Kai Collis on the outside. Battling it in. Gets up off the lip. And we are... That was Kai Collis' last replay. And so we have seen some amazing conditions throughout our day. We have that tide really, really far out. right where these people were standing. We had some of our highest scores being achieved, as that was where the waves were breaking early on. And we have another score for Joel Taylor, 6.67. Kai Collis' second wave, 5.93. And so in the earlier rounds, Kai Collis had nudged Joel Taylor out by 0.03 points. It was that close, and those two have been going head-to-head for a while. We see Ryan Porteous out of Santa Barbara, California, pops up into third with a 2.43, and we've seen Gavin Ballas putting on a great performance in his previous heats. And so we can expect a lot of action. We've seen some shifting, some shifts in the surf conditions, the waves, and the tide. And from what you've seen in the last heat, Britt, what would you say? There's starting to be a couple left options. I'll have you call this this replay.
One big solid turn there to finish that closeout section. That was Joel Taylor. As we watch the double replay here of him getting nice and critical.
So that was the end maneuver. There was a couple turns tacked on at the beginning of that, but that bumped him up into the lead at the moment. But on that previous heat, we saw Red Dog get his best score on a left, and we've just seen some wild shifting conditions as that tide moves.
I think as a competitor, you've always got to be prepared to make changes to your game plan, whether that's a game plan A, B, C, however many you want. But at the end of the day, we're dealing with Mother Nature, and knowing that the tide is shifting and the conditions are changing. I think these competitors, and just in general, competitors have to be open to potentially changing their plan, but having at least the vision and acknowledgement to go, you know what, we're on a right-hand point break. However, there are some little left peelers, so don't limit my options by just always aiming for the right.
Super smart, yep. Yeah, which, we had some competitors like Balulu came prepared with equipment that is made to just basically cater the rights on it for a regular footer on their front side. But yeah, if you start chopping off those other options, that can leave you flat in certain ways. And 17 minutes, we have been really blessed with our conditions. There's Llewellyn Sponge Williams. He just took out the field in our Neil division. I'm sure we'll have some words with him in just a bit. But that is the Welsh flag that he's got waving. Barbie Garcia from Mexico, congratulating him. And just great vibes on the beach and amazing blazing sun here in Byron Bay. And yesterday was cold, windy, a bunch of rain, and everything just pushed itself out of the way to make a magic finals day.
It really does seem like it's a completely different location compared to yesterday. If we did the comparison, you wouldn't think that you're in the same spot.
There's Masa Kobayashi. They're bringing him back from that last heat. He must have just gotten taken way down the beach at the end of the heat. And Masa, I believe, was second in that heat. I'm not putting it up. There's so many colors and so many scores that we've seen today that I'll leave it to the live heats for the true information. But for now, that on the screen, that graphic is showing our current situation. Joel Taylor in the lead. Kai Collis with a small backup, 3.50. Kai wanting to bump up his situation as we see him there. Putting that arm in the water, gets a nice redirect. Always just flowing and just feeling out. Oh, unfortunately, he didn't finish that last maneuver. Just behind him, Joel Taylor setting up, letting this one build up. And those last couple just kind of fizzled out on the end section. But both of them, Joel and Kai, are known for their end section maneuvers, getting up on the lip line. Ryan Porteous is also an excellent barrel rider, and he shows a lot of power and puts his maneuvers in the critical section. Gavin's been great through this comp. So all these guys have a great chance. It just seems shown in the last heat with the mayor of Byron Bay, Mono, not being able to find the wave he needed. It's just gotten that much trickier in this tide and this little wind condition.
It really is anybody's. The amount of changes we've seen even just today with this bank. Live action on screen. Looks like it could be Ryan in the yellow, trying to get around that section, holding in, but just getting caught. And this is a prime example of how things have shifted. Like, the competitors are taking off in what we've thought is the right spot. You're right on the peak, but just because of that dropping tide and the way the sandbank is, everything's just running so quick.
Yeah, and where our riders were having to fade and let the wave catch up to them, now they can't keep up to it. And so different game plan, and trying to get some maneuvers in while you still have the space to do it is getting tougher and tougher as that end section starts clamping down. And we've seen that kind of shut down 3 or 4 of the ends of the rides for all of our competitors. And so things are getting tricky, and everyone's going to kind of take that into mind as they're going into their waves. We have all of our family support knee deep in the shore break. Beautiful warm water here.
Might have been knee deep earlier. I think it's about ankle deep now.
Yeah, well, it was just knee deep there, and it's ankle deep here. So it just shows how lumpy and uneven that bottom is. As we were surfing out here in some of the early days pre-competition, it seemed like it would be a foot deep, and 5 feet behind that it would be 4 feet deep. 5 feet behind that it would be 6 inches deep. And so you just had a series of chances of dragging your fins or just going headfirst into the sandbar as you went down the wave. And as the tide would shift, it would break on a deep spot or end on a shallow spot. All sorts of crazy stuff. Kai's 4.5. You can see him sticking with the section, staying with that power. Nice series of turns right there with the rail work. But that's where he lost it. You could see just kind of a shallow spot into some pooled water there. Caught that outside edge. And 12 minutes remaining. Now everyone has 2 scores. And it looks like we've got Llewellyn, Sponge, Williams down on the beach. Hey, Spongy.
Hey,
congratulations, brother.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
That looked like a tense heat, man. There was it seemed to kind of shut down there in the middle, and there weren't a lot of waves on offer. It's been kind of off and on all day, but it was really surprising to see Mono finish with only 1 wave, and it looked like you'd given a couple pushes too that didn't really work out. How did it feel?
Yeah, so the peaks looked like they were breaking on the outside, but as the peak came in, it kind of just shifted and doubled up on the inside on the sandbank. So it was kind of tricky to figure out where to sit. But yeah, compared to the semifinals this morning, the paddle out was a bit easier, less current. But yeah, it was fun, and again, to take the win and be here with the whole community is just a huge buzz.
Yeah, I was saying that Sarah Gibbons was the most relaxed that I've seen her in a while. And yeah, no whistles and no yelling at you, so you must have been doing what you were supposed to out there.
Yeah, exactly. I think I heard her shouting at one point, but I got my brother here and his partner, so maybe they're keeping her calm.
Well, very cool, and you got to always be proud of waving the Welsh flag here at these international contests. And want to say a little something in Welsh to anyone who's back there listening to from the mailing room or wherever.
Yeah, if anyone's awake at this time, I think it's 4 a.m. at home.
They can watch the replay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you very much once again to my sponsors and to my friends and family at home that have supported me. And huge thing to have Sarah and my brother and his partner down here on the beach as well supporting me and carrying my board and waving the flag for me. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone.
I was hoping to hear some Welsh. It's such a crazy language to listen to. I love it. Say something in Welsh.
Diolch yn fawr iawn I pawb adra a pob sydd wedi supportio fi dros y blynyddoedd dwytha I fod yma neu beth dwi'n neud a I dod ar medalau ar adra I chi gyd. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
See, he actually is Welsh. Okay, so he proved it there. Thanks, Bunty. We'll let you go. We're going to get back to the live action out there. We'll see you in a little bit.
Okay, see ya.
Yeah, bro. All right, so here we have Kai Collis snapping it back. This looks like a better wave here. Nice top turn there, keeping a good flow. This one's providing enough open space to keep it going. And there's that end maneuver. I think that last one is only one of 2 times where I've seen him not end that maneuver. So that's always something that stamped out some extra seasoning on his scores, if you want to call this one.
This is a good wave here for Kai, carving into the pocket. You can see here the wave really started to steep up and grow a little bit. He got nice and vertical on that second turn and got another in. So I feel like this might be his best wave. That's personal opinion, not a judge, but he had such a good read on that, and I feel like that one in particular, he took off in the right spot and it actually grew along the bank.
Yeah, I'm backing you on that one for sure, because it just seemed like he was needing to milk speed out of that previous wave, and this one it just seemed to keep flowing from maneuver to maneuver. So we're going to see what happens on that. If that's not the 6.17 that we're looking at. I thought that was on the board.
That's new.
That is new.
Yeah, it was a 5.93 and a 4.5 before, I think.
So nice to be young with a good memory. So 6.17 is him bumping things up and getting closer. If you see the total score, he's just 0.24 behind Joel Taylor. Joel Taylor in that lead position. Yellow and white have some work to do. We don't have the live heats open to see what their exact requirement is, but we do know 7 minutes, and it's getting a little more tense for these riders as there's less on offer that is kind of spelled out for you. You can't eye up what's going to be a good wave. We've seen a lot of people kind of take off and have bad wave selection on what looked like was going to be a good wave, and so it's always wild when you get some bumps on it. You can't read it as well.
I feel like there's a little bit more wobble through the middle of the wave too. I'm not sure what that's kind of reverberating off, but it looks like you get that middle section, kind of just that little wobble. But Joel Taylor, one big turn. He knows exactly what he's doing out there. He's sticking with this one. We'll see if he can get the next connection. But it looks like it might have already run off the beach. Oh, prove me wrong. He's got the reform. Stuck with it. It was worth it. Huge turn there from Joel Taylor and gets the finish. So will he drop the 5.67 from his scoreline and improve on his lead?
Yeah, I liked as you pointed that out. It looked like it was kind of the end of the line, and he'd put so much into that wave. I'm so glad he stuck with it for that section. Climbs it up here, and then you see him basically just staying on that back corner, looking for any open face to keep that speed on the transition. There's those warbles that you're talking about. And from the looks of it right there, looked like there was nothing left. And then he hit this inside where it grew, and coming off the bottom like that out of a not so gutsy section and be able to pull that maneuver was very impressive. We'll see what happens with the judges on that one. But time is moving by fast, and the beach is growing. And we have another wave during that replay. So things are heated. Kai snaps it back. Arm exchange. Nice top turn. Some spray. That's another one. Snaps it again. Just moving it from rail to rail. Nice high rail hit. Nice high lip hit there. And instead of making it his end maneuver, bangs into this section and is able to ride it out. So continuing on after what's usually his ending maneuver to get another one, and they rewarded him with an 8.17. And so Kai's family stoked on the beach. Grandma and Grand Aunt have been down with the tambourines and all the instruments. Ryan Porteous, nice motoring across that section.
It looks like they've definitely moved further down on the bank with all those free surfers.
They're mixing it up with the rest of the zone for sure as we watch this replay.
This is the competitor in the yellow carving into the pocket. Bit of a frothy wave face to work with, but look how this thing just sucks up on this low tide bank. Gets another turn in, and again. He manages to stick with it and drives hard off the bottom. He's looking for that last lip section, but just not able to quite get up and over it. Still a good wave there for that competitor.
That was a great ride. That was Ryan Porteous. I hadn't seen those early turns, but he was able to fit a big roundhouse on top of that double up, and then that speeding section fit another hit. So I don't think we've seen that score come in yet. We're going to watch this. Oh, nice. Got the drone angle this time. So puts it on rail. Real nice rail turn on the upper half as he watches the bottom drop out right here. Nice wedgy section. Gets a top turn on that one. Redirects it again. Banks it off the wash. Gives him another chance for another run here. And this is where that section comes down. But he did quite a bit of damage before he gets to here. So let's see how he gets rewarded for that. I'm quite sure it's not one of those two scores, but yeah, look at our drone shot. We got all these frothing individuals kind of hanging tight, knowing that this is the last 3.5 minutes of our comp, and it's just going to be a frothing frost zone over there in just a moment. It's usually what happens with competitors on the ends of the days. They're just sitting out, just drooling outside of the zone and ready to attack. As we have Joel Taylor. Nice rebound there. He's definitely heard that score and knows he needs to really turn it on here. He's got that beautiful drifting bodyboard style cut back. Of course, coming from being a top professional bodyboarder, he has that inherent offset style with his hands on the rails.
Nice first turn there, throwing a heap of spray into the pocket. And again, just sticks with it. I love how he didn't rush anything here, didn't force it, just waited for that last section before kicking out. Great read on that wave. We'll wait and see whether or not that goes into his scoreline. He was looking to drop a 5.9 to improve on his situation. 2.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we haven't seen that move, so let's watch this angle. So there you have nice rail cut back there.
2.5 minutes to go.
Puts it on rail again, keeps it with that section. Kind of hoping it was going to meet up with the double up, but it didn't. It ended up kind of softening up on the top. So still plenty of time to get back out into the zone. Looks like we got a little interesting cloud cover. The sun peeked behind a cloud for a second here, but don't fool yourself. It's still blazing hot outside, and as that cloud moves away, we'll see that bright sunshine again. And 1 minute and 45 seconds as we can see Joel Taylor's positioning. I'm kind of letting this free surfer cruise on by as he makes his way back into the zone. Doesn't look like a lot of current at the moment. The ocean is getting sucked out, so it actually helps you on your way out with the motion that the energy is getting pulled with that outgoing tide. But still did look like he was a little bit far down from where we see Kai and Gavin sitting here. In just over 1 minute. But this is 5.90 for Joel, so it hasn't bumped up his score line.
I feel like what was missing on that wave was the steeper section. Like it was kind of like two carve slashes into a mini kind of third one without a steeper section. I feel like it just wasn't as critical as the other waves that have been caught.
Kai's was also like a little bit higher speed, a little more radical, but it's Joel's style is so elegant and so smooth that sometimes the judges don't recognize how hard he's actually working. Sometimes that happens with a lot of surfing. Sometimes people.
The Parko effect.
Exactly. Yeah, if you look too calm and collected, no matter how gnarly of surfing that you're doing, sometimes it doesn't get recognized because it doesn't look like you're trying. And surfers who know style know that you shouldn't look like you're trying, but sometimes you want to see people really going after it. And so here we go. We're down to the dying moments. And that is Kai's family charged up. They're going to rattle the metal off of that tambourine right there, as it looks like Kai Collis is going to be our prone non-assist champion of this event. Great work by all of our surfers. That was definitely one of the more tense heats as far as waves and scoring potential. Not an easy heat at all, along with the previous Neil heat. And so they basically had some of the most challenging conditions of the entire event. We're gonna let Kai get on in here, possibly have some words with him. We'll see how that goes, but that is our final heat of this amazing event. We've had some great days of competition, but this by far was the best waves and best weather for this BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by Forward Ability Support. And so we're gonna let Kai work his way on in. And he's gotta be so charged up. Looks like he's catching his breath. Little gas, that was a lot of paddling. And an amazing performance by this young man. And it's gonna be fun to have a chat with him and pick his brain, let him explain his thoughts. It must have been a tense one out there. Him and Joel basically went head to head most of that, but at a slow-moving battle. That was the tense part of it.
It was. I was waiting for a buzzer beater towards the end there because I had a feeling it might have happened. A great result there. I mean, great effort from all the competitors, but yeah, Kai, he'd be happy with that one.
Yeah, not to mention a great effort by all of our volunteers, our staff, our catering. We have to thank Trevor Mead Butchers for our delicious lunch, and not to mention Surfing Australia for bringing this live broadcast to you guys. We're going to let him work his way up the beach, but before we get him up to the camera, I'm going to thank our sponsors, BrightSky Australia, Forward Ability Support, Visit Oceanside, Storage Investments Australia, Rumia, Surfing Australia, High Fives Foundation, Reflections Holiday Parks, Byron Bay Services Club, Wave Ski Adventures, Kennard's Hire, McGraw Real Estate, Royal Rehab Lifeworks, and Sargood on Coleroy, Thomas Foods, Byron Central Osteopathy, Wetflix, First Nations Lifeguards, AASP, Brook Farm, and Stoke for Life. We want to thank all of them. Of course, the AASP Tour, Mono and Deb, and all of the crew. Debbie Ginger for controlling our meals throughout the event, keeping us fed. Ray, John, everybody, everyone who has put out efforts as part of the team. Robin Harvey, of course. And there we have Gavin Bellis working his way up, congratulating Kai. And we have such an amazing, tight-knit community in and out of the water. Of course, when you're in a heat, it's head-to-head, but as soon as you hit the beach, everyone's mates down here. And got to thank Charles Chaka Webb for keeping me entertained here in the web and keeping me under control, as well as Britt Nichols and Stevie Ginger. I want to also thank our guests. We had Melissa Decker, CEO of BrightSky Australia. Parker Olnick was in here. Kai, who's about to get up on camera. He had taken a heat in here to share some of the inner movings of the competitor's mind out in competition. Of course, huge thanks to Byron Shire for letting us use this beautiful beach for these last days of competition. And we're really looking forward to our closing ceremony and after party at Byron Bay Services Club up on Johnson Street. We'll see you guys there tonight. But first, we're going to have some words with this young man on how he's feeling being the 2025 champion of the men's prone non-assist division. Rolling by Annie Goldsmith. A lot of people to say hi to. And He's almost over to our boy Lockie, who's got the little mobile interview zone. And that is the beautiful view of the top of the beach here in Byron Bay. A lot of action here. And I think we're getting our headphones on the ears of Kai Collis, your 2025 champion. Yeah, Kai.
You.
Congratulations, mate. That was insane.
Thank you. Thank you.
It looked really tense out there.
Yeah, it was so hard, and it was hard to pick a good wave. There was a few I got, and I just could not get that end section going. And then luckily I found two that were just real good. So
yeah, it was. Joel got one in the very beginning. Both of you kind of got moving quickly, but then all of a sudden it seemed to really kind of go to sleep there, and it looked really tense trying to pick off those good ones.
Yeah, it was like one wave every 7 minutes would come through that was like that banger wave that you wanted, and it was so hard to find them. But luckily, I think I got an 8.7 on one, and it was just such a good wave. I even got like a little barrel on there. It was sick.
I was telling Britt earlier on the wave before that I think that's one of two times where I haven't seen you end that finishing floater, and you caught the nose on the way in, and it just seemed like the inside, the bottom dropped out at the end there, and it looked really hard to finish things off. That last wave, getting that good score, you were able to do that twice, get the finishing maneuver, not only on the way to the finishing maneuver, but with a little barrel in between. Amazing performance.
Thank you. Thanks, Benny. You.
Yeah, and so what do you think about all of the vibe down on the beach? The beach has grown. We've had so many people down supporting, rooting everyone on. We got a view on the live camera right now, about 100 people out around you. It's just been unbelievable, today's weather and all the sport. How's the vibes down there?
Oh, it's a psycho vibe down here. There's so many people cheering me on and cheering everybody else on, and everyone's surfed so good today. Really happy that we got good swell for the last day and beautiful weather.
Well, I'm surprised your grandma didn't shake off the metal off the tambourine, man. That thing's gotten a big beating on this competition. She's gonna have to bring it to the after party at Byron Bay Services Club.
yeah, I'm sure she will be.
You're finally old enough to drink now, so I guess I can buy you a schooner at the Services Club.
Yeah, I'm keen for the after party, Benny. I'm keen.
Perfect, Brew. Well, huge congratulations, and thank you for your efforts in this comp.
Thank you. See ya.
Yeah, Kai. We'll see you in a bit.
You.
Yeah, so such a nice, soft-spoken competitor, but don't take that for granted. He is a fierce competitor in the water, knows what he wants to do, and today he definitely did that. And it has been an amazing competition. We have had so much fun, especially people like me who've come a long way to come visit this place. It's my second time to Australia, and I'm absolutely in love with this country and its people, and the vibe is just unbelievable. So want to thank you for having us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, as foreign visitors, and great to have you in the booth and to have your insight. And it's been a real pleasure, and it's been a pleasure to have your guys' company. We really appreciate it, and you can bet that this event is gonna be 3 times as big next year. So you sponsors, start getting in line to get your names up on this event. It's a growing community, and it's been so good to have this amazing competition here in Byron for a second time. We look forward to seeing you next year. We also have 3 more events for this season for the AESP, so stick with how these competitors move through the season. Want to give you a huge thanks, and we'll see you next time.
complete train wreck, so I think we did all right. Good God. Yeah, there hasn't been any 10s, 7s. Oh, yeah.